In the gloomy room for interrogations, the public security buildings of the city of Jiang, there was a strange man. His face was very dark and intimidating, and veins stood out on almost every centimeter of the frightened man's face. A strict-looking policeman of the first rank suddenly entered the interrogation room, Xu Jing, who turned to Mr. Zhang Yi. There was horror in the man's eyes, and he became even more nervous when he saw the policewoman who came to question him. He closed his eyes with his hands and screamed in pain so that she immediately closed the door, and Xu Jing remained completely calm. The first-rank police asked him to calm down and reached for the door to close it and not provoke him to screams. The girl then approached Zhang Ye and asked if he could tell him what happened, and he replied that she wouldn't believe him. The stern policewoman exclaimed that there was no need to play a fool and added that he would not escape criminal liability. She also asked him to think about what he had done and did with his family, and showed him terrifying shots on the phone. Zhang Yi looked at the phone footage of his wife and daughter lying on the floor, but then his eyes filled with horror because he saw something behind the girl's back. Until horror, the excited man began to point a finger and asked the police officer to turn back, and Xu Jing did not understand what he was talking about. The girl turned around with a sharp movement and exclaimed that there was nothing there, and when she turned around, she saw that the suspect was no longer there. Zhang Ye, clutching his head, hid under the table, and Xu Jing said that it was better for him not to try to be cunning. The man literally went crazy with every second, and his red eyes that were everywhere seemed to him. His eyes blushed more and more, and he gritted his teeth, holding his head tightly and looking around. While seeing terrifying eyes, Xu Jing leaned towards him, and instead of an ordinary human face, the man saw a girl with red eyes everywhere. Consciousness was clouded, and Zhang Yi did not know how to overcome these hallucinations and could barely remain in consciousness. Then he shouted at the top of his voice and jumped out from under the table, while his hands were chained into handcuffs, and he shouted so that the creature would not fit him. His eyes began to roll up, and he stuck out his disgusting sinewy tongue to free himself from the shackles with the help of him. Xu Jing greatly panicked because she had not previously joined with this and began to call the rest to the aid of the rest. As it turned out, all this was fictitious by the Binbin, who told this story to his friend in the game room of the senior school of the city of Jiang. He put his hands to his neck and began to choke himself to explain everything in detail, and said that Zhang Ye even bit off his tongue. The excited Li Zhongxin said that after his horror story he could not sleep all night, and Binbin replied that this was a real story from the security organization. Then the young man made an awesome face and said that all this was because of one photo on the internet, and whoever sees this photo will die immediately. To horror-frighted, Li Zhongxin grabbed his doll tightly and asked what photo it was, and Jia Binbin began to look for a photo on the phone. But his friend snatched the phone from him and exclaimed that if his words were true, then they should not look at the photo. Another guy was sitting to the next computer who showed them an ominous photo of the red eye and asked if they were talking about him. The two young men were very scared, but Yuan Zhenxi was absolutely calm and asked them not to worry, saying that everything was fine. Li Zhongxing hugged Xia Binbin tightly and asked the guy at the computer why he was so sure that everything was fine. Yuan Zhenxi did not answer anything and said that they could continue playing, but he had things to do, and although the guys began to ask him to stay, the young man was adamant. After some time, it became dark outside, and the red-eyed young man turned the key in the lock and opened the door of his house. He was an ordinary university student and lived an ordinary life, but one day everything changed very dramatically. Everything changed a month ago, when the main character heard some strange voices in the library, which were the first bell of change. That day, Yuan Zhenxi reached for one of the books on the shelf because he was curious, and opened a book called Urban Legends. The book looked very unusual and had a pointed shape at the corners, and also emitted a strange dark red light. Having opened it, Yuan Zhenxi did not even suspect that his life would change, and watched in surprise as the book transformed. Then he found himself in this world and became a student of the senior school of the city of Jiang, and he cannot get out of here. His parents died in a plane crash, leaving him an inheritance and insurance compensation, thereby relieving him of any worries. But because of this book, Yuan Zhenxi only had 30 days left to live, so he knew that he was completely doomed to die. The main character pulled the rope of the pendant around his neck, thereby calling on the book to read some information and draw conclusions. The book was called up and it began to open it, and the book itself indicated that all the legends that he recorded would be realized in reality. According to the rules of the book, Yuan Zhenxi must write down urban legends and gain points of good and evil. Thereby he can prolong his life. The first legend was of a daughter and mother who were killed, and As soon as someone saw this photo, domestic violence appeared in this person's family. The eye could look at a person from any slits, changing a person's consciousness, leading him to loss of reason and ultimately to the deprivation of life. There was another very strange circumstance, namely, the experience of the one who looked at the photo and was then followed by the eye was recorded in text on the pages of this book. 1 page per person, for each person 2 points of good and evil, and depending on the degree of influence of the legend, about 400 legend points. Yuan Zhensi said that he got too little from this story because a month had already passed and he was only able to increase his life expectancy to 92 days. He understood that he had a new story that could compensate for this, because he was afraid that he would really die. After some time, the protagonist was the senior school of the city of Zhang, namely in Class K, where the rest of his classmates were. One of the classmates approached the young man to wake him up. The rest giggled because he had been sleeping all day. Yuan Zhensi woke up and began to stretch, trying to recover from sleep while yawning several times. He was tormented by fatigue, because yesterday until 4 in the morning he was coming up with a new story. And there was also pain in his neck. The hero concluded that in the society of ghosts it is useless to seek inspiration, because they only loom or play computer games. Walking across the yard to school, he decided to send a message that he would not come today and would do something more useful. He wrote to the Chat Society of Ghosts that he would not come, and Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin began to joke. But Yuan Zhensi was not at all to jokes. At that moment, the protagonist passed by a dark alley where there were several students, one of whom beat a defenseless guy. The young man in glasses asked not to beat him, but tears flowed down his cheeks because he experienced pain and incredible fear. Yuan Zhensi definitely intervened and asked if they were ashamed, because 5 against 1 was completely dishonest. Zabayaki immediately paid attention to a fearless guy, and most importantly, he asked who he was and really wants to die. One of the guys recognized Yuan Zhensi and was very surprised, and the hero asked, and does he really know him, while remaining very serious. The guy from the 5 stopped his brother Jen and said that this guy is crazy and it was better for them to get out of here as soon as possible, but he wanted to fight. The young man added that last semester 5 of them had an affair with him, as a result of which 3 ended up in the hospital, and 1 still does not go to school. After these words, Ren threw the bat and said that he was very hungry, after which the 5 began to nervously move out of the alley. Qin Xiaoshan corrected his broken glasses and, trying to recover, thanked Yuan Zhensi for salvation. The cold-blooded main character began to silently leave the alley, and the young man bowed down and thanked him again for his help. In the evening, sitting in front of the computer, the hero mentally thanked Qin Xiaoshan, who gave him inspiration to write a legend. Yuan Zhensi wrote an article about school bullying, calling it a tumor on the body of society, and tried to think through all the details exactly. He used the pendant again, thinking that bullies most often offend those who do not have the strength to respond, or those who do not have support. The protagonist realized that if he gave a weapon to those suffering from bullying, he could dig up the deeply planted seed of violence. Every day, at midnight, on a site called the Kingdom of the Dead, the names of people covered by anger appear. Yuan Zhensi remembered that there you could see a girl from the vast world who had long dark purple hair. The red-eyed girl's name is Yu Minhai, and she looks very sweet and calm, but few people know that she is a girl from the vast world. The hero watched recordings from cameras where a student was beaten, and she was asked why she dared to come to school if she was asked not to appear here. One of her classmates beat her, calling her ugly and saying that if she were in her place she would have died long ago, and the other girls laughed and filmed. A girl with yellow hair continued to mock a harmless girl, calling her ugly and disgusting. The victim of bullying flooded with tears and could not resist, and classmates continued to take pictures of it and mock. Shihei behaved vilely and extremely obscene, calling the harmless girl terrible, and laughing at the fact that she could not even stand for you. The girl, who was subjected to bullying, tried to quietly get an object from her bag that will help her protect herself. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the girl told Shihei that she was the one who forced her, but the threat sounded very funny. Shihei grabbed her head, did not press the wall, making a defenseless girl very painfully and forcing her to bury her tears in pain. It was ridiculous to everyone because she thought that she could kill them with a flower. But suddenly, everyone froze, because Gulia looked forward, as if she saw something. With the help of a flower that everyone laughed at, the girl called a creature that was like a plant. All the girls exclaimed that this was a ghost. And to terrify the frightened guy, Leah called to the rescue, but no one dared to help her. The creature continued to destroy everything around, even more frightening the girl, who was flooded with tears, sitting on the floor. Leah did not understand what was happening to her. Her eyes were completely red and radiated rage, which even more scared everyone around. She ran from side to side, destroying everything in her path, without stopping even for a second. At one point, the video was paused, and the last frame was how the angry girl got up from the floor. At that moment, she sat in the office of the director of the high school, where she was asked if she was a person in this video, and the girl confirmed that she was she. The director of the directors said that at 8 in the morning of today, the number of abnormal deaths in the city exceeded 200 people. Chi Xiaoyin added that they are the same as Shi Heiwei, because everyone was killed by the brain, but no indicators of hereditary death were found. She also said that the frightened Xiao Hui is the only suspect detained in a special department. Qingzhu asked if she had communicated with the girl from the afterlife, and Chi Xiaoyin said that Qing was the only one who could help the girl at the moment. Nervous and excited, Leah agreed to tell the information she knew, hoping that she would get help. She said that recently a message appeared on the forum that could not be deleted, and there was an information about a girl from the afterlife in it. Nobody believed in this, but Leah waited until midnight, and then crossed the parcels and everything successfully opened. The system on the site asked her how she could help, and under the question there was a search bar where she could enter the question of interest. The girl did not think long and immediately wrote the name Shi Heihui, who caused her a lot of pain and mocked her, into the search bar. Leah understood that if legends do not lie, then a person may die, but still, she reached out the buttons for sending. She recalled how they threw mud at her, and the teacher advised her to think about her behavior, because they were targeting her for a reason. At home, her mother slapped her and exclaimed that she had worked hard to get Leah accepted into this school. The girl also recalled how Shi Heihui doused her with everything she could get her hands on and maliciously mocked her, calling her ugly. Leah was fed up with this throat and decided that if a girl from the afterlife exists, then she accepts her help. All these terrible memories prompted her to press the send button, after which nothing could be changed. A few minutes later, the girl called stupidity what was hoped for the city legend, and her head suddenly began to spin. Suddenly, a girl from the afterlife appeared in front of her, who asked if she was looking for her. And Leah. Was she really? Absolutely calm girl from the afterlife, Yu Minhai replied that she continued to look into the eyes of Leah. Then she asked the frightened girl not to be afraid and added that she had come to help her, because she really needed it. Yu Minhai handed out a red flower in a surprised and excited Gua, which was supposed to help her in solving problems. Passing the flower, she said that as soon as she breaks it, they will conclude a contract with her, which will help the girl in the future. The girl from the underworld said that after the contract was concluded, the person Leah had a grudge against would be sent to hell. Leah was unsure at that moment, but still took the flower, and Yu Minhai said that with all this, her soul would also go to hell later. After these words, the girl was stunned and asked again what Minhai, who had come to the rescue, had just said. She replied that the curse of others is reflected in Xiao's karma, so her soul will no longer be able to go to heaven and will live in torment in hell. Then Yu Minhai said quietly that in any case the choice only for Leah, so she needs to consider everything. The crying girl told Chuan and Qingzhi that by the time she came to her senses, she was already in the bedroom. The wary Qingzhi saw a curse inside the crying girl and realized that this was the price for killing the offender. Then she asked if Leah talked with someone over the past 2 days and whether something was unusual. And the girl replied that there was no at all. Qingzhi began to pull off his glove, and in her thoughts said that it seems that the curse is reflected only in the people who concluded a contract. She also understood that the level of spiritual power of Chi Xiaoyin is too low, so only she could see the curse. Chi Xiaoyin silently watched what was happening and realized that Madame Qing discovered something, because they used the hand of the thief. Qingzhi took advantage of the thief's hand to remove the curse and asked Leah not to move until the process is over. Xiaoyan understood that the price is that when using this technique, the person himself is left without something, and these are organs. Suddenly, Leah screamed at the top of her voice in incredible pain, and the curse had already been practically sucked out of her. Due to the incredible scream of the glass, the room was knocked out, and the girl's loud cry came far from there. Yuan Zhenxi, passing along the street nearby, noticed a very loud female scream and stopped. The main character remained calm and immediately used the ability that allowed him to see through the wall. With the help of his ability, he heard people discuss that Leah was called to the director after the death of Shi Heiwei, who was mocking her. To prevent harm to the innocent, Yuan established a psychological obstacle. But in just a few days, many students died in the city. Despite the fact that there are more incidents with a girl from the vast world than glances through the crack, there are still not so many points. Cases of bullying are not as terrible as violence in the family, which is why there are not so many points. But the hero still should not worry about the life expectancy. Last night, Yuan Zhenzi tried to add some spiritual power, but still, it did not bring any changes. He decided to add something else, as a result of which he received 9 points of spiritual power, which was already a good result. The main character suddenly reached the limit and lost his composure, and only after that he realized that he should have been careful. Waking up today, Yuan Zhenzi noticed that his auditory visual skills improved significantly. Moreover, he became more resilient. Holding onto the pendant, he realized that if he continued to write legends, he would become truly special, which made him smirk a little. Qingzhi, meanwhile, said that the curse was very strong, but did not affect others, and that soon people from the department would come. Frightened, Gulia asked what these people from the department would do, and the woman told her that they would be watching. She added that they would indicate in the report that the girl acted for self-defense, and Gulay in tears began to thank the mistress. The woman then turned around and told Qi Xiaoyan that it was time for him to go, after which they began to leave the school grounds. But suddenly, Qingzhi stopped because she felt eyes on her, and for good reason, because at that moment, Yuan Zhenzi was watching her. A little surprised, Qi Xiaoyan asked the lady what was the matter and why she stopped so abruptly, and the woman began to look into the distance. She had a feeling that someone was watching her, and the wary Yuan Zhenzi hid around the corner and realized that she could see the curse. He couldn't believe that she could see the curse too, and Qingzhi's feelings of persecution left her, and she wondered if the observer had left. The hero suggested that they came to deal with the case of a girl from the afterlife, so they are clearly from public security. After a few seconds, he tensed even more, because he felt that Qingzhi was heading in his direction, because he wanted to deal with all this. From the nerves, the main character clenched his teeth tightly and took up the pendant, telling himself that one cannot allow her to find a notebook. He then heard the loud clatter of a shoe, which made him even more tense and made him realize that Qingzhi was one step away from him. The voice exclaimed that they found him, and Yuan Zhenzi's eyes opened widely because he experienced an incredible fright. But, as it turned out, Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin, who immediately captured the protagonist, caught him to talk to him. They said that he escaped as soon as classes ended, and therefore it was time for them to go to the club, because they had not played together for a long time. The guys did not let Yuan Zhenzi and led him to the club. And meanwhile, Xin Ji went on the back, who plunged into her own thoughts. She calmed herself down a little and came to the conclusion that she was simply imagining too much for herself, and most of it was not true. Then a woman with a serious face called on the phone and said that she was already going, because she had an important meeting. Yuan Zhenzi, his comrades came to the game room and he asked to let him go, and they replied that he must be with them. The main character said that the last few days he was very busy, and Li Zhongxin asked him to stop lying. There were many beautiful girls in the room, and the guy asked what the hero could have, except for sleep. And he replied that he wrote a story. The guys asked what genre of story he was writing, and Yuan Zhenzi replied that it was supernatural, which surprised the young men. Li Zhongxin was a bookworm, and Xia Binbin is a fan of supernatural, so they immediately asked to show a story to them. The hero replied that he had only drafts, and the guys turned away and said that he was very boring and did not trust them at all. And they with all his soul. Yuan Zhenzi scratched the back of his head and wondered in his mind whether he should still show them the story he had been writing all these days. Confident. Xia Binbin said that the last days he had a whole bunch of such ideas so he could inspire the hero. He entered the forum where a city legend was written about a girl from the afterlife, which plunged into the bewilderment of Yuan Zhenzi at that moment. The main character was not at all surprised, because they tried to inspire him with a story that belonged to him. Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin were suddenly surprised, because the server was not found, but the internet worked and the video turned on the phone. But after that, the young man in glasses said that he could not even go to the forum from the phone, so the problem is something else. Yuan Zhenzi thought if anyone could throw hellish communication and blocking, and suggested that this was the work of those two women. The main character immediately rushed towards the door and exclaimed that he needed to leave, but his friends were perplexed by his actions. The young man, without stopping, rushed along the school corridor, where at that moment a botanist was held next to a charming pink-haired girl. But suddenly, the wary Yuan Zhenzi stopped, because he witnessed yet another bullying of the defenseless Qin Xiaoshan. As it turned out, the guy was once again not knocked down by the self-confident Ren, who was the leader of that very five. The incident drew attention to Yuan Zhenzi remembered that they had already met earlier, and the main character simply kept calm. Qin Xiaoshan knelt down and, smiling, asked the main character to help him because he clearly couldn't do it alone. Yuan Zhenzi struck everyone with the answer that he did not have time and ran away, leaving the defenseless guy alone with the crowd. Zhen immediately hit the defenseless guy with his foot and asked, did he really think that Zhensu would always cover him? The insolent pressed the guy with his foot to the floor and said that if the hero is in the same mood, then perhaps it will somehow help him again. Xiaoshan gritted his teeth with anger, and his broken glasses were lying next to him, and there was also a small puddle of blood. Yuan Zhenzi meanwhile ran outside and stopped for a moment. Guessing that those women could not have gone far, he used a through vision. But thanks to him, he saw only people who talked among themselves about household issues. The protagonist understood that if the hellish communication is also turned off, then those strange women pose a serious threat to him. The young man decided that he needed to find out their identities. Otherwise, he would be tied hand and foot, which cannot be allowed. He then picked up the red pendant again and told himself that if he did not increase his lifespan, he would die. At that moment, it was as if Yuan Zhenzi was possessed by a bloodthirsty creature who was ready to do many, even vile things. At the public security building, Ms. Qingji was informed that in order to prevent further casualties, they had blocked the R forum. The woman calmly called it an excellent job and asked what about the hellish communication. And Xu Jing replied that it could not be turned off. Qingji realized that the website was protected and ordered to clean the room, which plunged her subordinate into bewilderment. Then she proudly stated that today at midnight she would try to block the website, and Qi Xian admired the mistress. People in public security did not understand why the building needed to leave, but they were told that this was an order of the head of a special department. Xu Jing reported that a series of deaths had been transferred to a special department, which she immediately began to talk about. She added that he obeys the analytical center of the department and specializes in incidents with which other departments cannot cope. After a while, Qi Xiaoyan asked if everything was really that serious, and Qingzhi asked how many days she had been training. The girl felt a little awkward, and she replied that it was 3 days. And the lady typing on the laptop replied that it turns out they had sent a newbie. Qi Xiaoyan said that she was not going to hide it, and Qingzhi said that experienced assistants in a special department seemed to have died out. Then Qing asked the girl whether she was almost from the chalk for another, a ghost and everything like that, and she enthusiastically replied that yes. The girl said that ghosts are the souls of people who died of old age or for some other reason, and they do not pose any danger. She added that, as a rule, they immediately stop them. But there are other ghosts, which had a strong resentment or anger during life. Qi Xiaoyan said that when meeting such a ghost, it should be eliminated immediately. And if the strength is not enough, you should run away as far as possible. Then the girl began to touch on the topic of others, and said that ordinary people do not notice them at all, which becomes fatal for them. The delighted Qi Xiaoyan said that she believed that Lady Qingzhi could eliminate everything, because she was very strong and insightful. The lady smiled and said that for people, others are not only something incomprehensible but also something immortal. She continued, saying that only one other can cope with another other and kill him, and an ordinary person cannot do this. Qi Xian fell into a stupor and obeyed silently, and Qingzhi said that they could only note the strange circumstances of the death of people. The woman stressed the need to keep a distance from others, but also to find a way to prevent further killings. Qingji said that the assistants are consumables here, so Qi was sent here despite the fact that she was a new father. The frightened girl froze in place, and the lady said that in the morning at school she had to check the girl for curses, but she did not have enough experience. The lady then asked Qi Xiaoyan to release spiritual power on Enter as well, and added that in the event of her death, her family would receive a multi-million-dollar pension. Until horror, the excited girl pulled her trembling finger to the keyboard to press the ominous button. Qingji straightened her glasses and said that she could refuse, after which she leave the room and leave the special department. Qi Xiaoyan did not listen to her, and still with difficulty she pressed the button, after which, surprisingly, she remained alive. The mistress was very wary because strange things began to happen around, and everything began to rise into the air. All objects in the room began to be launched into small particles. An incredible wind knocked women down. Qin Ji, thanks to her cold mind, managed to react and took advantage of the protective dome to protect herself and the subordinate. After a couple of minutes, the chaos stopped. and in front of the heroes there was a monitor, the screen of which was red. Qi Xian scratched his head in bewilderment and asked the mistress whether it was true that it was all over and one could take a breath. The red monitor screen began to blink, and hot steam emanated from the monitor itself, which was even more alarming. Qingji analyzed the situation and said that everything was not so scary, and her shocked subordinate looked at the monitor in surprise. The image on the monitor began to be ashamed, after which hellish communication opened, and the girl's face was bred as an image. The frightened Qi Xiaoyin shed a tear of fear and grabbed the mistress's hand, asking her what it was. There was still an awesome face of an unknown girl on the monitor's screen, who seemed to look into the soul. The wary Qin Ji said that hellish communication was turned off and suggested that this was some warning, so you should not worry. She then began to leave and said that Qi Xiaoyin had performed well and wished her success. But the girl did not know what to do. Qinji understood that if it was a warning of another, it means that this is an unprecedented discovery of the very moment of creating a special department. Nevertheless, the thought that it was different, managing the mind, but still the woman hoped that she was mistaken about this. The girl with pink hair spoke on the phone saying that he needed an associate to help him with the investigation of the case of a girl from the vast world. He also said that his friend must have heard that more than 200 people died because of this girl, and anyone who sees the photograph will die. Hongyan from the special department laughed and said that two strange incidents had occurred and it was better to investigate them together. Qingji agreed to this deal, but first she asked her colleague to deal with the case of the girl from the afterlife, and added that this was very serious. She ended the phone call prematurely, saying that the Department of Public Safety was here, so she was hanging up. Yuan Zhenxi sat at the computer and assumed that everything was done to prevent the spread of the legend about the girl from the underworld. All these events took place 10 minutes before the members of the special department began talking on the phone. And the hero was extremely focused. He believed that these people belonged to the organization involved in the investigation of paranormal phenomena. And he did not think that such existing. Suddenly, the protagonist was very alert, because he received a notification from the website of Hellish Communication. The notification wrote that Qi Xian from the special department of the city entered the Hellish Communication, after which there was a communication error. Yuan Zhenxi breathed out a sigh of relief, because he realized that it looked like he was saved, and he could relax a little. But then he immediately began to wonder how these two strange women were connected with the special department. The hero began to look for information about this, but there were no information about this on large forums and sites, so he had to think more. Yuan Zhenxi decided that it was not worth it to be frivolously, and if he wants to continue to live, he could not allow him to trample the other ones he created. The young man came to the conclusion that he needed to continue to improve his spiritual strength, but at last he reached the limit of his body's capabilities. He was focused on improving and didn't know what would happen this time, because there was a chance that he would no longer be able to keep everything under control. The main character continued to improve spiritual power, reminding himself that power is the only guarantor of survival. Super pantses scattered around the room. Because the process of improvement was incredibly difficult for young men, Yuan Zhenxi felt a strange feeling, as if the body was swelling, and strength fills him, which a little alarming him. Then he saw the inscription of the book that his spiritual strength had increased and calmed down, realizing that his soul was growing and everything was not unsuccessful. Soon the improvement process ended. The hero noticed that after the transformation there were no side effects. But suddenly, the main character was overcome by a strange feeling, as if someone was looking at him, which was very strange and unusual. This feeling did not scare him at all, but only forced to smile maliciously, because all this was not the first time for him. In fact, Yuan Zhenxi had previously felt someone's gaze from time to time, and now he can clearly feel where he comes from. The main character immediately went to the door and pushed it open, after which he drew attention to the box with fragile items. The cardboard box was slightly open, and rays of red light were visible from it, which beckoned to open it. Surprised and interested in Yuan Zhenxi, immediately went to the box and began to carefully look at what was inside her. The box began to rattle and sway slightly from side to side, as if there was someone very scared inside it. The main character held the box and with a smile asked the one who was inside why he was so nervous. Then the young man took the box in his hands and told the other that it was he who created it, so he shouldn't worry at all. After that, Yuan Zhenxi carefully placed the cardboard box on the floor and began to open it slowly so as not to frighten the creature. But, opening it, the main character was very wary and, then on his face, looked inside the cardboard box. Out of incredible fright, he kicked the box with all his might, thereby throwing it and its contents aside. Inside the box was a vile creature of dark pink, which had a lot of eyes, and which was said by the word mother. There seemed to be a certain energy coming from the main central eye that could be felt if he was watching someone. After some time, Yuan Zhenzi allocated a place for another, which was very sweet and neatly peeked out of the box, looking at the TV. The kid watched the cartoons, and the hero smiled at him and asked if he wanted to eat a little while he was looking at the cartoon. The other was frightened and immediately closed in the box, and the young man asked if he wanted to take a walk, because he spent so long in the box. The little monster hid and cried for his mother, and Yuan Zhenzi decided to eat his noodles, but suddenly the phone rang. While eating noodles, the main character immediately answered the phone call because he thought it was important. The voice on the phone shouted very loudly for the young man to immediately read the message, which was very urgent and important. It was said that one presenter broadcasts about the murders of Yu Minghai and wants to meet her live, which very much alerted the hero. A demonic man with Korean soup smiled intimidatingly on the air and said that he wanted a girl from a huge world to take the audience as soon as possible. He asked the audience not to worry and said that a real show would begin soon. So there was only a little tolerate. Then, the guy said that many said that after the name of the name, hell is not at all. The girl from the huge world did not appear. He also suggested that it may not exist at all. And Yuan Zhenzi, meanwhile, was sitting in front of the computer and watching the ether. A demonic person with chicken soup began to laugh hysterically, while loudly pressing the keys and saying that this is all a continuous lie. He then spread his hands to the side and exclaimed that if they wanted the girl from the underworld to appear, their heart must be filled with resentment. The broadcast was watched by many people who considered his behavior abnormal, and he himself refused to be mentally ill. A demonic person with chicken smiles amazingly and said that this is the rule of a girl from the afterlife. Yuan Zhenzi continued to observe and spoke in his thoughts that everything was not so simple, and he was interested to see if the guy would have to call her. Qingji, meanwhile, was on the street near the happiness community, watching the broadcast from her phone. According to the radio, she ordered the others to prepare to interrupt a live broadcast and arrest a demonic person with chicken soup. Hunan took a sip of soda and asked if she was thinking that this guy was telling the truth, and the lady replied that it was quite possible. Qingji said that earlier a special detachment discovered several criminals, but they did not contact a girl from the afterlife, and this was strange. She added that ordinary people do not have spiritual strength, but they cannot be underestimated, and this person could prepare well. The woman also said that people who are able to understand the rules and survive are stronger than some mentors who have spiritual power. The demonic man knew that there were unbelievers, so he invited everyone to see with their own eyes. He laughed fearfully again and pressed the enter button, saying, "So now everyone will see that the girl from the afterlife is a lie." After that, the mentally abnormal guy poked the enter button to demonstrate to the audience that all this is nonsense. The system asked what he wants to know, and people wrote that the guy was worthy of his nickname, and he himself understood that he succeeded. Beads of sweat ran down the chicken soup demon man's face and said that the audience couldn't see anything here. He asked them to wait and said that soon they would see a girl from the afterlife, after which he turned around wary. The young man began to enter something into the computer, but at the same time his condition worsened and he did not understand what was happening around him. He shouted at the top of his voice that the audience would witness a miracle, while he felt very strange and did not know how to deal with it. But unexpectedly, the broadcast was interrupted and Yuan Zhenzi understood that it remained to see the further development of this situation. He opened a glow-in-the-dark book about urban legends, carefully studying every line of information he needed. Then, the main character heard strange sounds in the next room, which he immediately noticed and decided to find out what was the matter. He asked the baby whether he was, because there was no one in the house besides him, and sounds could not just come. But as it turned out, it was not a baby at all, and someone's feet landed on the floor of his room at that moment. He was an unknown hero with a man with red eyes who, in appearance, was not aggressively tuned and calm. The cool-headed Yuan Zhenzi remained calm and turned around, seeing red-eyed people unfamiliar to him in front of him. As it turned out, it was an afterlife girl who behaved calmly, but her eyes were incredibly red. The main character remained calm as before and realized that an afterlife girl had come to him, but he had nothing to fear at all. Yu Minhai behaved very strangely and unexpectedly approached him, while making a sharp breakthrough forward. With her red and frightening eyes, she looked into the eyes of a young man who was still adamant. Still, Yuan Zhenzi was left in bewilderment, because he was absolutely convinced that this was a girl from the afterlife, but did not understand why she was here. Qin Xiaoshan, meanwhile, was locked in the utility room and asked to be let out, but no one listened to him. His mobile phone fell out of his pocket, causing it to break, which angered the young man even more. The young man immediately turned around because he heard the sound of an object falling and immediately realized that it was his phone. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted that if the girl from the underworld was real, then he wanted her to take them all. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoshan began to think seriously about the legend of the girl from the underworld and began to remember situations that offended him. He recalled how Jen beat him and asked if he had heard a popular legend about a girl from a huge world. Then a self-confident bastard asked if he really decided to write her name to her, after which he continued to beat. Qin Xiaoshan was tired of enduring all this and shouted that he hated Ren, while blows continued to be thrown on his face. Ren recalled that he had already promised to send him to the next world if he dared to write his name, and the young man shouted that he had not done this. The insolent laughed insidiously and said that he only wanted to know if the legend was true and asked if the guy was thinking that someone would help him. The system asked Qin Xiaoshan if it was true that he hated his disgusting and self-confident abuser Ren. The young man remembered all the moments and began to write that he hated Yuan Zhenzi because of whom he had recently been beaten, and then wrote down his name. The main character wondered if the urban legend he himself created could kill him, because it was right in front of him. Through it all, he remained completely cool and looked into her eyes before asking if she had come to take him with her. His gaze was very serious and stern, while Yu Minhai was very calm and harmonious at that moment. She replied that despite the fact that in hellish communication they indicated his name, she could not take him because he is outside the rules. The girl added that the contract was signed, but only he can decide the outcome and he can annul the contract and then send to the devil who entered his name. Yuan Zhenzi listened to her and said that he understood everything, after which he asked who wrote down his name, and Yu Minhai replied that it was Qin Xiaoshan. The hero turned his back to her and wondered if he knew this man, because he did not remember anything about him at all. He understood that if the contract sharply terminates, then the young man would understand that he did not get into the afterlife and will set people in a special department on him. The young man recalled the faces of people of a special department, who were happy to throw it if there was a reason. Yuan Zhensu Klosmarovno looked at the girl from the afterlife and asked her to take him an afterlife with him. He grinned insidiously and said that before that, he wants to meet with a man who wrote his name in hellish communication. Yu Minhai told the master that she understood everything, after which she began to organize the meeting for them that the hero asked for. Qin Xiaoshan lost consciousness for a while and soon woke up, being frightened, because he did not understand where he was. He began to panic because he looked around and realized that he was in a wooden boat unknown to him. With the help of oars, the boat was controlled by a girl from the underworld who was absolutely calm and looked at the horizon. Worried, Qin Xiaoshan asked if it was true that she was the same girl from the vast world and asked how he ended up here. Then, a frightened guy, he drew attention to the bloodthirsty creature to the left of him, who asked if he was the same Xiaoshan. The devil asked the worried guy why he wrote the name Yuan Zhen's, and the young man asked why he was asking him about it and said that he did not want to die. Qin Xiaoshan exclaimed that he realized that the main character wanted to avenge him for this, but no one at all began to listen to him. Suddenly, something strange began to strangle the alarmed guy, who panicked and began to call for help. Not understanding what was happening, he begged the girl from the afterlife to help him, while shedding tears, but the girl remained cold-blooded and did not help him. She presented his ear to his ear and Whisper asked to answer the question that was asked to him a minute earlier. Such a creature continued to nightmare the panicking Qin Xiaoshan, who almost lost consciousness from fear. With the help of bloody whips, the frightened young man was tied, after which he was thrown up and scared that he would say everything. He said that Yuan once helped him when he was being beaten by Zhen, but if he had not passed by the second time, he would not have been beaten and locked in the back room. A creature like the devil clicked his fingers and asked Qin Xiaoshan whether it was correct that he was offended by Yuan Zhen's. The hero in the body of the devil told the guy hanging upside down that he did not know that the girl from the afterlife was created by him, and now he must answer for everything. Qin Xiaoshan began to panic, and the devil said that instead of directing the weapon to the cause of his pain, he directed hatred to everyone in a row. Then the devil said that the bully, who harmed the guy, would also answer for everything, but he will not be able to avoid punishment. The frightened guy began to cry and beg for mercy about mercy, but the punishment was inevitable, so there was no point in begging. He still hung upside down and shouted that he realized and admitted his mistake. But the whips were circumcised and he began to fall down. Qin Xiaoshan was a few milliseconds before falling in the lava, after which he instantly said goodbye to life. Suddenly, he woke up in the real world and realized that it was a nightmare, which scared him incredibly and made him break out in a cold sweat. In the house of the demonic man was Qing Qi, who asked Hunin to use spiritual power because there was no energy from the flower. The guy himself was tied up and lying on the floor, and the girl used spiritual power as ordered to clarify things. Then she began to blow on the burned part of her hand, and Qing Ji suggested making a plan because only the recipient can pick the flower. Hongyan asked why she didn't use her hands, and the woman replied that she tried, as a result of which the hand lifted the curse from the student. The guy asked if she would also force her to participate in this, and Qing Ji replied that she was formed until the end of the flame, so she had the opportunity to leave. Hongyan had no intention of leaving at all, after which she grabbed the demon man and pulled his special department by the leg. Yuan Zhensa watched them with the help of the book, reading every expression of people of a special department. The young man analyzed everything and realized that now, based on personal observations, one thing can be said for sure. He said that there are people with abilities who have formed the so-called special department, and they solve problems associated with anomalies. The hero understood that they had already tracked everything, but fortunately, so far they could not do anything and he needs to continue to follow them. On the boat, the girl from the underworld told the master that another task was coming, and he said that he knew and she could go. In the interrogation room, there was a man who called all of them vile people, and Qing Ji asked why the man was so offended by Hong Yin. Hong Yin said that he killed the man's daughter, and the lady asked if it was because of the supernatural. The guy replied that and added that this happened when he first entered the service, after which he began to remember this moment. He began to say that while walking through the shops, he felt a faint, strange energy emanating from the man's daughter. Hong Yin said that in those days he hated anomalies, and added that as soon as he stood up, the girl did not immediately notice him. The young man assumed that this girl had died a long time ago, and something had taken over her body, so they had to kill her. And before her death, she said something. Her face was incredibly terrible and vile, and Hunin at that moment said that they found what they were looking for all this time. The constrained man shouted that he hates him for killing his daughter, and the guy either grinned and said that he still had the opportunity to take revenge. The man was very angry, and Hongyan said that he could begin hellish communication, and as soon as he enters his name, he will immediately go to the afterlife. The man who lost his daughter asked the guards why they were doing nothing, and Hunin asked everyone else to just get out of the premises. Everyone immediately went out into the corridor, and Chuan asked if they would enter, and Qing Ji replied that none of them were allowed to be there. She added that in a special department there is a death file, and if there is a photograph, name, and birthday, a person can be made to die. Qing Ji said that only the highest authorities know their real names, so no one has the right to know Hong Ying's real name. Qi Xiaoyan wanted to inquire about the shackled man, but the lady firmly asked her to finally stop being good-natured. She said the man's soul had been in limbo since his daughter's death, and he had been taken into custody after stabbing his wife. Suddenly, she strained because she heard very strange voices outside the door, which could not be missed by her ears. But everything turned out to be even more alarming when Qingji realized that she was in the afterlife and saw a red flower. Ahead, she saw the same girl from the underworld, in front of whom was the red shadow of a man who was kneeling in front of her. The absolutely calm girl looked at the man kneeling in front of her and remained silent. But suddenly, she turned her gaze to the left, and he was no longer as calm as a few seconds ago. Qingji put her palm to her face to use her ability, but her attempts were in vain. The people around were frightened because in reality she put her hand to the wall and behaved very strangely. Qi Xiaoyan asked how she feels, and the lady looked to the side and replied that everything was fine with her. But still, the young assistant was alarmed and did not even suspect that there was a girl behind her due to the afterlife. Madame Qingzhi's eyes were filled with horror, because as soon as she saw this girl, she felt very bad at that moment. She suggested that this was a warning, but still began to drive away these thoughts and hoped that she was mistaken. And all this was not so. The woman understood that if another sent such a warning, then her assumption was correct and she had consciousness. Then she turned her attention to Hong Yin lying on the floor, saying in her thoughts that he was not dead. And all this was just a warning. Her assumptions were correct, because Hong Yin was in the afterlife, while smiling confidently and not afraid of anything at all. But his confidence quickly ended, because a girl from the vast world loomed in front of him, looking into his eyes. Yuan Chenxi stood aside and understood that since the path of life cannot be verified, he can at least take a look. Then, he ordered Xiaoyi to start the performance that was planned for Hunyan, which appeared in the afterlife world. A frightening girl from the underworld loomed in front of the chained agent of the special department from whom horror emanated. She brought her sharp nail to his forehead and then began to press, causing the young man incredible pain. He clenched his teeth. Then Hongyin was weightless, and underneath him were many bony hands that were ready to catch him. Bloody whips enveloped his entire body and began to slowly squeeze, forcing him to grit his teeth from pain and suffocating feelings. The young man tried his best to remain calm, so as not to lose consciousness from fear and withstand this psychological blow. Soon he ended up at the mouth of a bloodthirsty devil who was frightening mocking him, creating even greater pressure. Hunan no longer had any way to get out, because he was completely constrained by chains at the mouth of the devil. The devil told the intruder in a terrifying tone that he was finally near him, and the guy tensed even more. After some time, he was in the boat, while being connected, and controlled the boat Xiaoi. Hunan, and then on his face began to slowly come to his senses and look around, trying to understand where he is. Nearby, he saw the dark silhouette of the devil, next to which he was a few minutes ago. The bloodthirsty creature looked at the agitated special branch agent, who could not resist him. The girl from the underworld wrapped her arms around Hongying's neck, and the devil began to suck all the courage and bravery out of him. The wooden boat in which the young man was at that moment was located a few meters from the waterfall. Xiaowai was left floating in the air, and the helpless Hongyin fell from the waterfall along with the boat, remaining shocked. Soon he fell into the water, and his eyes filled with horror, because he understood that his death was inevitable, and it would happen right here and now. His fall to the bottom was free, and he did not even make any effort to try to swim out. Soon the guy woke up in the real world, where Qingzhi immediately asked if he had come and whether he found something in the afterlife. Hongyan replied that there was a boat floating in the river leading to hell, and all the time he felt how darkness enveloped him, and it was as if he had become just a soul without a shell. He added that it was very scary, and said that the girl from beyond the grave had consciousness and did not suspect that she was watching him. At that moment, she seemed to press his head with her fingers again, and the bewildered Hunan did not believe that it was possible. Qingji and Qixiaoan watched the behavior of a young man who could not help at that moment. Hunan said that there was another thing that he could not see, and he did not know that it was. But this was definitely something strange. The young man's eyes filled with horror, and he asked his comrades what they need to do now. He said that a girl from the afterlife has consciousness and can make decisions, but kills people only according to the rules. Qingji said that she needed to immediately inform her superiors about everything, because there was a serious threat to all of them. Wen Zhenxi told Xiaowai that she warned them, but asked them not to let them figure out the rules, and if she killed the guy, they would be in trouble. He read the agent's dialogues and wondered if this organization of people with abilities, and there were so many such people. The hero said to the thought that if it were not for the loopholes in the rules, then Hunan could not have been able to escape, so he should not be arrogant. He decided that he should become stronger to make the rules of the commission, otherwise he would not succeed. The main character told Xiaowai what I did and asked if he could escape if he didn't intervene, and the girl replied that Hongyan couldn't. Yuan did not understand why, because the guy did not die, and the girl replied that she had fulfilled the terms of the contract and, according to the rules, Hongyan was dead. The young man realized that even if the guy knows that his soul is in the afterlife, nothing can be changed, and suggested that he split or replaced his soul. Xiaowei pulled his sleeve because she wanted to say something and asked what God means, which surprised the main character at that moment. Meanwhile, a man in black shoes and with a folder of documents was walking along the corridor of the third floor underground of the special department. He soon stopped at one of the doors, after which he reached for the doorknob to enter the secret room. On the table, the man saw a white object that looked like a speaker and was attached to a long red rope. Remaining calm, he immediately went to the table to carefully examine the object and understand what was what. The man offered the object to his ear and asked the voice of the world to tell him who this girl from the underworld was. In response, he heard that the power of God would increase, that it sounded very strange and incomprehensible because he expected to hear completely different. After this, the mysterious man asked the voice of the world to say how much of this there was in their world. To this question, he received the answer that there was very little like this in their world, which was a little surprised by the man. The head of the special department, Kang Ping, made some conclusions and radioed that this needed to be dealt with. On the wall ahead, he saw a warning poster, which depicted a girl from the underworld who posed a great danger. The 12th Special Branch Squad heard the order, after which it was decided that it was time to take a vote. Nervous, Tanya said that they could no longer rely on the gods in solving their problems, and if everything happens, there will be nowhere worse. Mr. Sion remained calm and said that even if he talks to a girl from the afterlife, she is unlikely to agree to stop the murder. Keeping a cold mind, he said that a girl from the afterlife only follows her rules, so the conversations are meaningless. The man said that the first rule was that only people with a strong grudge could contact her. The second rule was that it appears at a certain time at night, and the contract will be concluded after a person breaks the flower she donated. It was clear that she herself mastered the rules because she possesses consciousness, and the confident Tanya exclaimed that he would contact her. All the members of the analytical group present in the hall looked at him, while maintaining silence and a cold mind. Tanya was very nervous and impulsive at that moment, which is why he gripped his teeth tightly. At the same time, then he nevertheless realized his mistake and asked those present for forgiveness, saying that he had gone too far. Mr. Xiang said that he has always admired him and they need people like him. But Tianya should not forget that their lives are one. He went to a tempering young man and said that they should not break, so that they should not create stupid things. The man said that even if God cannot destroy the girl from the afterlife, then he will think about the proposal of Tanya. The hot-tempered young man said in his thoughts that this plan cannot fail, since any evil spirits will go before God. He was sure that everyone would die without exception, because God is the most inexplicable oddity. Yuan Zhensi and his two friends were shocked because in the high school hallway, frantic students were running around the hallway. The crowd did not resolve and the main character took a few steps to them, after which everyone paid attention to him. Many people rushed after the hero and begged him to take them with him to the afterlife, and the young man and his friends began to run away from there. 5 minutes later, they managed to tear themselves away, and Jia Binbin and Li Zhongxin were breathing heavily after running, and the hero said that they should run more often. The guys did not understand what to do because the forum was closed and all immediately believed the existence of a girl from the afterlife and ran to their club. Suddenly, a shy beauty, Xin Hui, approached them and asked if she could join their ghost society. Surprised, Li Zhongqing remembered that she had previously submitted an application, and Xia Binbin immediately began to carefully get acquainted with her. The girl asked if they could accommodate her if she was interested in urban legends, but did not fill out the registration form again. She was immediately accepted and Xia Binbin began to obsessively ask to exchange contact details, and the girls were very embarrassed. While they exchanged contacts, Yuan Zhensu felt something strange and wondered what was the matter. The main character immediately approached Xin Hui and asked if she had many friends because he felt something suspicious. The girl replied that only a group chat and said that a new game had recently appeared that could interest them. She began to explain that a chat was created randomly where everyone could share a story, and the game helped to have fun and calm down. Then the charming Xin Hui was about to announce the name of the game, and Yuan Zhensi was completely lost in thought. Soon he was at home and thought that his abilities belonged to the second level of spiritual power, so he sensed the supernatural. The main character was thinking about Xin Hui, but in the book he suddenly read that it was better to stay away from the object if suspicion was felt. He wondered what this warning meant, and suddenly he received a notification on his mobile phone. Xin Hui wrote to the chat and invited everyone to play tomorrow, and the hero realized that he would have to join this game. His little eyes hugged him, calling him mom, and Yuan Zhensi asked the little monster to wait a little. But the little eye did not wait, and lovingly pounced on its owner, making him laugh from a little tickling. The little monster wanted affection and was very playful, after which he began to cover his beloved owner's eyes with his paws. Then he climbed onto the table and asked the owner to pay attention to him, after which he successfully climbed onto the table. Yuan Zhensi did not understand what he needed to pay attention to, and the little eyes spread across the table like dough. After a few seconds, the transformation ended and the small monster decreased in size, and the excess part of his body disappeared. The joyful main character began tossing his eyes and saying that he had evolved, and the little monster called him mom. Xin Hui, meanwhile, wrote that they would discuss the game at school, but at the same time there was an air of suspicion from her even in the correspondence. Soon the players gathered in the building of an abandoned factory outside the city, where Xia Binbin shouted joyfully, which was very fun here. Yuan Zhensu asked what kind of place it was and how many years to this ancient look of the building, which was suspicious. Xia Binbin asked to take this as the first joint outing, and Li Zhongxing said that there will be a beauty here, or even two, and this is the main thing. Soon, Xin Hui arrived with a young man named Qi Haizheng, who said hello and hoped that he would be received normally. The frustrated whether Junzin and Xia Binbin asked if it was her friend, And the girl and the guy awkwardly replied that they were good friends. Yuan Zhenzi asked why create a game in which participants throw out their negative emotions, because this was not clear to him. Xin Hui said, "In the game, your turn is the gameplay in the highest category and it is convenient for everyone," and the guys praised the game method. Yuan Zhensu asked friends to be careful and not to get carried away, and Xia Binbin understood that they needed to get such a beauty. The girl awkwardly said that if they don't want to, they don't have to play, and Qi Haizheng said that the game is relatively new and he wants to play with it. Yuan Zhensu understood that there was nothing to be done, because Xin Hui fascinated these idiots if he did not take part. Then they would have a hard time. He visualized this unpleasant situation in his head, and understood that if he did not take part, they could be hanged. The main character asked his inspired Xin Hui to introduce the guys to the rules, and she kindly agreed to do so. He then went deep into his thoughts and wondered if he was doing the right thing in this situation, and it was all very ambiguous. The young man sat down on the floor and wondered what the rules are in the game, your turn, and why there are different levels of gameplay. At the lowest level, stories need to be told, and at the highest level, at least 4 people take part, and the game is played offline. To play the 4 of it is to stand in a cramped room face to face, and a person on the ground floor begins to move towards a neighbor. The teeth of Bin Bin, meanwhile, trembled with fear, like himself, because he was in a very dark room, but only on the ground floor. Ahead, he saw the same frightened Li Zhongxin, who froze with fear and asked who was behind him. The guy almost fainted from fear when Xi Bingbin touched his shoulder, and he thought it was a ghost. But when he realized that this was not a ghost but his close friend, a smile appeared on his face and peace reigned inside. Xia Bingbin began to tell a story about how one day the elder brother fell into the river and died. And then this happened to the second brother. He said that it happened because he had insomnia, and then he accidentally killed his brothers. Then the guy laughed and said that no punishment was received, and Li Zhongxin was frightened. He pretended that he was also funny. Xia Binbin patted him on the shoulder and said that he finished, and added that now his turn, pointing his finger towards the room too. Yuan Zhensa sat on one of the floors and wondered why there was no one, and suggested that he had thought of himself too much. Then he heard the stomp and saw Xin Hui, after which he immediately asked if she had a charge. Because he had a phone, Xin Hui pulled a telephone out of her pocket and smiling said that she was 4 number, and the hero looked at her with a serious look. She began to tell that one night 4 guys walked with a girl and there was heavy rain, after which they accelerated their pace. But the girl was in no hurry. They got to the destination and got wet to the thread, but the girl was not wet and blue. Hui asked the hero if he knew why. Wen Zhenxi said that this happened because the girl died and was lying in a coffin, and the rest of her friends were carrying the coffin. Xin Hui clapped and said that everything was right and asked him to go back to the first floor to tell his story to number 1. Then she said that his turn came. The main character said that he came up with a story that was no worse. He asked if she wanted to go to the first floor together, and the girl replied that she should return to the 4th floor because the rules cannot be broken. Xin Hui also asked if he wanted to take her phone because his phone was dead, but the hero replied that he didn't and asked her to walk carefully. Yuan Zhen's continued to gently descend to the 1st floor, but suddenly he heard strange rustles and wondered who was there. Soon he went outside where the rest of the players were, and the joyful Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin waved and called him to his place. The hero looked sternly at Xin Hui and asked if she should not return to the 4th floor, as she said earlier. The excited girl began to say that she was too scary after Heizhan went down from the 3rd floor. They came to the hero. Everyone was very alarmed, and Yuan Zhen's, after listening to her, said that he had not climbed the 5th floor at all. Everyone became even worse for everyone, but the main character smiled and said that it was a joke, and Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin began to be angry with him. Yuan Zhenxi took a sharp step towards the shy Xin Hui and said that if she was afraid, then they could be together today. The girl blushed with awkwardness and asked what he had in mind, and Heizhan, standing nearby, began to get angry and grip his teeth. The protagonist looked at them and grinned insidiously. While I was thinking something in my head and about to say something, he asked everyone to keep in mind that the Ghost Society can overcome all obstacles together, so they need to do everything together. Then the young man added that in the end, in all legends with the heroes, there were oddities after they were separated. Xin Hui began to deny and said that she was feeling not very better to return home to go to bed. Her cheeks blushed a little, and with a spark of love, she asked Heizhan if he was taking her home, and the guy was a little confused with surprise. Yuan Shenxi was very serious and began to leave silently, and two of his friends immediately ran after him, saying goodbye to the others. Along the way, he wondered what it was and who the person was then, if Xinhui didn't tell him anything. This thought did not leave the protagonist, and he exclaimed that he had to return and see, and his friends did not understand what was happening to him. The hero rushed to flee, and Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin fled after him, asking why they didn't offer to go to the internet cafe here. Yuan Zhenxi needed to find out who Xinhui and Qi Haizheng were, and his friends tried in vain to stop him because it was very dangerous. Qingji from the special department said that the person who spread the legend of the look through the slit had been found and showed the photo he took. She tossed the picture to Hong Yin, who asked if the girl from the underworld had determined her methods, and the woman replied that she had not yet. The lady added that the analytical center will soon be ready to give results, and we need to prepare, because they use this method in extreme cases. Qingji said that while they are trying to block the news of the girl from the afterlife, they can publish ridiculous news to distract everyone. She added that if someone logs into the system, then the offense of this person is unlikely to be at the highest level, and the girl from the afterlife will become a story. Hong Yin said that gossipers will publish a ton of material as long as they themselves are not affected by the consequences. Qingji said that the higher organs would do this, after which she said that they still need to catch a person who distributed photographs. Soon they were outside the city at the house of a suspect named Tianzi, asking if he had taken the photos. The tied-up man was swinging on a chair and was very scared, and Hong Yin apologized and said that he shouldn't have screamed and run away from them. The unemployed Tianji, in tears, said that he photographed but took only 2 pictures, and the rest are not his work. Hunan pulled out his hair and said that he would pull 1 hair until he answers, and the frightened man said that he would tell everything. He began to say that the things on the table were taken from Xiaomei's house, and when she had him, they had a very good talk. Then Tianji wanted to go to the toilet and found that something was moving along the wall of her room, and it was something strange. The guy decided to open up and fell to the floor with fright, trying to understand what the hell was, thereby waking up Xiaomei. As it turned out, he saw a creature that he called a disabled child, and which was really very vile and terrible. 2 hours before, Yuan Zhenxi took advantage of his pendant, thereby urging Xiaowei to leave immediately. But the girl from the afterlife did not answer the calls of the master, which a little alerted him at that moment because the reason was unclear. The main character began to carefully look at the book about city legends, trying to understand what was the matter. Then he began to look around and drew attention to the bloody traces of someone's legs on the floor right next to him. All this began to stress the main character, because he had no idea where these bloody traces around him came from. Although Yuan Zhenxi was excited, he tried his best to remain calm, looking forward carefully. Suddenly, he heard a voice who said that he wanted to die, and the young man's pupils decreased at that moment because he tensed. He began to worry every second, because an unknown dark creature was approaching him and talking about his desire for death. Yuan Zhenxi gritted his teeth tightly and grabbed his head, after which he wondered what kind of sound it was and fell to his knees. The sound only intensified and memories of friends and acquaintances surged over him, and he screamed in full voice in pain. The exhausted protagonist wondered how he ended up in this place and what he should do next. 2 of his friends, meanwhile, were outside and was surprised to wonder what a strange place was. Extremely surprised, Li Zhongxing asked why they came here, because he was very confused and did not understand. Members of the special department, meanwhile, knocked on the door of the suspect, who opened the door with displeasure and asked who needed to come here. King Ji asked the beauty if it was true that her real name was He Shuimei, and Hong Yin was holding the sweating Tianji. The girl asked why the officers came here and said that nothing was used, and the lady said that they were here to see her son. He Shuimei gigged and asked where to get this son from, and Tianji stood next to her and continued to worry very much. Qinji showed her pictures of a vile child and asked whether the girl was familiar to the girl from these photographs, which is important for the investigation. After the photographs seen, He Shuimei strained greatly and changed in the face, which was immediately noticed by Hunan. The girl was shocked and froze in place, telling the agent that this child died 2.5 months ago. Qingji asked. She loved him. And Shuimei, with tears in her eyes, asked how she could kill her child and said that he was dead when she returned home. The lady asked where the body was, and soon they left the city, where after a while the body was dug up, which was badly damaged. Hunan asked her colleague how she thinks if the boy's mother regrets his deed, and she replied that she did not think like that. Qingji asked if he paid attention to the details of the photograph and said, "So this child did not die because of his mother's inaccurate appeal." The cold-blooded mistress added that she had just shown a photograph of the eye apple of his mother's eyeball. She added that it would not be easy for He Shuimei to live on. And the girl herself hit the glass while in the car because she was in great pain in her soul. The girl screamed at the top of her voice that many eyes were watching her, and the police turned their attention to her, not understanding what she was talking about. Qingji suggested that He Shuimei would begin to refer to her mental illness and asked the police not to trust her. Hong Yin said that the child had been abused by the family for a long time, and he wanted the photos to be distributed, and she said that the photos should be disposed of. Yuan Zhenxi, meanwhile, was in the danger zone and moved up the floors while being careful. It was as if he had turned into a zombie, and as he climbed the floors he said that he wanted to die, and this was repeated over and over again. At one point, he took off the red pendant from his neck, which lit up at that moment, and the pupils of the protagonist expanded. Yuan Zhenxi felt incredibly strange and did not understand what had come over him and how to deal with it. The feeling was very strange, and he clenched his reddened fist tightly, swinging it, and then decided that he needed to leave immediately. The hero came to his senses and excitedly began to call Xiaoyan Glavasti, wondering what happened and how he ended up here. He immediately rushed down the stairs and his mobile phone suddenly rang. Suddenly, the young man stopped and realized that he could not move, and wondered why this strangeness was so strong. The hero tried to continue moving down the stairs, although his speed had decreased significantly, and he left bloody trails behind him. The strange feeling only intensified, and Yuan Zhenxi felt as if someone was watching him and was somewhere nearby. Thus, the main character continued to go down the stairs. "While I am very nervous and leaving bloody traces," an unknown, frightening voice asked Zhenxi's classmate where he gathered and really wants to leave the 5th floor. The young man became even more nervous and clenched his teeth, after which he asked who it was. And the voice asked how he could forget him and said that he was on the 4th floor. Alarmed and nervous, he immediately remembered Xin Hui and asked if this territory was hers. Then he realized that she was also on the 4th floor. Little female legs began to be seen from the darkness, and the main female voice asked the protagonist what he was talking about. The girl with purple hair said that she did not understand anything because she had not heard about any 4th floor. The terrible monster with red eyes suggested Yuan Zhenxi to finally meet, and the young man froze in place from excitement. His eyes were filled with horror and drops of sweat still flowed down his face, while he did not understand who was talking to him. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist saw many coffins, in one of which Qizhen was lying. At the other 2 coffins, the young man saw Xia Binbing and Li Zhongxing, who were also not residents, and a voice said that he was waiting for him. Suddenly, the non-tenants opened their eyes wide, in which there was nothing human but only emptiness. After a few seconds, all 3 dead people began to slowly rise from the coffins, which made Yuan Zhenxi even more alarmed. The revived dead people turned their heads on him, while not turning his body, and began to look frighteningly. The main character turned to his friends and asked why they were here. But they did not come to their senses, and he realized that apparently they were no longer there. Suddenly, everything turned upside down in his head, and any meaning disappeared from his eyes, and he himself was very surprised, and everything turned out to be strange to him. The young man wondered how he knew the names of these dead men and whether he really knew them, but he could not remember that he had ever communicated with them. Yuan Zhenxi also wondered if he had not always been alone and where these people whose names were familiar to him came from. The living dead surrounded the main character and began to say that he was their friend and was not alone at all, calling him the 5th. They said that his turn came, and the young man's consciousness was blurred every second and he lost his composure. At one moment his head was lowered down and everything around him became red, and the strange feeling intensified. The red protective pendant was removed from Yuan Zhenxi's neck, and he held it in his hands with his fingertips. The main character finally lost control of himself, and the red pendant was destroyed, which was very unexpected. After the destruction of the red crystal, the young man found himself in a coffin and was not a resident, and the coffin gradually closed. The rest of the dead were also in wooden coffins, and the coffin of Yuan Zhenxi almost completely closed. After a few seconds, he slammed, and looked the same as dozens of other wooden coffins around. Xin Hui, meanwhile, was outside the dangerous zone and was waiting for the protagonist, who was still not visible on the horizon. She took a coin out of her pocket and decided to toss it to decide what to do next. The coin was thrown, and Yuan Zhenxi, being excited, opened his eyes very sharply and did not understand where he was. As it turned out, The main thing was that the hero was in his own house and began to panic because he could not come to his senses. Panic gave way to nausea, and he immediately ran to the bathroom to relieve himself. But then he couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yuan Gensi said that he was not dead and everything was fine. But then his mind was filled with panic again. He said that nevertheless, he died because he still remembered his face in the wooden coffin, where he was no longer a resident. The hero was killed by a strangeness but then resurrected, and in order to investigate the strangeness, he went alone to an abandoned building. The young man felt that there were no important details in his memoirs, and although the eyes are strange, he could not protect him. Yuan Shens decided to see if there were notes in the notebook and took advantage of the pendant, after which the book was open. Earlier, his life expectancy was 100 days, but today there should be 96, but he has one less. The next day, he came to the Ghost Society for the game room and realized that he was not alone here, but there are no traces of other participants at school. The main character became wary and wondered why he could not remember the identities of the people who were with him before. The serious Yuan Gensa heard a rustle, and after that a cute girl came in who introduced herself as a Xian Yubei and wanted to join the club. The hero said that there was no point in joining here, because the club would soon be dissolved. But the girl promised that she would obey him. She burst into tears and said that after they went to an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, all the other club members disappeared. Yuan Gensi was shocked when he read her diary and realized that Chen Yubai was spying on him and the rest of the club members. He then flipped the page of the diary and saw that the photo was of him with the rest of the club members. The hero remembered his friends on the club Li Zhongxin and Xia Binbin, as well as Xin Hui, for which the oddities affected, and her boyfriend Qi Hejian. The shy Chen Yubai was very ashamed and asked not to read her diary, after which she grabbed him from the hands of the young man. The girl said that she had no evil intentions. She just wanted to join the Ghost Society and asked to trust her. Yuan Gensi asked her to fill out a form and said that she needed to recruit more members for their club. And the joyful girl thanked him. Then, she respected with respect in front of the main character and called him the head, and he simply looked at her invoically. Qian Yuibei waved a young man and said that she would go and look for people who would like to join the Ghost Society Club. Yuan Gensi realized that her first-rank spiritual power was still in the awakening stage and wondered what her goal was, but realized that it didn't matter now. He pulled the crystal on his neck to open the notebook and reminded himself that the game with the name your turn should pay for everything. Qian Yuibai understood that when joining the club, she ensured her safety, because the Society of Ghosts was the safest place. She also remembered that the head of the Ghost Society Club is called Yuan Gens, and he is a guarantee of her security. This world is very dangerous, so girls need to follow the main character, and ideally even become his girlfriend. The girl understood that she needed to closely monitor the young man, and if he met her criteria, he would become her husband in the future. Yuan Gensi wondered why the day passed without the points being added, and he was also worried about whether something had happened to Peeper and Zhawai. The hero had the opportunity to become immortal, but in this strange world, immortality is not that important. So he pumped up his spiritual power. The main character decided that he needed to become stronger and completely concentrated on improving his spiritual strength. The transition was successful and the spiritual power of Yuan Gensa switched to the third rank. And now he has a new skill to attract objects. The radius of action was about 10 meters, after which the main character decided to try his new skill. Without much effort, he managed to pull towards him a packet of potato chips that was lying on the table a few meters away from him. Compared to the enhancements of the 5 senses in the second rank, the youth now has many more advantages, but there are some limitations. Yuan Gensi wondered if he should write another urban legend that could resurrect non-tenants, but he didn't have enough legend points. The hero noted that Li Zhongxin, Hayden, and Xia Binbin never played the mobile version of the game, Your Turn, and only Xin Hui did it. According to his memories, in descending order there should have been Xin Hui, Hai Zheng, the hero himself, and then 2 of his friends, but the order changed. He excluded the first reason, because the indicated numbers at the beginning of the game did not matter, and suggested that the whole thing is in the order of numbers of the game itself. The hero remembered that the game ends as soon as everyone tells stories, but did not understand why Xin Hui needed to lead them into an abandoned building. Yuan Gensu never heard the story of this task and realized that it specifically ordered Xin Hui to lure him to his territory. Soon he returned home, where a joyful Icewest attacked him, and the young man still had a lot of doubts about the game. Your Turn The young man understood that to continue the investigation, he needed to take part again. And he also had immortality, unlike other players. The main character made the decision that if these people decided to say goodbye to their lives, then he should not interfere with this. He drew attention to the big eye, who at that moment was playing on the phone and hitting the phone screen with his paws. Yuan Zhenzi leaned his body back and looked at the cute animal, who was a little angry because of the failure in the game. With a smile, the hero then asked Xiaowai if she was here, and the girl appeared and asked the master what instructions he had for her. The main character took her hand near the forearm, which shocked the girl a little because she didn't understand what he wanted. After some time, they were outside Jiang City, and Yuan Zhenzi became wary because he did not see what he wanted to see. He became wary because he discovered that the ominous building had disappeared, which he could not believe because it could not just disappear. The hero suggested that the game is your turn from the very beginning changed his memories, and there was never any building. The main character then said that if all these guesses are true, then the enemy's force is too powerful. Xiaowai sniffed and told the gentleman in a calm tone that there was something here because there was a smell. After that, the girl gently took his hand and offered to return, and Yuan Zhenzi agreed with her and thought about what to do. After some time, they returned to his house and, sitting in a dark room, began to think about what to do next. The hero said that now they will play the game of your turn, and recalled that there are usually 3 players in the standard version of the game. Yuan Zhenzi asked Xiaowai to create a game and invite him and Eyeball, and added that Eyeball would be number 2 and he would be number 3. Then the main character said that he himself could not see anything, and therefore they needed to watch everything more closely. Time passed and they still sat in one place, waiting for the very moment, but still did not instill even after a day. The young man asked if Xiaowai had encountered problems, because her glasses had not been increasing lately, and she replied that no one had picked the flowers yet. The hero asked if not a single flower had been picked at all, and the girl said that she somehow felt uneasy and might disappear. The cool-headed Yuan Zhenzi looked into the eyes of the girl who made such a drastic statement, and Eyeball was very surprised. After some time, the front door blushed a bit, which immediately drew the attention of the hero. A wary atmosphere reigned in the room, and everyone was anxiously awaiting the moment that had finally arrived. The door gradually opened, and the harsh Yuan Zhenzi said that it was here, trying to maintain maximum calm. The red light gradually filled the room, and someone's bony and slightly transparent hands were stuck into the door jamb. An unknown creature with a red eye told the first number that it was his turn, which already said a lot. Yuan Zhenzi turned to Xiaowai because she was number 1, and the girl was acting very strange at that moment. Then the girl rose from the chair and, being turned by the back of the protagonist, suddenly froze in one place. Her eyes were completely red and wide open, and 2 small red dots appeared under her lower eyelids. The main character was a little surprised, and the realization came to him that there were 2 oddities in this room at the moment. The approaching creature's eye reflected panic and horror, followed by a very loud scream that raised the hair on end. Yuan Zhenzi still sat on an armchair and did not intervene, and Xiaowai stood in a place near an unknown creature. Her hair stood on end in the wind, and she turned to the master standing behind her, who tried to maintain composure. The girl raised her hands and told the master that she was stronger than this creature, but all because of the damned rules. A soul bell appeared in front of her, and Xiaowai said that she could not cope with this creature, but if the hero said its name, then she would get rid of it. She added that if not, then between them the abyss is a high probability of danger, and the hero realized that it is much stronger than your turn. Yuan Zhenzi wondered what your turn would do, and the creature said that it was number 2's turn. The confident little eye looked at the gentleman, and the main character understood that in any case he would be able to get a draw. The little monster immediately rushed to attack, and Yuan Zhenzi understood that he himself would simply be resurrected. Meanwhile, the eyes grabbed the thin paw of the monster, after which he pulled it over himself, causing him incredibly severe pain. The creature managed to land a blow on the small monster, who immediately covered his eye to prevent the blow from being thrown at him. After the blow, he launched a tear, which he immediately wiped and prepared for another attack, so as not to seem weak in the eyes of the enemy. The eyes took advantage of his ability and reincarnated, while creating a lot of eyes and frightened the creature. He had dozens of hands with which he grabbed the long legs of the monster and began to pull them over himself, causing even greater damage. Strangeness had no way to resist and almost went crazy from the incredible pain that the seemingly harmless little eye caused her. Each small arm of the little eye pulled on itself the long paws of Oddity, whose eye turned redder and redder. He skillfully dealt with the enemy, as a result of which he swallowed his eye, while the main character and Xiaowai looked on the sidelines. Surprised, Yuan Zhenzi said in his thoughts that Little Eye had surpassed all his expectations by showing himself in such a fighting manner. He was worried about him, but it seems that he is clearly not in danger, and it seems that the young man greatly underestimated the little pet. Yuan Zhenzi understood that the oddity was erasing the memories of other people about the players, which is why she managed to take so many lives. He then noticed that someone was knocking very loudly on the door and asking if anyone was in the room. The hero heard this and wondered who needed to come here at 2 in the morning and became wary, because this was clearly not just the case. He headed towards the door and in a rather loud tone asked who was knocking on his door and suggested that your turn had more cards up his sleeve. But through the peephole, the hero saw a man who said that he had recently moved and added that he wanted to visit him during the day. But it didn't work out. Yuan Zhenzi opened the door and said that everything was in order, and nothing so terrible that he came at such a later time. The neighbor was a little embarrassed and scratching the back of his head. He wanted to add something while trying to formulate a sentence. Then he handed the bag with his family-branded dish, and the hero understood that he would not arise problems with him and decided to accept the gift. He thanked the man for the gift and said that he was better off to relax, and the neighbor asked for forgiveness for anxiety and began to leave. The main character threw a bag of food on the table and said that he wanted to sleep. Then it was already very late indeed. The young man asked the eyes and Xiaowei whether they want to eat the contents, but they answered not, and he asked to leave the bag aside. Qingji reported to the boss what was being closed about the dead child, and said that he could ask questions to a special department, if any. Sheriff Xia Cheng stopped the departing lady and said that he would like to ask her special department something. The woman immediately stopped and asked what he wanted to ask, while the man tried to formulate a question. With a small tremor in his hands, he asked if he knew whether he had children, which sounded very strange and unexpectedly. The perplexed Qingji asked Sheriff Xiacheng what kind of question this was, and whether this was some kind of joke on his part. The sheriff was very worried and asked for forgiveness, and then said that every day he was haunted by some strange sensations. He said that he and his wife did not have children, but he did not understand where you got a room for a teenager in the house, because they had not planned it at all. At first, the sheriff thought they had prepared a room for their future children, but he had a feeling someone was living there. The room itself contained snacks, magazines, a computer, and clothes, which fully fit the criteria of a 17-year-old boy's room. After clarifying the numbers, Qingji immediately began to analyze the situation and realized that this was the age of the student. Yenshens, meanwhile, walked along the street and walked past an apartment building, and sunny weather was on the street. He received a notification and immediately took out his phone, after which he saw a message from Chen Yubai, to whom she wrote that it was quite dangerous there. The hero analyzed the situation and realized that there was no information in the diary, that it was dangerous here, but it would take a lot of time for a full inspection. The young man continued to walk forward, but Qi Xiaoyan stood in his way, who asked the main character if it was true that his name was Yuan Zhenzi. She introduced herself for her other colleagues, saying that they were all from the public security department. The hero was not at all ready to meet with them, asked what was the matter, and Hunan asked him if he was familiar with the Binbin. Then he approached the main character and said that this guy is a former member of the ghost community, in which the young man consists. Yuan Zhenzi confirmed that he knew Xia Binjin, and Qingji asked him to tell them where this young man and other people disappeared. The main character suggested discussing everything at home, because it was not very convenient on the street, and the members of the department looked at him in bewilderment. They understood that he was up to something, and Qingji said that it was okay, and this place was perfect for discussion. The cold-blooded Yuan Zhenzi still continued to defend his point of view, and offered to go to the house so that there was no inconvenience. He also decided to ask if they could issue him an official document confirming his absenteeism. His impudent behavior angered Hong Ying, who wanted to rush into a fight, and Qingji asked her colleague to shut her mouth. She realized that the hero quickly pulled himself together, but he must also understand that they would only be discussed with a special person. In her thoughts, Qingji admitted that although he is just a student, he can boast of intelligence, and his spiritual strength is high. After some time, they took the elevator to the desired floor, and Yuan Zhenzi, who had reached the 3rd level, said that his apartment was upstairs. Pouring tea in a mug, he said that he would tell everything that he knows, but first they would need to answer a few questions. Then, the young man sharply placed the cup on the table and asked whether they were not from the department. But Hunan and Qi Xian were very surprised. The main character grinned and asked if it was right that they were actually from the special department, but were hiding behind the department. Chi Xiaoyin and Hong'an were still very surprised, and Qingji remained calm, and the hero realized that he had guessed everything correctly. He began to smile and said that there are so many strange things in the world, and such an organization is simply necessary. And Hongyan began to get angry again. The guy tried to attack the hero and broke the glass. And Yuan Zhenzi said that the glass cost 1,000 yuan and asked for the money back. Qingji admitted that he was not bad, both they and the special department, and then added that it did not matter at all how much he knew about them. She said that they will not be able to eliminate, and the only thing is to restrain it. But even if there is great potential, it is not worth it frivolously. The lady asked if the hero saw the eyeball, and he replied that he had played the game, understood the rules, and then managed to survive. Qingji giggled slightly, because the main character wanted to know what kind of eyeball, and said that at first she should answer his questions. The woman considered Yuan Zhenya a powerful person, but he did not encounter a sufficient number of oddities, so the experience is small. Then she sat on a chair and in a calm tone asked the protagonist what he wants to know, because for him this is so important. The hero said that he wanted to know what will happen when he reaches the limit of the 3rd rank, and Qingji replied that new abilities should not be expected. The young man understood that the more powerful the spiritual power, the more the scope of spiritual pressure, and asked if he could fight with oddities in the future. Qingji said yes, but here we are talking about their lives, after which she had a question that was very interested in her. She said that she wanted to know how Yuan Zhenzi managed to survive, because this whole situation was very difficult, and he clearly survived for a reason. The guy replied that he died twice in the game before finding a way to survive, and said that this was exactly his ability. Then he smiled slightly maliciously and asked the lady if they could continue the questions, since he had already answered her question. The members of the special department realized that the guy had immortality, and this was worthy of admiration, and Qi Xiaoyin realized that Hongying had the same ability. Qingji said that they needed oddities in order to cope with them, but they have to pay their own soul for their help. She added that the more spiritual power, the higher the quality of the soul, and that is why you need to improve your spiritual powers. Then the woman sat down next to the main character, and Yuan Zhenzi took a sip of the hot drink and looked at her in disbelief. The lady asked the protagonist if he still has any questions, and in response to this he said nothing and sipped tea. He realized that the limitations in the abilities of Peeper and Xiaowai were connected with this, and although they did not plan to take away his abilities, he was worried about Xiaowai. Yuan Zhenzi asked if the country's population should not increase since they cannot destroy them, because one day people will be killed by oddities. The confident Hunan exclaimed that the special department would never allow this, and asked if he really thinks that they have no oddities to fight others. The hero said that he received answers to all his questions, and said that now he would finally share his information. He put a white sheet of paper on the table and said that this game is called Your Turn, and the members of the special department carefully listened to him. Suddenly, the process of explanation was prevented by a loud knock on the door, which immediately attracted the attention of those present. Opening the front door, Yuan Zhenzi saw a smiling neighbor whose next visit was completely unclear to him. The man asked if he had scissors, and the hero wondered what the problem was for him to go to the convenience store, which is located below. But after a few seconds, realization began to dawn on him, and he broke out in a sweat, because he assumed that this neighbor was a difficult person. The main character remembered Chen Yubai's message and suggested that the neighbor might be the oddity that came to him. The young man tried to pretend that nothing happened and said that he needed a minute, and the neighbor once again asked him for forgiveness. Yuan Zhenzi went for scissors, and a neighbor who was sitting in the living room, Xinji, drew attention to the neighbor. The hero continued to reflect on all this situation and realized that people from the special department did not suspect anything. He came to the conclusion that even if they didn't suspect anything, then perhaps it was all just his imagination and there was nothing to worry about. The main character went to the neighbor and handed him the scissors, saying that he could not return them. But at the same time, he looked at him incredulously. The man thanked him and extended his hand for handshake, and Yuan Zhenzi realized that this man was stronger than all of them and needed to check him. The hero returned to the members of the special department, and Qingji said that it was time to shorten the story, after which Qi Xiaoyin asked him to write something on paper. Anxious thoughts did not leave the young man, and he was very curious if they realized that something was wrong. He came to the conclusion that he could only rely on himself, although he wanted to resort to the help of people from the special department. The young man understood that there was nothing wrong with telling them about the rules of the game because, after all, privacy on the internet cannot be guaranteed. The hero also realized that in the event that the members of the special department realized that the tips given to them were difficult, it would not end so favorable. The guy had no reason to maintain bad relations with the members of the special department, and he painted all the rules of the game on paper. Qingji asked Hongan, who had already pulled a sheet out of her hands, whether he would take advantage of his ability to business. The confident young man said with a smile that everything was so confusing and strange that there was a feeling that only he could solve all the mysteries. The woman asked Yuan Zhenxi if he would like to join the special department and promised that he would have everything he wanted. She said that the task would need to be carried out in conjunction with the department, and after the investigation is completed, they will be given a prize. The hero asked about official duties because this was also an important factor in the agreement. Qingji said that they took turns investigating strange events, and the person investigating the case is at risk of death, but it is impossible to abandon it. She added that everything is calculated depending on the time of the first incidents, but none of the employees known to her lived for more than 10 years after the start. The woman said that everything is not so bad because only people leave, and new ones come in their place, so they are not going to force the hero in any case. Yuan Zhenxi thought slightly about all this situation and asked, "He still has some choice." Hunan immediately began to stuff him as a friend and said that he should contact him, and Qi Xian said that he could join groups to other people. But the pink-haired guy immediately asked her to close his mouth, because it was he who wanted to cooperate with Yuan Zhenxi. Qingjai extended her hand to the hero and said that she had been investigating for quite a long time, so she knew what both oddities and ordinary people were capable of. The main character closed his eyes for a while and said in a calm tone that this was also true, and he did not feel any danger. The young man nevertheless trusted members of the special department and shook Qingju's hand, which signaled the beginning of cooperation. Then he said that he would create his own group, which would be called the Society of Ghosts, and at the same time he recalled Drushkov. Members of the special department left the house of Yuan Zhenxi, and he stood on the balcony and watched how they were leaving. After that, the protagonist decided to call on the eye, which began to crawl out of his palm after the pronunciation of the team. Before Yuan Zhenxi, he lowered the special department to his home. He turned on the ability of the eye, although nothing was particularly noticed, but if a quarrel arose with anyone, reliable protection would be provided. The hero said that now they are a little limited, and it remains to try only one thing, and also said that in the future they will have many oddities. Yuan Zhenxi learned that the rules of the eye are a passive skill that is limited to torture, but the current ability has no limits. The young man had the impression as if vision had improved, but this is not enough, and even though he had his ability, but he could not kill oddities yet. He was pleased that the defense had increased and told his companions that they should go and see what they could find. In Qian Yubai's class at Jiang City High School, there were students discussing going to an antique store. The girl herself was sitting at a desk by the window and thinking that when she passed by Yuan Zhenxi's class in the morning, he was not there. She was very sad and upset because she really wanted to see the young man, to whom she had a feeling. In the staff room, Qian Yubai found out that he was not there today, and in the office she found a note from the public security department. The girl really didn't want to invent anything, and she decided that it would be better to just go to the main character and find out everything. Qian Yubai received a notification from her mother, who wrote that Sister Xiaolin came to see them and decided to give her doll. A little upset girl read the message and decided that in this case, a sister would buy some gift. Mom sent her daughter a photograph of the donated doll, and Qian Yubai decided to go to the shopping center, which was just next to the club's house. At home, my father asked the girl's mother if she thought that recently their daughter had become cheerful, and her mother confirmed this. The man was very glad that everything was changing and said that he felt comfortable in the new house and put the doll on the bookcase. Mom said with a smile that in the end their daughter was special, and his father exhaled heavily and said that it was very difficult. They did not even suspect that the doll that was presented to their daughter was a sister. A tear from the Abrid and moving forward. As it turned out, she was lively, and obviously not positively opposed to people, and her gaze was frightening. Meanwhile, Qian Yuibei was in the Asakawa shopping complex, and every plush toy attracted her attention. Then the girl drew attention to the song in which the guy asked for forgiveness from the girl, calling her a baby. People were surprised that they performed the song in the shopping center, and some even became scary, but some called city legends fakes. Someone said that my grandmother told him that it was a former abandoned orphanage and a song turned on to reassure the kids. Qian Yubai was very surprised because she felt that a surge of energy had come to her and she needed to find a secluded place. Meanwhile, the manager was filming an advertisement with noise-canceling headphones on camera in order to quickly sell them for a good sum. The girl ran into one of the rooms nearby and realized that here, no one would disturb her, after which she took out a medallion from her pocket. A small golden coin began to shine with a yellow light, which indicated an influx of valuable energy. Chiang Yuibei lurked her breath and watched the process that occurs in her eyes. While worried, the excited girl heard strange music and wondered what kind of music this was and where it came from. Then her eyes opened wide, and her face began to expire later, and she did not understand where she was. She was surprised because she heard the conversation of men and women who were a few meters from her. Chen Yubai heard that the man and woman were unhappy that the shopping center was open together, teeming with ghosts. The girl realized that these were people with spiritual abilities, right, like Yuan Zhensu, and realized that they were very dangerous. She understood a coin that fell to the floor and tightly squeezed her into a fist. But suddenly her hand touched her hand, who turned to her. Qian Yuibei was surprised, because she did not expect anything and froze in place from the fear that she experienced at that moment. A black creature approached her, which was like a boy, and who said that it was very hot here and she wants to leave. The alarmed girl pulsed impulsively from his hand, because she was very scared and immediately rushed to run away. Qian Yubai immediately ran forward and shouted to the other mall patrons to head to safety now, but no one listened to her, and the creature reappeared right in front of the girl's face, who did not expect this at all. A vile creature with crustaceanless eyes and sharp teeth smiled eerily at Qian Yubai, who was excited. The monster did not let her go further and asked if she had seen his children, but the girl did not understand anything at all. She froze in place with fear and was completely confused, gradually falling into panic. And strange things appeared around her. Many people around were killed, but Qian Yubai still stood in place and did not even try to escape. The remaining living people turned into zombies, who paid attention to her and began to slowly go in her direction. The frightened girl tried her best to maintain composure and believed that it was all a lie. But the girl in the red dress looked natural. The vile creature ordered his subordinates to immediately grab Qian Yubai, who immediately ran away. Soon to horror, the frightened girl hid in the restroom and, trembling with fear, repeated that they would not find her, hoping that she would happen. Her heart began to pour blood with fear. Suddenly appearing, strangeness knocked and looked out from around the corner. The oddity said that she was very scary and asked for help. And Chiang Yubai did not see anything because of the nevertheless, and asked who she was. An unknown creature sent its long, thin roots across the face of a sweet girl, who began to lose control of herself. Within a few seconds, Chen Yubai was enveloped in the creature's long whips and, at his request, she closed the tap. The water in the sink stopped flowing, and the oddity began to giggle insidious, because the girl was in her hands. The vile creature seemed to suck all her awareness out of the girl, and Chen Yubai understood that it seemed like she was dying. She was completely enveloped by a strangeness that showed no mercy and simply dominated her. But unexpectedly, Yuan Zhen's, who was not going to give her to the monster just like that, came to the aid of the cute beauty. With the help of his ability, he created a hot laser that struck the wall, which attracted the attention of a terrible and vile monster. Tian Yuibei was surprised, because it was still conscious and emotions were not alien to her at that moment. The main character managed to interfere with the plans of the insidious monster, after which he entered the room and turned to the girl. He asked if she talked about danger, and Qian Yuibei, seeing the president of the club, immediately burst into tears because he saved her. The girl immediately rushed to his arms, and Yuan Zhensa asked her to stop, after which she began to apologize. The hero used the recovery ability, which allowed him to create points that Qian Yubai had previously lost. He handed over the lost item to the crying girl and asked her not to lose them again. And she began to thank him with tears in her eyes. Yuan Zhensa said that he wanted to ask her a lot, but at the same time asked to answer his questions honestly. Suddenly, the assistants of the special department of the reserve group appeared, and one of the girls asked the hero whether he was inspector. After a while on the site, the film was shooting horror, and people were asked not to produce photos and videos and not to publish anything. A man with a loudspeaker said that if someone is ready to enter the mirror, then they will pay for every second of stay in it. Yuan Zhensi asked the special department assistants if these were their people, and the girl replied that these were colleagues who were responsible for creating illusions. One of the girls said that they wanted to thank for help, because he was the only one who managed to destroy the oddity. In their hands, they had a device for creating artificial pressure, in which it uses soul beads that simulate the third rank of soul power. The hero looked at the bead of the soul, and in his thought said that Qing Zhi did not mention them, which means that they are not so important. One of the assistants to the special department said that the bead of the soul is used in order to increase the level of spiritual strength. Won Zhensu understood that he could not absorb the bead and suggested that the notebook was given a restriction. He didn't think it was a big problem, and then looked at Qian Yubai standing next to him and wondered if he should test it on her. The hero thanked the girls and said that he had no more questions and it was time for him to leave, but they did not detain him any longer. Shy Qian Yubai followed him, and the girls whispered that he was the most handsome guy they had ever seen. They talked about how lucky his girls were and expressed envy, and Qian heard this and felt awkward because she was not his girlfriend. Yuan Zhen's, meanwhile, thought that the gap between his and their forces is significant, which he was talking about a lot. Qingzhi and the others have spiritual power, but still rely on rules that limit their power, as well as soul beads. The hero wondered if it might be that he, too, had come to this world as a kind of messenger. Since everything was so ambiguous, a joyful Qian Yubai asked if he really came to buy something, and in her thoughts, she told herself that she would be happy if she became his girlfriend. Yuan Zhensi said that she herself said that there was danger nearby, so he decided to take a day off and investigate. 2 security guards were running through the shopping center, and one of them reported that something strange had been discovered in the shopping center. It seemed interesting to the hero, and he decided to follow them. After which he checked everything and found a clue with an incident that happened a long time ago. Earlier, children were burned on the site of the Asakawa shopping center, and he did not understand how the development was approved here, because it was very terrible. The shopping center became the largest in Jiang City, after which business boomed, and the flow of salespeople also increased. But once people began to disappear, but in those years, due to the lack of a video surveillance system, the missing ones did not find. But there were also businessmen who stated that after 6 o'clock in the evening, they could hear children crying, which attracted attention. From time to time, a girl in a red dress could be seen in the shadow, and all this would seriously affect the entire trading process. The local boss did not want to share information, so I had to contact the experts, and then the hero found out that this place was an orphanage. Subsequent missing persons suffered because of the ghost who fell into the trap. And the mother and son, who disappeared on the first day, also became tied to this place. In the end, they decided to calm the ghost with songs, so that even after so many disappearances, the Asakawa shopping center did not close. However, the ghost did not end the world, becoming a new urban legend, and continued to give nightmares to visitors to the shopping center. An excited Qian Yubai said that she had heard this music before, but then other strange sounds appeared and then she began to hallucinate. Yuan Zhensi said that he heard from the special department that some strange incidents resumed here a few days ago. The reasons are inexplicable. Qian Yubai suggested that one of the reasons for the strangeness was her presence, because the deaths would not have resulted if not for her. The hero said that in any case, she was still too weak, and if he had not arrived, she would have gone alive. He added that it was not worth blaming her for all sins, and the ghost could distort people's opinion about danger. Otherwise, it would never have entered Asakawa. Qian Yubai burst into tears and blamed herself, and the main character asked her if it was true that she came here to buy something. The young man said that he would help her, and the inspired girl wiped her tears from her eyes and looked at him with a smile. The main character said that after the purchase, he wanted to continue an important topic, after which they went shopping. The girl was incredibly happy, because the guy he liked offered help, and this could not but rejoice her. After some time, Qian Yubai chose one of the plush toys, which seemed very sweet and attractive to her. After some more time, they were in the dining room, and the girl asked the young man to extend his hand, which he immediately did. At that moment, her face was serious, and in her fist she held an unknown object that I wanted to convey to him. From the hand of Qian Yubai, a precious coin was transferred to Yuan Zhen's, in which there was a lot of valuable energy. The main character examined the precious coin and asked if it was true that these were its details and remembered that this ability is called prophecy. The girl confirmed that it was her props and said that this coin could be called a coin of fate, which sounded promising. The symbol of this coin was the goddess of fate in ancient Greek mythology. But it was unclear whether it could help in this world filled with oddities. Yuan Zhensi asked how to use the coin, and Qian Yubai said that before throwing the coin, you need to ask a question. She said that if she fell with the front side up, the answer would be yes. And the hero asked what about the back side. The girl answered him that if the coin of fate falls in the back, then she would lose memory for a certain number of days. The main character realized that the coin often falls on the back, so Qian Yubai writes everything. She said that it was possible, all due to the fact that the coin is connected with her memories, and until she dies, for the rest, she will be an ordinary coin. Yuan Zhenzi put the glass of water aside and asked the girl if she really trusted him so much that she handed over the coin. Then the young man smiled slightly and asked if she was afraid that he would kill her and then take the coin for himself. Tian Weibei began to deny and said that with the help of a coin she had already predicted that the safest place in the city was a society of ghosts. The main character took a sip of water and all this seemed stupid to him, because all members of society died and it's stupid to call him safe. After that, he asked the girl to use the coins and ask who Yuan Zhenzi was. Besides a student and the president of the society, Qian Yubai used the coin at his request and wondered if he was not the president of the club, and if he had a true identity. After a few seconds, the coin was tossed up, and the young people looked in surprise, waiting to see which side it would fall on. The girl opened her palm and said that the coin fell on the other side, and Yuan Zhenzi saw that the girl's memories were not erased. Qian Yubai said that the coin could not answer this question, because of it, the upper limit of the erased memories is achieved. She added that if the coin does not answer the question, this means that for the result you need to spend about 30 days of her memory. Yuan Zhenzi carefully listened to the girl and came to the conclusion that the coin also has its own restrictions, and everything is not so simple. He asked why the Ghost Society Club was the safest place, after which the girl tossed a coin. Qian Yubai decided to ask the question differently and asked what was in Yuan Zhenzi's house, and then began to look at the coin in awe. After a couple of seconds, the coin fell loudly, and the answer could be recognized the same moment that the girl immediately decided to do. Surprised, Qian Yubai said that the coin said that there were very terrifying things in the president's house, and the hero said that he was giving treats. He began to leave and said that she could leave the club because her abilities are not so important for society, and it is difficult to use them. An excited girl grabbed Yuan Zhenzi by the hand and said that in fact, the coin has another ability. She said that she could wash the memories of several years, and in return to change the fate of a person, which sounded very interesting. These words were very interested in the protagonist, and he asked how she could change the fate of a person. Qian Weibei said that if he calls the name of a person, she will present an image, and then he will be able to change the direction of his fate. The hero realized that she was wasting the memory accumulated over several years, after which he told her everything she needed. Worried, Qian Yubai realized why he had been talking to her all this time, and he asked who asked her to be so gullible. Yuan Zhenzi said that if she wants to stay in the club, you should ask another question. What pleased the girl? He asked her to use the coin of the day and ask if there was anything in his house that could be life-threatening. Qian Yubai that there was no answer and asked for forgiveness, saying that he could ask something else and she would try to help. The hero knew that the girl understood that quite strange things were kept in his house, like Little Eye and Xiao Eye. But this time he received no answer, and probably a creature lives in the house, which is several times more powerful than them. The young man said that it was better not to tell other people about the abilities of his coin, Qian Yubai, otherwise something terrible would happen. After that, he turned and handed her the soul bead, and the surprised girl looked and did not understand what it was. Yuan Zhenzi said that the bead of the soul will enhance her spiritual abilities and called it compensation for the use of the coin. Before leaving, the main character said that there was nothing to do tomorrow and asked Qian Yubai not to forget to participate in the life of the club. The incredibly happy girl respectfully bowed before him, and the people around did not understand why she was so screaming, and this actress was really... The young man began to leave and the girl ran after him and asked if she could go with him. But he pretended that he did not hear her. It was already dark outside and after some time Yuan Zhenzi was at home, but suddenly someone knocked on his door. A neighbor once again came to him and asked if he could lend him a pot to cook rice because his pot was broken. Yuan Zhenzi first looked at the man silently, trying to analyze him and understand how he felt when looking at him. He still did not feel any negative energy from him and decided that it was time to take the initiative of his hands and strike. The hero decided to refuse him and said that he himself needed it, because there was a child at home who also wanted to eat, and the man was surprised. He did not bother and called it nothing, after which he began to leave, and Yuan Zhenzi was curious what would happen next. The suspicious neighbor began to silently leave for his home, and the main character stood in the doorway for a couple of minutes, watching him. Soon, the neighbor entered his dark apartment, gently closing the door behind him and remaining alone. The man walked ahead, and then became a strange and frightening tone to mutter something under his breath. His human face turned into a wide-open mouth, and he said that nothing happened. But we must take it. Yuan Zhenzi was in the kitchen, saying that when it is necessary to feed children, This should be approached with all responsibility. The main character was very surprised and tense because the rice cooker was nowhere to be found. And a few seconds later, the bell rang at the door. As it turned out, a neighbor named Komatsu once again knocked on his door, and the young man did not understand why he came again. Just in case, he took advantage of his ability and opened the door, telling the man that he could enter. Komatsu handed him the rice cooker and sincerely thanked him for lending it to him and helping him out a lot. Yuan Zhenzi in his thoughts called the man quite strange because even if his request was rejected, he would still take the thing. Then he wondered what it was. And was it really a warning? And the neighbor silently went to his home. The hero wondered, did he really fall under the rules of Komatsu when the thing was lent to him for the first time? And how many people lent his things? The young man was thinking about Komatsu, who first brings gifts. Then he began to borrow things and thought about how to avoid death from his hands. He put the rice cooker on the table so that the cute little eye could finally have a snack, because he was already very hungry. Yuan Zhenya decided that now that the information about the oddity of Komatsu was confirmed, it is necessary to understand his rules and kill him. Once again, the eyes called the hero his mother, and pointing his finger forward, asked to look there. And the young man did not understand what was the matter. Keeping calm, he took advantage of the ability that allowed him to see through the wall in order to examine everything in detail. The main character saw a man trying to open the door to the apartment where Aunt Tian lived. Then, Yuan Zhenzi took advantage of his second ability, which instilled incredible power in his right hand. He stuck his hand forward, thereby releasing strong microwaves towards the apartment of Auntie Tian, who lived next door. An eye was also released from the hand, which was attached to the wall not far from the hero, which allowed him to listen to the conversation behind the wall. The observer's eye was securely fixed on the wall and accurately conveyed all the words that the people behind the wall said. Komatsu asked Aunt Tian if she could lend him a drawing, and the woman called him polite and said that he could take her. All this seemed strange to Yuan Zhenzi because Auntie was not so kind and preferred to talk only with those who had lived here for a long time. Now the neighbor became more suspicious in the hero's eyes, but he still accepted his gift and even allowed to borrow things. He realized that he had done this unconsciously, and Komatsu was manipulating people, making it so that they could not refuse the request, drawing them into his rules. Yuan Zhenzi understood that all this is incredibly dangerous because he and many other people could just become voodoo dolls. The young man tried to drive away obsessive thoughts from himself and continued to watch the suspicious neighbor who returned to his home. But suddenly, approaching the door of his own apartment, he looked straight towards the eye behind the wall with a strange smile. Yuan Zhenzi was very wary and began to suspect that the strange neighbor understood something and was looking at him. An alarming thought immediately settled in his head that Komatsu really saw him, but the neighbor continued to go forward and did not look back. Near the door leading to his apartment, a dark shadow of the vial of oddity appeared, which laughed insidiously. The hero stroked the eye and told him that he might have to take risks, because progress cannot be stopped. Then he asked the little monster if he would refuse his help, and the eyes of the eyes immediately jumped on the table and turned on the TV. He began to love his favorite cartoons with love, and the main character looked at him with incredible tenderness, calling a hopeless child. After some time, Yuan Zhenzi neatly and very quietly opened the front door, looking around with apprehension. Not far from his own apartment, he saw Komatsu standing in the middle of the corridor, who did not even make any movements. Thunder thundered on the street and lightning struck, and the suspicious neighbor, meanwhile, finally entered his apartment. Yuan Zhenzi realized that he needed to act now, and then used his ability. Using his ability, he ran into Komatsu's apartment, the front door of which was not even closed. Running into the apartment, the protagonist saw a car in front of him, or whose face was very strange and who smiled frighteningly. The influence of otherworldly forces immediately spread to the young man, and he gradually lost self-control and could not resist it. A lot of wooden branches appeared in front of him that gradually fettered him, and he did not understand that it was still. Ahead of Yuan, Zhenya saw the face of Komatsu, which turned into an unknown monster, which was dangerous. Surprised and shocked, the main character could not do anything. He was soon completely wrapped in dense branches. A few minutes later, he lost consciousness, and due to the internal pressure on his face, blood began to flow from his mouth. The bloodthirsty strangeness began to slowly approach the powerless young man lying on the floor in order to devour him. Yuan Zhenzi understood that it seemed that he had fallen into a trap, and the monster came close and opened its mouth wide. At 3 o'clock in the morning, lightning struck outside the window, and the main character woke up screaming because he had a nightmare. He decided that he could no longer be so self-confident and the incomprehensible rules of murder still bothered him. A Sweet Eyes, who called him his mother, approached the young man, and the hero asked him, was he really worried, and said that everything was fine with him. The cute pet said that Xiao Ai was not visible, and Yuan Zhensi thought for thinking, did the special department dealt with her while he was in the process of resurrection? The main character immediately took advantage of the notebook and asked the girl whether she suggested that she had a job. But after a few seconds, he was shocked and dumbfounded because he saw a very terrible inscription inside the book. It was written in the diary that the girl was dead because of the vast world, which immediately turned Yuan Zhensi's mind upside down. The young man immediately flew into a rage and clenched his teeth in anger, because it was clear to him that this was the work of the special department. A day earlier, the results of voting were announced in the special departure regarding a girl from the afterlife under the code name of the absorption plan. Based on the voting results, it became clear that 6 out of 6 people voted to kill the girl from the afterlife. Tianye hit the table and shouted, asking why kill her, and said that they should feed her to God and die themselves if they are afraid of death. Serious Kang Ping said that the final decision will be made by the special department, and the takeover plan will continue. Mr. Xiang said that now that a serious decision has been made, they simply cannot turn back. After a while, a serious Kan Ping rode his car, reading the dossier of God and reading information about him. The car was stopped before entering the territory of the special department, and the guard in front asked to get out and show his identification card. Kan Ping immediately left the car, who introduced himself as the head of the special department of the city of Jiang. Then the serious man pulled out his service ID from his coat pocket and showed it to the guard in front. The security system successfully scanned the bones, eyes, and fingerprints of the man who was about to enter the premises. Soon, the genetic scan and verification were completed, and the personality of Kan Ping corresponded to the presented data. After some time, he was in the area of Mount God, where he told the scientists that everyone would have to leave the building area and put on protective equipment. Kan Ping also said that no one, besides him, was allowed to enter the room, and the scientists carefully listened to his order. The agent monitoring the takeover plan carefully looked around to analyze and understand that everything was in order. After some time, with the help of a laptop, he watched the prisoner who was sitting in a single chamber. The man turned to the prisoner whose eyes were closed, and his hands were shackled handcuffs, and who was very nervous. Kan Ping was calm and asked the prisoner to press the OK key on the phone, and then he would receive the ashes of his child. A man constrained by handcuffs because the mention of his child was incredibly angry with him. The rage could not be stopped, and he began to roll on the chair and from side to side, as a result of which he fell and began to scream. The recordings from the video cameras stopped arriving on the Kang Ping laptop, and instead of them, there was a red screen, which rose. Suddenly, the terrifying face of a girl from the underworld appeared in front of the screen, but the man calmly told her that she had lost. Xiaowei did not understand anything and was a little excited because something strange began to happen to her, and her skin became gray. She ascended above the ground and ended up in open space, where it was impossible to live without special equipment. Her body was like a statue, but after a few seconds, Xiaowei began to dissolve and could not do anything about it. Kang Ping said in his thoughts that the voice of the world said that divine power would once again become dominant. He thought about this situation and realized that even a girl from the afterlife could not resist God. The man got up from his chair and headed towards the exit of the room, simultaneously wondering how long they would worship him. It was clear that the power of God was growing and increasing all the time, and Kan Ping could not even imagine when he was completing his transformation. The only thing that was clear was that when God completed his transformation, the world would finally come to an end. Yuan Zhensi, meanwhile, was reading the notebook and wondering what method the special department used to eliminate Xiao Ai. But the reason for her death was not so important, because regardless of the method of her murder, the hero can still resurrect her. The system asked if he wanted to spend 105,000 legend points to resurrect the girl from the underworld, and he immediately chose yes. The resurrection process began, and the main character, raising his hand up, said that now the rules of the murder are expanded. The girl's face from the afterlife gradually appeared, and her consciousness was gradually filled with thoughts. Yuan Zhensu confidently stated that the rules of the murder were expanded from one person to the whole state. The process of resurrection, meanwhile, continued and was already approaching her successful conclusion. Because the girl had already appeared, a Sweet Eyes were very glad to see Xiao Ai, who was successfully resurrected, and hellish communication was significantly strengthened. The protagonist looked at the beauty with a smile, and the girl, standing with her eyes closed in a calm tone, said she was here. Soon, Xiaoai went around the cities and took revenge, offering people flowers, breaking out which she will immediately save them from resentment. Dudged people were very happy, because for a very long time they waited for a girl from the afterlife, and without a doubt tore off the flowers. Everyone really wanted retribution to finally come, and they were very happy to see the girl, and the petals of red flowers fell to the ground. After some time, the glasses of the Yuan Zhenzi legends reached 1 million, after which its transformation began. 10 minutes after the revival of Xiaoai, Kan Ping rode in the desert. But suddenly a warning was transferred to him by the walkie-talkie. It became known that hellish communication had resumed, and the girl, because of the vast world, had resumed her activities. Surprised and a little worried, Kang Ping wondered how she could be reborn if she was absorbed by God. Without thinking twice, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and ordered everyone to immediately convene an analytical center, announcing the alarm of the first level. The center was convened, and Mr. Cyan asked what they would do next, and Tanyu shouted that they had infuriated the girl from the afterlife. Kan Pin said that the leadership of the special department is still conducting an investigation, and as soon as they know something, they will immediately recognize. As a plan, the man suggested using headphones and talking to a girl from the afterlife. Shocked, Mr. Xiang asked if he thought that the girl from the underworld might have made a deal with other monsters. After these words, everyone in the analytical center tensed, because this situation really took place. Mr. Cyan proposed using God and again kill the girl from the afterlife, thereby again expanding the range of her murders. The man said that they should not be limited only to the murder of oddities, because this brings little results. One of the representatives said that they needed to pull Xiang Lao out of darkness as soon as possible to figure out everything. Kanpin said that you can try to just talk. Moreover, the leadership will still check, so there is no cause for concern. Jean said that the girl from the afterlife could become stronger, and asked if she would be able to meet God when she expanded her abilities. After that, Kanpin said that if they began to attract other organizations, then the situation can be extremely aggravated. The master looked at him with a serious face and did not lose time on empty conversations. Then the man turned around and finally said that they should solve this problem themselves because his options were rejected. Kang Ping said that they are quite stately and important figures in society because they are representatives of many walks of life. But Mr. Cyan shocked, recalling that they did not have the opportunity to meet with oddities, and they are under the protection of a special department. He also added that if the master is dissatisfied with something, he can always leave the analytical center, which angered him at that moment. 10 minutes later, Sleepy Hunan entered the analytical center, who asked why they were looking for him and distracted him from sleep. The excited representatives of the center immediately stood up, and meanwhile the young man was yawning and stretching after sleep. Kanpin told the guy that he had a task for him, and Hunan sighed heavily and said that he refused it. The man said that he should take on the task and proceed to the investigation, because the special department has a lack of staff. But the young man did not want to do it. Then the chapter added that he would like Hunan to hide a strong resentment on someone, and if it doesn't come out, he would have to expose him with hypnosis, which was dumbfounded by the guy. Initially, he did not understand what was being discussed, but suddenly it came to him that it was a connection with a girl from the afterlife. Hong Ying immediately began to sweat and tremble with excitement, because he had previously met a girl from the afterlife. The lethargic Xiaoai, meanwhile, sat with Peeper, who was playing on the phone, and told Yuan Zhenzi that she was very tired. The hero said that regardless of the amount of work, you should count on doubles, and the girl said that it was quite thoughtful. The guy asked if she couldn't team up with Peeper and kill Komatsu, but the girl replied that she still didn't understand the rules. Yuan Zhenzi did not regret that he resurrected Xiao Ai, because now he could be more courageous during the investigation. He used the red crystal and concentrated as hard as he could to activate the ability. With the help of his abilities, the hero found out that Komatsu again went to the tenants upstairs to lend something. The young man heard one guy ask another why he was even giving something to this abnormal guy to use. Yuan Zhenzi knew that one of these guys was drawing Manhwa, and his name was Zhong Ye, who would not accept Komatsu's gift or lend him anything. The other guy's name was Shi Tuo, who was a very good and polite person who lent his neighbor what he asked for. The hero understood that it was Shi Tu who lent the item to his neighbor, after which the doorbell suddenly rang, which attracted his attention. He heard that the deliverer knocked on the door of Mr. Zhang and asked to take the food, but no one opened him. The deliverer opened the door and was a little excited, wondering why no one meets him. Meanwhile, a strange mosquito came out of the elevator, who smiled and said twice that he received, which was completely incomprehensible. The excited young man froze on the spot and looked at him with wide eyes, afraid to even sigh. Yuan Zhensu immediately ran out into the corridor and shouted to the guy that he was mistaken in a floor and he needed a man upstairs. The delivery man immediately checked the receipt and made sure that he really needed a different floor and that he had made a mistake. He thanked the main character for putting him on the right path. And the hero said that this tenant has problems with his head and the guy needs to leave. But unexpectedly, a strange Komatsu appeared behind the delivery man, whose face at that moment was completely unfriendly. The young man was very scared, because he did not expect that there would be someone standing behind him, and he even screamed out of fear. Yuan Zhensi pretended to be surprised by Komatsu's appearance, because he was busy, and the man smiled and said that he understood everything. The protagonist pushed slightly towards the frightened deliverer, asking him to immediately leave here. Then he went to a strange neighbor and asked if he could examine his apartment, which was incomprehensible to a man at that moment. But still, he smiled at Yuan Zhensi and said that of course he could see his apartment and invited him to come in. At that same moment, the main character entered the apartment of a strange neighbor, in which it was completely dark and the light came only from the corridor. The door immediately slammed behind him, and Yuan Zhensi immediately wondered whether he could avoid death by following the rules in the Komatsu house. Ahead, he saw many grocery bags, which were very familiar to him and caused even more strangeness. The main character remained calm and turned to Mr. Komatsu because he wanted to ask him something regarding the apartment. The strange neighbor, the frightening, smiled and said that he was listening to the young man who came to visit him. Yuan Zhensu said that he did not have a few packages at home and asked he could not lend him a little. Komatsu smiled and scratched his head, because the packages were not at all a problem for him, and they did not feel sorry for them. The man smiled politely, and the main character slowly reached out with his palm to the handle of the bag to take it. The young man looked at the neighbor's strange smile and understood that until Komatsu did not agree to give him a bag, he could die at any moment. An awkward silence lasted another minute, and Yuan Zhensu realized that I had to end this and go home. He embarrassedly scratched his head and said that it was worst if the neighbor did not agree, and added that he would not hunt theft. Komatsu immediately gave him the package and said that of course he could take it, because it was not a problem at all. The main character felt that something was in the package and thought, was it really a gift that was never donated? The neighbor said that he still needed to return the pot to Mr. Shi, and Yuan Zhensu realized that he was expelled and said that he had to go. A strange neighbor stopped him before leaving and asked if he wanted to eat, adding that the food inside was very tasty. From the bag, he took out a thin food stick, which was filled with jam. And after biting it, he said that it was very tasty. Jam stained Komatsu's lips, and the main character realized that he was asking him to try it and wondered if it was all because he became his guest. He understood that if the refusal and consent lead to a single result, it is better to agree to the request. The young man also suggested that he would be able to understand the rules of the neighbor and bit his nutritious sweet stick. After the bite, beads of sweat immediately started running down his face, and Yuan Zhensi was very excited because it became clear that these were not cookies. The eyes immediately began to roll, and the saliva flowed out of his mouth, and the main character could no longer control his body. The strangeness stood next to him and smiled, and the young man fell to the floor and lost consciousness. And it turned out that it was a human finger, not a cookie. Kang Ping explained the plan of action for the girl from the underworld to Qing Ji and asked if she wanted to speak up, but she said no. She said that she and Hong Yin recently met a person whose spiritual pressure and strength surpassed any employee in the department. The woman also added that his main ability is resurrection, and Kang Ping became interested and asked to tell him more. Qing Ji said that the person's name is Yuan Zhensi, who is the first among the students of his school. The hero, meanwhile, received a notification of the rules to which he gained access after eating the strange dish proposed by the strangeness. The young man carefully read the rules and realized that this was exactly what needed to be done in order to understand Komatsu's rules. She then turned her attention to Little Eye and Xiao Ai, who were eating cookies from a bag, and tensed a little. The girl asked if he would like a piece of cookies, and Yuan Zhensi almost vomited and asked him to take the cookies away. Xiao Ai told Mr. that this is the usual cookies that the eyes at that moment ate, without closing his mouth. The main character said that Komatsu's danger level is assessed as catastrophic and called him a real parasite. He decided, which does not matter how, but this person needs to be destroyed as soon as possible until he caused much harm. Then the young man asked the girl from the afterlife whether she remembers how she was killed, Xiaowai did not feel very much after this question and asked for forgiveness, saying that she could not answer this question. She only remembered that before her death she saw something, and then lost consciousness and knew nothing further. Still, the girl decided to try to remember, but Yuan Zhensi said that she didn't have to try, because perhaps this was a kind of protection. The young man began to reflect on the urgent and realized that the special department was a serious danger, so it would have to be not easy. At first glance, the same short-term goals have the same short-term goals, but what if they find out that the hero's ability is to create oddities? He suggested that there are a strange mosquito at a special department and records, and the records themselves will be useful to them. Yuan Zhensi said that if they capture Komatsu before him, she will definitely use him to deal with Xiao Ai. Soon he sat in a supercar with Hunanim, who asked, "Wasn't it cool to sit in such a car?" And the hero was not glad that he was taken away. Hunan said that if the young man had joined a special department, he would immediately throw a case about a girl from the afterlife. He asked the hero, does he not know about this city legend? And the young man replied that he knew little about her, but he would not say that he had not heard anything at all. After this, Hong Yin began to proudly say that they had already killed the girl from the afterlife, but then she was resurrected again. He traveled at that moment dangerously, telling the main character that now they want to make him again contact a girl from the afterlife. Yuan Zhensu had no doubt that Xiao Ai killed precisely the special department and wondered if her attribute, similar to a notebook or a more powerful weapon, killed her. He decided that he needed to talk to her again, and Hunan asked if he knew that a girl from the afterlife was able to think on his own. Hunan saw a child in the hero and believed that he could not harm humanity because he is still a student. He said that he had to accumulate emotions in order to then throw all this stream into a person, and now you can call a girl from the afterlife. The young man also said that a special department suspects that she may have accomplices, which also needs to be taken into account. The car wrapped it on the adjacent territory, and Yuan Zhensi thought about how they would make Xiao Ai answer questions. He understood that the question of accomplices was not the ultimate goal, and thought about whether they would ask at all who was her accomplice. The main character suggested that they would force the girl to answer the question of what her rules were, but she never killed left and right. The young man also understood that if a special department continues to chase the Xiao Ai, then perhaps they would reach him. Meanwhile, the reckless driver Hong Yin abruptly stopped the sports car and exclaimed that they had finally arrived at the special department. He asked Yuan Zhensi if it was his first time here and if it was okay, to which the hero simply agreed. Soon they entered the hall of the special department, where it was very empty because no one came there for nothing, but only on business. The protagonist looked at the camera with a serious look, which at that moment analyzed his face to miss further. Hunan said that people who come here for the first time go through scanning the eyes of truth, which identifies the personality. The hero asked if he could scan everything, but the member of the spoke of the department replied that he was not, but it was worth putting another one near the gate. Then they entered the room that was next to them, because it was time to begin an important task. Hunan told the guy that he needed to read the phrase in the microphone and suggested discussing everything, because if he takes advantage of the microphone, he would lose his day of life. Yuan Zhensi tried to remain calm and realized that this was -1 possibility of resurrection, which made him a little upset. The member of the specialist asked whether he regrets or was afraid, and the hero replied that he was just curious why he needed it at all. The guy said that this is a device for testing the mind, and in the future he will be tested every 6 months. And the hero asked if he will receive bonuses for this. He understood that the number of resurrectings is very important, and he could not waste them. And Hunan asked in bewilderment what bonuses he was talking about. Yuan Zhensu said that if he gives him to know more, then he could help in an investigation of a case about a girl from the afterlife. Hong Yin said that he would have the opportunity to go to the archive, but only part of the information would be available to him, and he might not dream of more. The main character arranged such conditions, and he brought the microphone to his mouth, after which he said that he would never turn away from humanity. The member of the special department was very tense, like the hero himself, and the microphone seemed to be endowed with magical powers, and something strange began to happen. The situation was very tense and made him nervous, and Yuan Zhensi tightly clutched his red crystal on the pendant. The voice from the microphone said that the test was successful, and Hong Yin was very surprised by what was happening. He said that he was thinking, the hero is deceiving, and Yuan Zhen's advised to repair this device because it is already ancient. Hong Yin said that it was better not to open clubs at such a crowded place as the school, and the main character asked what he was talking about. The young man explained that thanks to the research of the special department, they came to the conclusion that oddities are often associated with the people themselves. The hero realized that your turn relied on the internet since it has the most people, and Komatsu used the neighbor's identity to get closer to people. Xiaoai relied on an insult in interpersonal relations, and the eyes provoked the murder also because of the relationship between people. He came to the conclusion that everything is tied to people and wondered what would happen if weirdness was isolated from people. The main character decided that the best solution would be to conduct this experiment with his strange neighbor Komatsu. Hunin said that he could not worry. Then, as the population density is small, so there are much less oddities. After that, Yuan Gensu said that he had to go, and the results of the study prompted him to some ideas. On Minhu Street, he met Qian Weibei and asked why she was not in the classroom, and the girl asked why he did not come to lessons recently. The excited girl said that she would like to help him, and the hero said that it was better not to jump in over his head, and she asked why. Excitement changed confidence, and Qian Weibei said she could help and could cope with any danger. But Yuan Zhenzi called her just a tired girl who could barely drag her feet and asked her not to follow him anymore. The cold-blooded young man silently went down the stairs and went home, threatening that if she interfered, he would expel her from the club. Soon he stood in front of the apartment of Komatsu, near the door of which he blew something suspicious and otherworldly. The hero knew that Komatsu chooses the crime scene randomly and should approach him, as you immediately fall under his rules. The guy read the 11th rule and learned that after accepting a neighbor's gift, he will have only one chance. The excited hero realized that while Komatsu had not undertook anything, I need to help the people in whom he pushed things. In his thoughts, he said that this guy looks like a slow off-bomb, which could rush at any time. After these words, Yuan Gensa used one of his abilities, making a decision that it was necessary to lure Komatsu in a trap. Using his ability, he summoned the little eye, which split into many small parts, and his hands reached out to the door. Many hands reached the eye on the front door to the Komatsu apartment, and the hero understood that he was doing everything. The system notified him that he could not imprison Komatsu in the house, since the man was not able to contain this strangeness. The shocked protagonist called it a real scam and was even a little confused. With a sharp movement, he pulled his hand towards himself while looking forward, and immediately decided to risk his life and try. Komatsu asked Yuan Gensi in a terrifying voice why he was trying to imprison him, but he did not answer him. The oddity wide opened the mouth and began to attract the protagonist to himself in order to absorb him and end him. But the enraged Yuan Gensi did not give up and used the ability, saying that now he would lend him something. Incredible power. A fist was delivered directly to the mouth of a vile monster, which could not evade. The hero tensed when he realized that Komatsu was behind him, who smiled bloodthirstily and asked if he could put his heart aside. After this question, he pierced Yuan Gensa through and through, who was taken by surprise and did not manage to go aside. The main character said in his thoughts that it would be great if he himself became an oddity, because it would be much easier for him. The strangeness of the demonic neighbor committed murder. But she did not stop with the hero and continued to demand to borrow the heart from other people. He entered every apartment, and even the girl who was busy working and sitting at the computer could hear him. Frightened people screamed and called for help because a strangeness had burst into their house, which they could not resist. The bloodthirsty creature committed murder one after another, but the number of survivors was still maintained by one person. Komatsu immediately turned around and looked back, because he understood that most likely Yuan Gensi survived, and this turned out to be exactly the case. The exhausted protagonist returned home, in his thoughts, saying that fortunately, he prepared and did not throw out what he gave Komatsu. At one point, he froze in place and his eyes filled with horror and fear, because inside he felt something terrible. Behind the door there was a strange mosquito, who smiled irritably, and in the room near the door was an eye. The eyes of the stranger looked at the stranger and asked who he was, and the man wanted to ask him to call the owner. The impulsive Yuan Gensa immediately ran into the room, who shouted to a little pet to come in, and his eyes were very scared. The notebook reminded the main character that Komatsu's goal is not only people, and a neighbor asked the guy if he could lend him his heart. He began to transform, and Yuan Gensi wondered why such a strong smell of blood emanated from him and realized that this was a problem. Suddenly, the protagonist agreed to borrow in his heart and handed it out a package of groceries that the man had previously brought him. Komatsu took the package and began to leave, and the hero decided that he needed to follow him, because he was curious what would happen next. The wary Yuan Gensa wondered that, before his resurrection, the strange neighbor had already committed the murder. He continued to move slowly and cautiously behind Komatsu, who was still very suspicious and was heading to his apartment. The main character was shocked when it came to the realization that the neighbor had killed many and wondered if there were any survivors. At one point, an object that looked like a heart fell out of Komatsu's package, and he immediately began to pick it up when he saw the young man. The man looked at him in horror and realized that he had seen everything. And Yuan Gensi understood that everyone was dead and he had taken their hearts. The unclean power seemed to want to cover his mind at that moment. But the main character tried in every possible way to drive away terrible thoughts from himself. He tried with all his might to calm down and maintain composure, although it was possible with incredible difficulty and effort. The young man flew into a rage and shouted for everyone around him to shut up and not stop him from focusing on himself and the enemy. The hero opened the notebook and wondered why Komatsu still had not left and why the 3 rules are still blocked. Yuan Gensa became even more nervous because he understood that the enemy was once again somewhere behind him. Strangeness widely revealed her mouth and asked the question whether the main character would give her soul, which struck him. The hero was shocked by the sudden appearance of a vile creature, whom he expected to see ahead and not from behind. The system notified the young man that he had lived 1 day of his life. He had only 83 days left to live. Once at home, Yuan Gensi held on his head and realized that Komatsu not only took his heart, but also borrowed his soul. He understood that everything got away with the hands of strangeness. And suddenly, someone tapped the door again at the door. The hero realized that it was Komatsu again. The neighbor asked if he could take the soul of the protagonist, and the young man was nervous because it was some kind of circle of no return. Yuan Gensi immediately dialed Qingji's number, because only she and the special department could help him in this situation. The girl was bathing in the bathroom and asked for a code name, and the hero introduced himself as a phantom and said that he had encountered the strangeness of a demonic neighbor. He nervously added that he was now in an endless cycle, but he said that he did not need to come and asked only to check the information. Qingji did not understand how the demonic neighbor appeared, because he should have already been dealt with, and said that she would find out everything now. She called the number and said that she would like to open a code file called the Demonic Neighbor and asked that all available information be sent to her. The lady told Yuan Gensi that the way to avoid death from the demonic neighbor was to return the gift to him if he did not throw it away. The main character immediately remembered gifts and said that he had already returned him to a demonic neighbor. But this did not help to get out of the situation. He looked back and told the woman that now a demonic neighbor would take his soul once again, and this is inevitable. Behind him at that moment was the bloodthirsty Komatsu, who smiled eerily and came to take the soul. After that, Qingji heard very scary sounds on the phone and called out to the ghost, who no longer answered her. The mistress immediately called the number and said that she needed to immediately report an emergency. A minute later, Yuan Gensi spoke into the phone and asked her if she was here. The woman asked if he was okay. The exhausted protagonist said that he was alive, while breathing heavily, and he had 81 days left to live. Qingji asked him to listen carefully and said that he might have encountered the completion of the rules of strangeness. She added that every strange thing is the embodiment of rules, and people will be able to avoid death thanks to loopholes in the rules. The initial goal of the neighbor was to get the heart. But now he went beyond the limits of restrictions and borrows the soul so that the goal did not go away. Qingji said that by separating the body and soul in 100 copies, one can delve into the essence of the problem, but thinking loses all meaning. She added that the special department of the neighboring city limited the rules of oddity by 1 building. After the murder of a copy, someone should seal a neighbor. Yuan Gensa listened carefully and asked if the demonic neighbor would not become stronger if he swallows the soul. Qingji confirmed that this is so, but copies cannot be considered complete, and the hero asked if already sealed people would die when a fight with him. The lady confirmed that they would not die. The main character confidently stated that he wanted to lend the seal in order to finally overcome Komatsu. He decided to wait for the neighbor to absorb a fragment of his soul, and when he understands that it was an inferior person, he will begin to leave, and he will bypass his rules. Qingji said that she would send the application and later deliver the seal to his house, after which she completed the phone call. She was pleasantly surprised that Yuan Gensa has preserved composure even in such an insoluble situation, and realized that he was not so simple. After a short period of time, the seal was delivered to the house of the main character, who was surprised at such speed. The lady said that the special department does its work very well and wished it success. Yuan Zhensu immediately unpacked the case sent to him, after which he took out a precious blue seal that was lying inside. The hero used the seal and was notified that his body had been divided into 100 copies, after which he received a second notification. Once again, the Komatsu who came to open the front door, for which he saw 100 copies of the protagonist, strangeness immediately attacked the copies of the hero, and the system notified that Komatsu's real name, namely Song Yuju, had been unlocked. Yuan Zhensi realized that it was useless to separate the soul, but his soul was also transferred into copies, which means that it is still alive. He is the realization that he met a terrible oddity that would devour every copy of it, after which death was used. In the end, the main character exclaimed that right now he would pick up Yuiju's dream, and then the system informed him that he had 80 lives left. After some time, he resurrected, after which he immediately called Qingji, who upon picking up the phone, asked if it was true that he had failed. But Yuan Zhenzi said that you can try to fight strangeness with strangeness, which amazed the lady. She understood that this was impossible, no matter how strong he was. And if he was the one who resurrected the girl from the vast world, he would definitely not have ended up in this situation. The hero asked if this was also some kind of secret that was inaccessible to him, and Qingji asked what he planned to do. The young man replied that he wanted to call the girl from the afterlife, because perhaps this was the only way out. Xiaoai was always ready to help her respected master and help him out in any situation. He motioned for her to remain silent, and Qingji did not advise her to do this, because after concluding a contract, the rules cannot be avoided. She admitted that the guy's logic is fine, because the special department also uses such methods to limit oddities. Qingji said that a large amount of pure energy is required to limit the space in which you can contain oddity. Yuan Zhensu understood that the price for support is high and asked if it was possible to apply for this energy, and the lady answered, yes. Then he said that he needed to live at least a day, and asked what to do if the current situation is not from the lungs, and Xiaoai wanted to help him. The main character understood that in order to come to such a choice, it should be borne in mind that it would have to be given his own soul. Then, he completed the phone call and said next to the Xiaoai that it was time to get down to business, after which he opened a notebook. With rage in his eyes, the young man said that he wants to eliminate loopholes in the rules of the girl from the afterlife. He spent more than 1,000,000 points of legends to strengthen the girl and strengthen her rules, as a result of which no one else could leave her afterlife. After that, a doorbell rang, which immediately opened a demonic neighbor who came again. The neighbor came to borrow the soul from the main character again. And meanwhile, Xiaoai was holding a red flower in her hand. Yuiju's dream was somewhat shocked because he expected that he would just again take the soul of a defenseless person. The confident Yuan Zhensi used the ability and told the monster that it was time for him to answer for his dirty tricks. After that, he used a red flower and said that now the strangeness will go to hell, from where there is no way back. Red petals scattered around the room, and Yuich's dream froze in place and understood that his collapse this time inevitable. Soon the man was in the afterlife and sailed in a boat, the oar of which was controlled by Xiaoai. Leading the boat to the waterfall, Song Yuju gradually began to come to his senses and stood up to look around and understand where he was after all. He greeted the girl from across the wide world and introduced himself as Komatsu, handing her a bag with a signature dish and asking her to try it. But unexpectedly, bloody whips appeared, with which his body was immediately tied, and the man was at a loss, dropping the package. The whips squeezed his body more and more every second, and he began to suffocate, unable to get out of them. Xiaoai was completely calm and said that they seemed happy to have a man who made them smile. She asked him not to worry and said that he would soon have many neighbors who were eagerly waiting for him. On the morning of the next day, Yuan Zhensa stood near the mirror, examining the marks on his body, and was sure that the special department had no suspicion. Xiaoai entered the bathroom with Peeper, who said that the demonic neighbor was already in hell. She said that this guy leaves the garbage with a shower on her territory, and showed a package that was as an example. Yuan Zhensi barely restrained vomiting and asked not to take out this thing, calling it disgusting, and the girl was surprised. The hero asked Xiaoai not to worry and said that Komatsu would never get out of hell because he would not be able to cope with it. He said that she could do, that only the soul wants, and asked to pick up all his gifts because only then he will become helpless. Qingji wrote to the hero that he needed to undergo psychiatrist therapy, and the young man realized that it seemed that he had no choice. He told Xiaoai that the department had arrived on the last night, when everyone was lulling and began to engage in their work. They looked down, and Xiaoai said that now all these people will lose their jobs because they signed a confidentiality agreement. Half an hour later, Yuan Zhenxi was visiting psychiatrist Xue Li, who was very polite and sweet. The young man introduced himself as a ghost, and the psychiatrist said that from today they would be neighbors, which sounded very strange. He was immediately horrified because I remembered a gloomy situation with Komatsu, who left a trace in his soul. With then on his face, the hero asked if you can live here, and Su Li showed him a room and asked to come to look around. Yuan Zhenxi, in the room perfectly cleaned with a special department, and thought about it. Was it really surveillance on their part? The young man did not argue and said that nothing depends on his desire, and the girl asked to let her explain. She said that the special department considered him an important person, so she was sent here to do treatment, but not surveillance. Lei Li took the guy's hand and asked to rest a little, and also said that otherwise he could rely on her. The charming and sweet girl smiled at the hero and said that he could consider her a new friend. And the guy realized that she wanted to dispel his tension. When Zhenxi said that he appreciates straightforwardness more and asked if she wanted to start cooperation right now. The girl understood everything and said that they needed to discuss a lot, after which she began to think through why she would start a conversation. Then she took off her white robe of a psychiatrist, in which she was very hot, and the young man did not understand why she was doing this. Lei Li began to smile at the young man and asked him to sit down and not worry, because she would not do anything wrong with him. The psychiatrist asked the protagonist to raise his hands and stretch his palms forward, which he immediately did, and she came into his hands. For some time, Yuan Zhenxi lay with his palms outstretched forward, while feeling something strange. From a small box, the girl took out a white crystal and asked the ghost to take it, and he asked what it was. Lei was very surprised by his ignorance and said that this is a crystal of reason, which determines the level of psychological danger of a person. She said that there are two cases when the crystal turns black, the first being psychological depression caused by severe pain. The second case is the pollution of the mind, dementia, which is also known as blackening, which is also very dangerous. Wei Li took out a pendulum and said that she wanted to try something, after which she began to put Yuan Zhenxi into a state of hypnosis. The main character stopped her and said that he did not need hypnotherapy at all, and asked first to explain what the blackening means. The young man was very surprised when he realized that the psychiatrist was out of consciousness and moved her aside. Wei Li fell face down on the sofa, and the hero wondered if she had hypnotized herself, which was very surprising. The clock was ticking, and the girl soon woke up and was plunged into horror because she found herself underwater and realized that she could not breathe. Panic gradually began to seize her mind, and the girl began to wonder if she had really found herself in the world of the soul. Ahead, she saw something like a black hole, after which she paid attention to her and froze in place of fear. As it turned out, it was a supervisory eye who had a voice and asked who dared to enter this territory. Panic increasingly engulfed Xue Li's mind, and the voice said in a frightening tone that there was no point in coming here. He threatened that now everything would end poorly for the girl. And she thought about, did Mr. Ghost really ignore life and death? The girl understood that if they continued to let everything take its course, then the phantom would inflict a deep wound on society. And she had just nearly gone crazy herself. Suddenly, she rose above the ground and did not understand what was happening. But as it turned out, an invisible spirit was mocking her. Xue Li tried her best to remain calm and not overreact, but the terrifying voice chuckled. A huge eyes told the sister that she looks very tasty, after which the girl began to panic. The creature looked at her with its huge eye, and the psychiatrist tried to understand whether this was really some kind of strangeness. The monster released its huge paws, thereby blocking the girl's movement in all directions, and she found herself in a hopeless situation. Lei fought for life and used a silver ring that helps to reduce the psychic attack, was the development of a special department. At that moment, it seemed to her as if all this was one continuous dream. But also the girl understood what should be dealt with all this. The silver ring was used, and from that place the bright white rays began to beat up, which blinded the human eye. After some time, the monster was defeated, and the girl found herself in a cold environment while wearing only a t-shirt. She realized that this is the subconscious of Mr. Ghost, which is the deepest and most inaccessible place. A specialist in the field of psychology decided that she needs to find the basis of the subconscious of a young man in order to deal with everything. Jelly looked into the distance and saw a boat driven by a girl, and realized that she would have to face even greater difficulties. The boat sailed to the shore, and the girl on it asked if it was true that she was here to find the gentleman. The psychologist was dumbfounded because she carefully examined Xiaoai and realized that this is the same girl from the afterlife. She suggested that the girl was the ghost's ward, and Xiao Ai, meanwhile, asked what the psychologist had come for. The girl from the underworld asked to tell the truth, otherwise Zui Li would remain here forever. But the psychologist was not afraid, and taking her by the hands, she said that she hopes Mr. Ghost would not turn into oddity. She assumed that the Phantom created a girl from the vast world in his subconscious, which is why their mental influences did not matter to him. Zui Li said that she couldn't let Yuan Zhenxi become a threat to society, but she didn't think that a happy person would have such a subconscious mind. Xiaowai handed her a red ribbon and said that she would have to die here. But since the psychologist is not the enemy of the master, she could help her a little. But suddenly, a huge strangeness appeared, which said that the girl, because of the vast world, had betrayed her. The incredibly large creature began to attack Xiaowai, who was by surprise, and the psychologist was shocked by what was happening. She immediately ducked under the water and began to swim with all her might, in her thoughts to tell about herself that she thought that she would definitely die. Strangeness asked her why she wants to kill her, because even people with abilities are not able to do anything. Julie's goal was to dig much deeper into the subconscious. After some time, she swam to the right place. Among the great darkness, white rays of light were visible, and the girl understood that this was the subconscious of Mr. Ghost. She realized that there was only one step left and concentrated as much as possible, after which the activation of the interweaving of dreams began. Yuan Zhen's, meanwhile, looked at the sleeping Zui Li and thought, why she looked so bad, and really feels that he was about to die. He assumed that if an accident occurs, a special department will eliminate all consequences. Suddenly, his consciousness became clouded, and the main character immediately fell to his knee, not at all understanding what had happened to him. The young man grabbed his head and looked at the sleeping girl, after which he began to suspect that it was her hand. Soon, the main character lost consciousness and woke up after a while, hearing the voices of his old friends. Waking up next to him, he saw Xia Binjini and Li Zhongxin, who laughed at him and called his behavior strange. Friends showed him a chat of the game. "You're a brutal," and grabbed the phone, frightening friends who did not understand what was happening to him. With Yuan Zhenxi's current abilities and with Xiao Ai's help, he no longer needs to enter the game at all. The system notified that after turning on the function, your turn could no longer invite new people now, to which he agreed. Everything went well. The system congratulated the main character on the fact that his friends were freed, which couldn't help but rejoice. Frightened, whether Zhongxin and Xia Binbin immediately hugged their brother, but at the same time shouted to wake up. The hero asked what was, and alarmed friends with tears in his eyes shouted that this was not worth their salvation. The guys with tears in their eyes tried to smile and said that they already knew that they were dead, and said that they were happy. They hugged Yuan Zhenxi tightly and said that he shouldn't do this, and added that they were waiting for him to send them new comics. A wave of memories washed over the main character, and Xia Bingbing and Li Zhongxing said that they were very proud of him. The friends still hugged each other tightly, and Xia Bingbing asked him to teach all the vile people a lesson and take care of himself. Yuan Zhenxi asked, was it bad that he remained stronger? And Xia Binbin replied that it was good, that he had become so strong. The main character considered his desire to be quite obvious, but at the same time it was important for him, and he burned with it. A wave of memories surged over him, and he firmly stated that he wanted to destroy all the oddities, giving humanity a chance of survival. At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, Yuan Zhenxu opened his eyes and looked out the window, seeing the employees of the special department and realized that he had returned this morning. He called Qing Ji and asked if they were putting an order in his area, and where people will go after everything that was happening. The hero also asked why they did not receive any compensation after leaving, and is the special department not on the side of the interests of mankind? Qingji admitted that the fact that the special departments could not save people is one of the signs of negligence, which could not be denied. Wen Chensu said that the remaining survivors know where to go specially, and asked what kind of guards they are, if they can help. She said that the special department would do something, after which she completed the call, and the hero asked the psychologist if she was satisfied with. Sully smiled and, holding a light sphere in her hands, said that this was not her will, but the will of the protagonist's heart. The young man admitted that she was a rather capable psychiatrist, and the girls were a little awkward, but she expressed gratitude for the compliment. The hero said that he should thank her for the treatment and asked if they could go. And she replied that of course, but she still had to go through a test. After some time, Yuan Zhenxi woke up and saw Su Li in front of him, who brought him fresh tea. The hero said that her task could be completed at this stage, but the girl replied that there was something she would like to tell him about. She said that his neighbors would receive huge compensation because all the necessary measures were taken for this. The girl also added that the special department would make significant improvements and handed it to him the crystal of the mind. The incredible white crystal of the mind appeared in the palm of Yuan Zhen's, who looked at him in surprise. He asked what would happen if the crystal turned black, and Wei Li said that if he was unlucky in battle one day, he himself would become an oddity. The dark side of the main character said that the girl is absolutely right and says what is true. In the dream, he himself became an oddity, and after absorbing hundreds of millions of legend points, he turned into an oddity that could not be denied. It was written in the diary that Yuan Zhensu had 100 million glasses of legends on his account, and he was turned into oddity with a book. The main character understood that he could see everything for himself, but at the same time he did not know at all how it all happened. But did he know that he wanted to kill? He decided that it was better not to tell Shui Li that he had become an oddity in the dream, and promised that he would try hard not to turn into it. Suddenly there was a call at the door, on which the girl paid attention and said that she would open the door herself. An excited Chen Yubai stood outside the door, came with a gift and jabbered that she had not seen the president of the club for a long time, so she decided to visit. Then the girl gradually opened her eyes and was shocked when she saw a stranger in front of her, not Yuan Zhen's. She immediately felt very awkward and asked for forgiveness, making the excuse that she was probably at the wrong door. Shi Li giggled and said that she had recently moved here, and the main character came to the door and asked why she came. Soon, Tian Yuibei was sitting on an armchair and looking at Zhui Li. In her thoughts, she called her very beautiful and was surprised by the hospitality of the hero. It was reported on TV that recently, cases of kidnappings had become more frequent in the city, and a nervous man was shouting that his daughter had been kidnapped. The reporter asked people to pay attention to their safety, and Sui Li turned her attention to the upset Chen Yubai. Yuan Zhensi said that she is his subordinate and is also aware of the oddities, and Zui Li said that the kidnapping case is very popular at the moment. She added that the department even plans to turn to them for help, and may have to take on the matter with a special department. The protagonist asked if everything was so seriously. Near the door, he suddenly saw a black silhouette. As it turned out, it was the red-eyed Zhao Ai, which only he could see, and who wanted to discuss something with him. The young man left the girls alone and asked them to chat for now because he needed to leave for a while. Going into the corridor, the protagonist immediately took advantage of the notebook because he was interested in information about the abductions. He understood that the popularity of the case of abductions affects the case of Xiao Ai, and the growth rate has significantly decreased. It was also clear that the legend of the legend was supposed to become larger, and Xiao Ai earned quite little in tonight. The girl from the afterlife turned to the master because she wanted to discuss with him a kidnapper who really interferes with her. She also looked at the notebook and said that her work was still standing, and Yuan Zhensi asked, "Why don't they add fuel to the fire?" Xiaowei looked at the hero with a very interested look, who said that he had an idea. The main character asked the girl if she wanted to have a new friend and play with the outskirts, which sounded tempting. After the girls left, the hero recalled that while studying in a past life, his neighbor was possessed by a ghost calling. The rules and methods of murder were unknown, but the young man understood that it was necessary to rewrite the history of the city legend, and suddenly came across an interesting video. He came across a new starting point, which was an upbeat melody that served as the basis for the song. The photo showed a cute girl with blonde hair and yellow eyes holding a golden cup. 5 years ago, the love and talent of composer Yu Xuan made it very popular among the people for music. But greed also did not stand aside. Once, the abductors stole her extorted huge ransom from her parents, forbidding to contact the police. And at first, her parents agreed. But the media learned about the abduction of the girl and disheveled everyone. And the public security department made every effort to save the girl. A series of successful actions were carried out, as a result of which all the kidnappers were arrested and the girl was released. Yu Xuan was not subjected to violence. While she lived in imprisonment, she was even given out notes. So she created a song filled with longing for future life. The popularity of the girl took off to heaven, and then her family disappeared from everyone, and she herself began to be forgotten, and even fans stopped remembering her. Yuan Zhensi decided to simply take advantage of this situation, after which he concentrated and activated the notebook. People on the street discussed that the new starting point is quite strange, because they clearly heard their own cry. The stern man received a call from a frightened man who asked why people from the department had come, and he replied that he should have thought earlier. Then he completed the phone call and said that he would become her thug, so she could say goodbye to life. The abducted Lin Yue was very scared, and tears flowed down her face, but she could not scream because her mouth was sealed with tape. The kidnapper approached the girl and grabbed her shoulders, and she took her head to the side and continued to flood with tears. The man was distracted by another phone call, to which he immediately answered, although he was very irritated. After responding to a call with him, strange things began to happen, and the bandit gradually lost control of his body. The shocked man turned off the telephone sound, after which panic began, because he did not understand what was happening. Strange things took place with his body, and he listened to the melody with the name The Starting Point, and the bound Lin Yue was also surprised. The bandit literally turned the bandit from the outside and from the inside, and he did not know how to cope with himself because he could not control himself. He was incredibly painful, and he shouted in full voice, and the frightened girl pressed against the wall, even more afraid of what was happening. The bandit's mind and body were filled with an unbearable melody that killed the person who listened to it. A few seconds later, his body exploded, and the Lin Yue was as dumbfounded as possible, seeing all this with his own eyes. The girl looked with horror at what was happening and panicked even more, because she was left alone with herself and could not get out. She began to wonder what had just happened, because the scream of the kidnapper was incredibly scary. Lin Yue noticed one important detail, that exactly the same scream that the kidnapper published from the phone. At the Department of Public Safety, workers at the time were discussing that it was terrible, and it would not be an easy night. A member of the department in the observation room said that the captain had already seen a lot, so he has questions. Captain Bai Xiaowei, who investigated the case of serial abductions, carefully watched the recordings from the CCTV camera. It was known that during the investigation it was discovered that the case of abduction was planned, and brother Lin Yue, Lin Zhong, turned out to be the customer. The policeman said that they were monitoring everything and asked not to say too much, after which he handed the phone to the excited Lin Zhong. Through the phone call, after which both police officers were surprised because a strange melody was heard. Excited police did not understand what happened and asked the bewildered Lin Zhong what he had just done. The man himself grabbed his head and began to say that he was cold and had a headache, but his face had changed in appearance. Then he jumped. His whole voice screamed that he needed help. The confused police did not understand what was happening to him. Lin Zhong was getting worse every second, and the unbearable melody did not disappear from his head and was killing him. The man could no longer endure all this and began to bang his head on the rear window of the car, scaring the police even more. The time that passed from the moment the suspect answered the call was 3 minutes, 35 seconds. Bai Xiaowei considered it strange that the record showed that the phone rang at exactly 6 o'clock, but the time was 6 hours and 3.5 minutes. What was more strange was that the analysis showed that the voice on the phone definitely belonged to Lin Zhong, who died 3.5 minutes later. The captain told the subordinate that she could go, and he still needs to talk with his superiors about this whole situation. Yuan Zhenxi, meanwhile, looked at his notebook and realized that things were bad, and wondered if it was time to increase life expectancy. The system asked if he wanted to switch to the 4th rank, and the young man thought about it. Unless in this world the 3rd rank is not considered marginal. Qingji told the captain that this incident is different from the oddity with which they had to be contacted. Bai Xiaowei was excited when he heard of oddity, and the woman said that the oddities were the embodiment that kills a person according to the rules. She said that until the rules work, the murder will not go anywhere, so it will not work to avoid death. Qingji added that they can always refuse the investigation, but some are already making certificates regarding the abductors. She said that it is worth answering the call, as a person hears his own scream, and then, within a half minutes, death will be inevitable. In addition, the new starting point cannot be changed or removed, and the special department opened a new business called a strange call. Bai Xiaohui was distracted by a call from his mother, who asked him to return home, thereby greatly surprising the captain. Soon he returned home, where his father-in-law and mother-in-law lay dead, and the captain asked to be allowed to take part in the investigation. The man barely restrained his tears and reassured his crying wife, confidently saying that he wanted to take revenge on his relatives. Qingji said that the next information would be confidential and asked to leave his wife. The police officer brought the girl, and the lady promised that they would take care of the captain's wife and asked him to take the phone of the murdered one and call him. Then she handed him the phone and called it the test and error. And the man wondered why he should call the dead. Being very nervous, he called the deadline of the dead. And Qingji was convinced that he did not die and said that this was enough. 8 hours after the incident, a folder of documents was placed on the table that spoke of the number of deaths and information about them. Bai Xiaowei asked how many dead at the moment, and Choin replied that more than 1,000, asking if he had any thoughts, but he answered no. Then the girl said that Madame Qingji said that the captain's wife's belongings had been moved to a special department, which surprised him. She also passed the inheritance to his honor and mother-in-law, and said that they would take him as soon as he reads, and Bai Xiaowei was shocked when he saw the inheritance. It was written on the sheet that the father-in-law had buried her daughter, who returned one day with a big wound on her head and said that she had been beaten. These were her classmates whom he would really like to teach a lesson. But the families of these brats had a lot of money, so he was left powerless. They disgraced the man, and he decided to start taking revenge, after which he decided to ask one of them to go somewhere and then suddenly attack. The man understood that in this way all the brats would get what they deserved, because he could no longer live with this yoke. His wife only silently came to his aid and said that when the children grew up, they would voluntarily surrender to the doctors, and he promised that he would keep a diary. Yuan Zhensu knew that everyone who robbed or abducted people over the past 10 years would be killed, so he gets much more points. The transition to the 4th rank turned out to be too easy, and although there was no added strength, the body felt much lighter, and the hero decided to change the rules. He said that if the kidnapper responds to evil, then there is no point in being punished for it. And when you call, the melody of the new starting point will be heard first. The main character was alert when the system rejected his request and said that the amendments could not be applied. Yuan Zhensa analyzed the situation and realized that apparently, points are not enough to change the rules. Suddenly, someone began to knock on his door and, calling his brother, asked if he was here, and the hero remained calm. The main character grinned and said that he was here and asked the person who came to come in this calm place. After that, a loud phone call rang. The young man immediately took out the phone, and the voice said that he knew he was here. The knock of the door intensified, and the voice asked Yuan Zhensa as soon as possible to open the door, but he only grinned insidiously, standing still. The main character at the time turned into black strangeness and said that he did not think that she would irritate him so much. He then walked to the door and opened it, and standing behind it was Yu Xuan, whom he grabbed by the collar and threw to the floor. The hero said in a warning tone that she would once again throw such a prank. Then he will not pull it out. The girl straightened her hair and, looking Yuan Zhenzi in the eyes, said that she understood everything and would not allow such a mistake again. Then she took his hand and said that in order to change the rule, he needed to spend 2 million points of legends. The girl also said that he still had everything ahead of him, making the young man smile, and he was embarrassed because it was strange for her to console him. Yu Shen suddenly changed in her face and said that there are still rules, while looking at the white front door. Then she smiled very strangely and said that it was time for her to go. And Yuan Zhen's, the eyes in Xiao Ai were at a loss from her smile. The main character asked the rest whether this girl was terrible, and they only silently nodded their head with the sign of consent. Meanwhile, the news was talking about a new internet virus that had suddenly appeared, but experts argued that there was nothing to worry about. Qingji said that it was discovered that all the people who received strange calls had experience in kidnapping. She added that the criminal must have a personal phone with him, but a strange call distinguishes between abductions of various kinds of intentions. The lady said, in other words, that they do not receive any punishment for arresting suspects, and Kang Ping asked her not to delve into this for now. He said that the special department will cooperate with the analytical center in order to strengthen control of electronic equipment. Then Kanpin said that it was time to go to the market to lend ghostly scissors, which was a little surprised by Qingji. She said that she did not object to the decisions made by the highest organs, after which she asked if he remembered the ghost. The man replied, yes. And Qingji said that according to the reports of the psychiatrist, the guy's condition worsened, and the reason was the lack of empathy. The woman asked if they should put off dealing with the strange call, and Kang Ping said that it seemed like the ghost had influenced her. He said that oddities are created by people and feed on people, and as soon as the rules of oddities are adopted, the scale of murder will increase. Kang Ping added that they act for the good of mankind, even if you have to sacrifice several people, and even if you have to sacrifice yourself. The Qian Weibei, meanwhile, greeted Yuan Zhen's, who came to the club, and the hero noticed that she was writing something in the diary again. He understood that she was writing details in the diary, so her loss of memory cannot be considered at all as amnesia. He managed to read that in the club she did not do anything and only took a sip of water, and a bird suddenly attacked the girl at that moment. Yuan Chensa noticed a attached scroll of paper on his left paw, after which he realized that this letter addressed to him. As it turned out, Hunan wrote a letter to him, who offered to meet in the evening because they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero did not see anything wrong there, because Xiao Ai has already grown in his abilities, so he will not harm her anything. He signed the consent and released a dove, after which Zian Yuibai said that there was something he would like to ask her, and the girl began to listen carefully. The young man said that he wanted her to use her coin, and the slightly worried girl replied that she had forgotten it at home. Yuan Zhenzi thought that she always had a coin, but he asked her to take the coin with her tomorrow, and the girl bowed down and promised that she would take it. Then he sat down at the computer and noticed that Qian Yubai was writing again and wondered what was wrong with her and whether she was deceiving him. Nevertheless, the hero drove away these thoughts, fulfilled these thoughts, that to supplement the rules of Xiao Ai, he will need more legends. The young man decided that it was time to find something else, but his oddities eclipsed all previous ones. Initially, he wanted to take advantage of the abilities of Qian Yuibei, went not according to plan, and he wondered if he had put on her. The hero quickly quit this idea and realized that quite a lot of time had passed, but the level of spiritual power did not increase. At 5 in the evening, Chen Yubai told the president that she had gone home, and he wished her a happy journey. Yuan Zhenzi suspected something strange and took the bag, after which he went after it, deciding to go somewhere first. He proceeded after the girl until leaving the school, but at one moment stopped because something began to block his review. The main character stopped and looked at the high-rise building located right in front of him and realized that he needed to act. Then the ability was used, which discovered a complete overview of the heroes, which allowed him to understand where the girl turned. The young man began to examine each apartment in detail and soon found the room in which Caiyan Yuibei was located. He went up to the desired floor and knocked on the door of the apartment, after which a sweet-looking woman opened the door for him, who did not understand why he had come. The woman greeted the young man. She asked who he was looking for, and Yuan Zhenzi answered with a smile that Xiao Bai was looking for. The girl's mother was a little wary and asked the guy what kind of relationship with her daughter he was, because she had no friends earlier. The main character smiled at the woman and said that he was the boyfriend of the beautiful Xiao Bai, whom he came to visit. The surprised woman asked how this happened, and the young man in response to this only smiled and remained silent. Qian Yuibei, who was surprised when he saw the president, came out of the room, and he asked why she calls him the president if he was her boyfriend. At first, the girl fell into a stupor in surprise, but quickly caught his thought and asked her beloved guy to go to the house. The hero realized that everything was not so smooth, and the girl's mother was delighted, because before her daughter had not been so talkative, and she had few friends. She began to imagine their wedding and asked the young man if he would stay with them for dinner and if he would like to invite his parents. For a few seconds, Yuan Zhenzi froze in place and said that it was not worth doing this because his parents are not here. He then said that before the transfer, Xiao Bai was very reserved, so he had no friends either. But it was because of her that he was able to change. The girl's happy mother said that she would go cook dinner and added that her father would return soon. And the young people smiled at her. Qian Yuibei took off her glasses and played a little playfully with Yuan Zhenzi if he would not against going to her room. And the young man immediately agreed. He noticed that since he said that they were now a couple, she switched to the state of a caring girl and was coping quite well. But this once again proved that Qian Yubai standing in front of him was an oddity who asked what he wanted to do. Judging by the mother, it was not like the strangeness to the whole family, and apparently, only the girl had problems. Oddity lacks rational thought, but it imitates a real person quite well. Yuan Zhenzi could not believe that Qian Yuibei was dead, and knew that the true goal of Oddity was the introduction into the family and the murder of all its members. He also understood that if the girl really died, then he should take the coin, because it is an important artifact. The hero asked the girl to use the coin of fate to find out where the danger was hiding, but she replied that she had left it at the club and would give it back in the evening. The young man pretended that he did not understand anything, but then drew attention to a doll with blue eyes, the look of which was human. Qian Yubai said that her neighbor gave her this doll, after which the hero asked if she would give it to him, to which the girl immediately agreed. Yuan Zhenzi picked up the strange doll and wondered if it could be an ordinary doll, since there were no triggers. But still, spiritual energy was present in it, and he realized that it was thanks to the receipt of the 4th rank, because this power could hardly be caught. But he was able to. After a while, Qian Yubai's father returned, and the girl immediately introduced her boyfriend to him, which surprised the man. Yuan Zhensu realized that her parents were ordinary people without any deviations and greeted his uncle. Then he asked Xiaobai to return to the room because he wanted to discuss something with her parents, which caused dissatisfaction with the girl's father. As soon as the girl slammed the door to the room behind her, the hero grabbed her parents by the hands and took her to a safe place. After that, he said that the girl in the room was not their daughter and was not a person at all, and the shocked father asked him to explain. The hero said that Qian Yubai is not real because she can't use the fate coin. If they don't believe, they can introduce themselves as uncle and aunt. He said that after some time he will figure out how to solve their problem, but he does not yet know what rules the strangeness uses to kill people. Soon they returned to the house where their parents introduced themselves as uncle with aunt and asked Xian Yuibei where her parents because they are looking for them. An inspired girl smiled and said that her parents were not there now and asked if they wanted to wait for them. Yuan Zhensi told the girl that she could go because her uncle and aunt had a lot to do, so they were already leaving, but her parents were shocked. Going out into another room, the mother said that she did not believe that their beloved daughter could die and was sure that all this was not true. The main character, meanwhile, entered the room of Qian Yuibei, who was dressed in a nightie, and asked why he returned so quickly. Yuan Zhensu did not answer her questions and took advantage of the ability to end his strange. He said in a threatening tone that her performance was over, after which he calmly slammed her head into the wall behind her. For the first few seconds, the girl did not raise her head, which gave little hope that the strangeness had been destroyed. But then, she nevertheless raised her head and said in a terrible tone that she was coming out. She had been discovered, which confirmed that this was indeed a strange thing. After these words, strange things began to happen to the girl and her hair began to stand on end, and smoke began to come out of her mouth. The main character watched all this with wariness and wondered if it was really a puppet that was in front of his eyes. And increasingly strange things happened to the doll, which forced Yuan Zhensi to strain even more every second. Soon, Qiang Yuibai appeared, who rushed into the arms of the young man in tears and said that she thought she would no longer see him. The hero drew attention to the puppet and asked the girl to dress, saying that he had so far catch up with this creature. Soon, he ended up on the street, where he was as concentrated as possible, but the puppet left no traces. Yuan Zhensi called on the phone and said that he would like to ask for help in capturing the puppet, which turned out to be an oddity. He added that it is necessary to interview all residents as soon as possible for strange toys and then destroy everything. The young man understood that all oddities have their own rules because Komatsu pestered the neighbors. Xiaoai was quite lazy, and the peeper could scan everyone. It was clear to him that the puppet was more like Komatsu, and all that remained was to catch it. But it was not clear what it was trying to achieve. He asked the girl's shocked parents to go home, because they would be safer there. Yuan Zhensi had the feeling that the coin of fate would no longer help him, because she probably obeyed only Qian Yuibai. While climbing the stairs with the girl's parents, he heard the voice of a young man who told his parents that he would be very careful and they need not worry. But the young man did not even suspect that a puppet was hiding in his large backpack, which posed a danger. Soon the main character and his parents were in the house, where he asked Qian Yubai to prove to her parents that she was real and ask a question in the coin of fate. Without any doubt, the girl asked a question and tossed a coin. While her surprised parents watched in awe, the coin fell, and she threw the girl into sweat and she began to tremble. While looking at the president with wide eyes, Qian Yubai was completely convinced that she was real, and tears immediately flowed down her cheeks, because she was very frightened by all these points. The girl immediately rushed into the arms to her beloved parents, and Yuan Zhensi got up from the sofa, realizing that the problem was solved. He looked at the happy girl and her parents, realizing that she had only now regained her memory. The hero told her that she needed to study more and asked why not start doing it. And Qian Yubai, in tears, admitted that she was wrong. A news reporter reported that the Department of Public Security stated that the song New Starting Point is part of hypnosis. Qingji told Kang Pina that it was necessary to solve everything as quickly as possible, and he said that it was time to use scissors. He surprised the woman by saying that this time he would use them himself, which immediately made her worry. She said that he has important tasks, and added that if he does not mind, then she would go to it, because she has a full of incurably sick acquaintances. Kan Ping firmly said that she was too young and should not do it, after which he asked her to pack up and said that they would see himself in the basement. In the end, the man added that his spiritual power is higher than that of others and not so badly can do without casualties. He said that lately they have not had much money, so they need to save money, and a pair of artificial prosthetics or eyes would not hurt. After some time, he was in the basement, where he used scissors to find out the information of the crying suspect. Transparent scissors were immediately activated, after which Kan Ping waved them, frightening the Tide Man even more. The melody almost penetrated his head, which made his colleagues who were nearby and watching this tense. Qi Xiaoyin and Qing Ji watched this aside, sweating from nerves. But they could not intervene because it was an order. The melody still managed to penetrate Kang Ping's head, causing him to scream in incredible pain, clutching his throat. All the colleagues nearby were very excited, like a bound man whose eyes were filled with horror. Yuan Shen's, meanwhile, returned home, where he was waiting for his beloved pet eyes and a girl from the afterlife of Xiao Ai. The girl asked our traveling gentleman if he also felt something, and at the same time he silently looked at the floor. On the floor lay the Xuan that fell apart, and the main character said that she did not die at all, but she was limited. This did not bother him at all, and he said that it was even better, after which he took advantage of the notebook to do something. The protagonist took advantage of his ability and said that be that as it may, he received the Glasses of Legends. And this is the main thing. The area of action was expanded throughout the country, and a child reached out to Yuan Zhen's, calling him an older brother like a demon. It was the crying Yu Xuan who hugged the young man and said that her body had split into several parts, and the eye stick was boring from it. Suddenly, the girl seemed to begin to choke, pointing her finger in her mouth, and Yuan Zhenzi asked her what happened. He learned that as a result of a vote in the special department, it was decided to use not only the Horn of Death, but also ghostly scissors. As it turned out, the Horn of Death is an ordinary object that absorbs all sounds in the region of the horns, and the cost of 10,000 people became at the cost. Yuan Zhenzi gently stroked the crying of Yu Xuan on the head, while with a little mockery he said that the price was very high. Meanwhile, Kang Ping was lying in the intensive care unit of the special department hospital, who gradually began to come to his senses. He asked Qing Ji, who was sitting next to him, if it worked, and she replied that he used the Horn of Death and now the calls had stopped. She said the department would hold a press conference tomorrow to talk about the massive water poisoning that caused necrosis of the vocal cords. Qing Ji added that they have already prepared benefits for these people, and the agreement has been signed and has already entered into force. She also said that the think tank had probably already pocketed all the allocated funds. And Kang Ping asked what about Hong Yin. The lady replied that he was prepared and there was no problem, and the man asked if they were going to throw a farewell party for him. Kan Pin asked to call the ghost and come up with something if he was against it, and the woman asked if he was thinking that it would be appropriate. The head said that with the guy's character, the oddities that they were so afraid of could be just another step towards his success. Qing Ji suggested that the head wants to check whether the main character, who is so strong, can be trusted. After some time, they were in the dining room, and a slightly dissatisfied Yuan Zhenzi asked if they had decided to invite him to the dining room. The hot-tempered Hong Yin exclaimed that their cooks were first-class specialists, and Qing Ji asked him to calm down. The guy exclaimed that today he would have to go to the girl from the afterlife and asked to be a little kinder to him. Yuan Zhenzi wished the guy success and asked if it was true that they called him not only because of Hong Yin. Qing Ji confirmed that this was the case and then showed him the membership card that gives him access to the website. She immediately threw the membership card to the young man and said that the website published very important information for some officials. The guy asked why she gives a card to him, and Qing Ji replied that any person would die if she was faced with strangeness, even very rich. The girl next to her said that they didn't need the money, and if it weren't for the strict rules of the special department, she wouldn't accept any assignments either. Yuan Zhenzi still said that they never answered his question and asked again why he needed a membership card. The girl said that after his brilliant victory over the demonic neighbor, he became famous, and many Koans want to contact him. Qing Ji said that he was very strong and hoped that he would make a great contribution to society, as cases of strange things had become more frequent. She added that he should become a support for people and asked how the game is your turn so simply disappeared and whether it was his hand. The hero did not want to disappoint them, but he did not strive to destroy the oddities, and he had almost forgotten about the game, your turn. He replied with a smile that he was also surprised by the disappearance of the game, and asked if he was thinking that he had so cool abilities. The young man decided that he would perform tasks to earn points and should thank them for the opportunity to rescue his ward from the horns of death. The members of the special department began to leave, and Qing Ji said that it was necessary to bring Hong Yin to his senses, after which Yuan Zhenzi said goodbye to everyone. Finally, the lady said that the grandson of one of the leaders went missing, so he was ready to spend money on searching for him. At the same time, the woman added that there are no clues and it seems as if her grandson has disappeared, which is even more intriguing. Yuan Zhen's, while at home, asked Xiao Ai whether she was ready, because Hunan would arrive in full, and the girl asked him to believe in her. He said that she could arrange a performance for Little Ai and Yu Xuan. And he still had some business to do, and a very important one at that. The hero understood that if he had to deal with strangeness, there would be a lot of trouble, after which he suddenly began to lose consciousness. His charges were excited because they did not understand what was wrong with the owner, and Yuan Zhensi fell unconscious at that very moment. Just his soul seemed to leave the body and was chained to the place that he saw before his eyes. But he could not leave. The young man did not understand where he was and heard someone's voice who exclaimed that he would kill He Xian. The main character looked around and assumed that this was someone's personal studio. But the screams did not subside and someone was shouting that they wanted to get out. Yuan Zhensi's soul began to move forward to see where the noise came from and understood that this was not like oddity. The man told the guy that he was the most calm of all the ghosts that he had to see and asked why he was not afraid. Then she took a sheet of paper on which a ghost was drawn and said that he did not like the guy's appearance, especially his look. Yuan Zhensi did not answer him, and the man began to get angry and asked if he really decided to play daredevil since he did not answer. The hero asked if he was He Xian and said that it was too late for him to regret his deeds. And the man laughed and asked him that he was a great philosopher. He threatened that soon the hero would be afraid and beg him to save his life and asked how the soul dared to threaten him. Crazy. He Qian began to laugh abnormally and said that he would give the customer with the surname Tian a discount for killing Yuan Zhensi. The young man was familiar with this last name, but this was not so important because he did not want to waste time chatting with a crazy person. He remembered He Qian's name and face, after which he disappeared. And the crazy man was shocked and did not believe that this was possible. The man began to sob and did not understand how the guy managed to dissolve his soul, because this is an ordinary soul, which fell under his control. All the other souls began to laugh at him, calling him an idiot, which immediately angered the crazy He Qiang. The ridicule did not stop, and he shouted and asked them to shut up, closing it better because it was really hurting their ears. Then the insane opened the door and said, Yuan Zhensi definitely died, otherwise it cannot be. The hero, meanwhile, found himself at home and called the special department, asking him to check on a man named He Qian, who was an artist. The ghost replied that a minute ago this man was lit up in a dark night bar, where 10 minutes later the protagonist was already. For some time he stood at the entrance to the bar, where Tian Junzi was sitting, who calmly drank drinks, and to whom he had a question. Hey! Zian showed a photo of Yuan Zhensi with Zhui Li and asked to explain what was wrong with him, and the man called him an opponent. Tian Zhongze said that she was quite cute and he couldn't back down, but she refused him, saying that she was already busy. The man added that, be that as it may, he believed that this was the work of Yuan Zhensi. But as it turned out, he knew little about him. He asked He Qian not to worry. Then, as he is no stronger, this guy is just a boy. But this did not reassure him at all. Suddenly, Yuan Zhensi appeared and used the ability and scared them with his unexpected appearance. The main character asked the men if they would like to skip together a glass together, and the frightened men asked who he was still. Yuan Zhensi asked. He Qian in a terrifying tone how he could forget him, since he had just been at his home. Out of fear, the trembling Tian Junzi dropped the bottle to the floor, after which he fell to his knees, very worried about his life. The main character stepped on his foot and asked where the photograph, and the man crying with fear asked what photograph he speaks. The young man said that if they told the truth, he would give them a second chance. But unfortunately, everything will be different. A broken red phone appeared in the air in front of the men, which made them worry even more. Yuan Zhensi ordered the frightened He Xian to tell about all his sins, threatening that the contrary he would break all the bones to him. Tian Zhongze began to say that he was a university teacher and recently a girl he wanted to woo came to them. But she rejected his advances. He thought that she liked the hero, and therefore he bribed her friend and asked for various kinds of photos of Zhui Li. Yuan Zhensi asked if this was why he asked He Qian to kill him. The man trembled and did not know how to justify himself. Suddenly, a police detachment appeared, and the main character asked them to take a man by the name of Tian, who was a suspect. The police began to wring the hands of both men, and Yuan Zhensi asked them to look at the masterpieces of the insane He Qian. Deep at night, he called the sleeping Zhui Li, who was very surprised, and Mr. Ghost said that they needed to talk. After the conversation, Su Li realized that he decided to notify her, preserving the reputation, and decided that the issue needed to be resolved properly. the girl's best friend Xiao Chan. Meanwhile, she conducted a stream on her channel, and Lee asked if she still leads the broadcasts. The girl asked her friend why she didn't knock, and Zueli responded by asking how much she received for the photographs that she gave to Tian Zhongzhe. The friend said with a smile that this was for her own good, because she was no longer young, and this man was not bad, but if he hurt her, he would hit her on the head. Julie asked her not to turn on live broadcasts, and said that it would be better if she found a job that she would be satisfied with. Xiao Chan was very happy with such a statement and hugged her best friend, sincerely calling her very good. She realized that Tian Junzi had achieved his own, and now she decided to check her. And thanks to her connections, Chan will definitely have a worthy job. The girl also understood that then Zui Li would introduce her to the guy from the photo, who looked delicious, and she wanted to devour him. Zui Li patted her friend and said that the work paid well and tomorrow she would find out what to do. She asked Xiao Chan to appreciate it, because such work is given only once in a life and not everyone. The souls that were captured by the crazy He Xian, meanwhile, heard that one of the people came home. It was a police detachment that brought Yuan Zhenxi, and the souls rejoiced and asked to free them from the madman. The protagonist drew attention to him, the subject, but he could not take control of him, and he thought about how it works. He understood that one action of this ability could be too costly, and ordered He Xian to tell how to use it. The young man asked the silent man if it was true that he uses his drawings to imprison human souls, and must also be able to torture. Then the main character asked if it was true that if you tear the paper, the soul will also split, which helped He Chen a lot. The insane man did not answer him, after which Yuan Zhenxu decided to take the initiative into his own hands and check everything. The hero understood that his abilities with Xiao Ai are very well combined with each other, and the current technique is perfect. He told He Chen, who was crawling towards his leg, that he was a fairly balanced person and could torment him, but would not let him die. The man hugged his legs and, sobbing, said that he would say everything, while begging to let him go, because he was afraid for his life. Yuan Zhenxu said his sentence depends on his explanation, and the people in the drawings are very miserable because they do not know that they are sharpened forever. Incredibly frightened, He Chen exclaimed that the cost of using the brush was the death of a random friend. Earlier, he confidently shouted that he would rule the world and considered himself the elect, because he had such abilities. The hero realized that the cost of the majority of the equipment is paid independently, but apparently this brush was different and asked, "Aren't all his friends dead?" He Chen said that he uses this thing to make money, so he has to get to know people, because even new acquaintances are taken into account. He added that this is why people from bars are also used, inviting them to drink and then take part in other events. The police officer told the ghost that they had found a piece of drawing paper and the soul above wanted to talk to him. The man's soul introduced himself as Xiang Zhen from the Xiang house, who told the observers that he was very glad that he had waited for them to come. He said that all he had was faith. And He Chen exclaimed that if he knew that there were other people in the world with abilities, he would not kill others. Xiang Zhen asked if he was really thinking that he would help him cross his term, and Ha asked him, did he not help him to kill his brother? The man said that when his soul was trapped, all he could do was help. He Chen searched for information as a means of survival. Yuan Zhenxi ordered Xiang Chen to be sent back to the Xiang house, and He Tiang to be executed, after which they captured the insane man. He shouted everything that could be a subordinate hero, because he could draw the one whom he wants to kill, which is very important. The man also shouted that to use a pen you need to draw well and you shouldn't waste his talent. And the young man stopped at that moment. The main character turned around and asked if He Chen really thought that he was not limited by anything. And his right eye was like the eye of strangeness at that moment. He asked if he could help to put the oddities into the trap. And the frightened man, although he did not know what it was, he said that yes. Yuan Zhenxu smiled slightly and said that it was very regrettable. But the oddities have no soul, and he does not have a salvation of He Xian. The hero ordered him to take him away, and the frightened man shouted that it simply could not be, because everything has a soul. But no one listened to him. The young man decided that since he couldn't use the brush himself, it meant he didn't need it at all. He soon asked Xiao Ai if Hong Yin had used her powers to force her to reveal how she brought people back from the dead. The girl replied that yes, and told him that this was not in her rules, and the hero was convinced that she understood how to deceive people. Xiao Ai said that after he asked the question, Hong Yin's brain began to overstrain. She lost her vigilance, but asked her question. Yuan Zhenxi said that the special department only guessed that there were strange things capable of thinking, and suggested that the employees were very alarmed. The hero understood that Hunan was just resurrected and would not be restored soon, and Kan Pun generally received serious injuries. It was clear that the special department was still powerless, but there were too many legends, and there were more points on Xiao Xun. Xiao Ai said that Xiao Xun's abilities are useful, just like his body combines her abilities. The girl's abilities will also be useful to him. Yuan Zhensi unfolded a piece of paper, and after reading it, he realized that he could integrate the girl's ability into himself. The main character decided to do this for the same minute and spent 5,000 points of legends on integrating. Xiaoxun hugged her brother tightly, and the system notified him that absolute pitch had been obtained. A little wary young man wondered what this means and asked the girl. She could not stop exposing herself with a stupid. Then, on a white sheet of notebook, the main character saw a drawn puppet that was smiling eerily. Wanshens. Everything became clear, and he said that if he had this skill before, no one would have disappeared from him. The next day, Mr. Cian asked him not to reveal the secret, but regardless of the answer, he was given a mansion that symbolized wealth and status. The second son of a high-ranking family of SI died for no reason, but used special methods of investigation and, apparently, ran into something. Many citizens who have died recently were in the third private hospital, and Sima Feng underwent surgery there not long ago. The family of the deceased SIMA went to this hospital with the investigation because they wanted to seek help. They wanted to find out what was happening inside the walls of the hospital, but there were no problems superficially, just the family did not want to give up. Yuan Zhensu came to the third hospital for verification, in his thoughts saying that he always felt that everything was not as simple in the world as it seems. He did not have any sense of the presence of strangeness, but suddenly he was very surprised to hear that someone had fallen behind him. An old man fell nearby and showed no signs of life, and the hero began to call the doctor, shouting that the man was ill. After some time, he stood at the intensive care unit and asked the doctor whether he was dead in this hospital, and the doctor suggested talking about it later. Yuan Zhensi showed his senior officer's ID and said that he would like to receive any information about the deceased, shocking the doctor. Soon, he was in the office of the head physician, who said that yesterday this patient was examined. But this clearly did not inspire optimism. The hero asked if he had undergone an operation in their clinic, to which the doctor answered no. And the young man realized that, according to the information, there was definitely something wrong here. In recent months, people of middle and older ages have died, have undergone operations that had undergone operations, and this person only underwent inspection. After this, the main character asked the head doctor if he could help him with the operation, and the worried man asked what he meant. The young man said in a calm tone that he wanted to remove appendicitis. A mandatory factor for this was local anesthesia. The doctor said that it would be necessary to sign the consent of the fact that he removes their responsibility for complications. But the hero did not doubt at all. Appendicitis in connection with human evolution has become an unnecessary organ, so its removal was the best solution for Yuan Zhenya. The hero understood that at present it was difficult to determine the cause of death of a person during an operation. But he decided to make an exchange for murder. He had a feeling that this guy was not so simple, and it would take a lot of legend points, as well as good and evil, to hold him back. Soon the operation began, but Yuan Zhensi did not feel the energy of strangeness, and realized that the people and sounds here were ordinary. Surgical equipment, operating table, and everything that was needed, and there was no unusual one at all. The hero activated the ability of the Eye and Xiao Xun, and he himself increased to the 4th rank of the ability, so he will know if something goes wrong. Suddenly, strong fatigue appeared, the reason for which was incomprehensible, and the eyes of the protagonist began to close. He woke up after the operation and wondered if he had fallen asleep, and the nurse standing next to him realized that he had already woken up. She offered him a consultation about his limitations after the operation, and the young man realized that some kind of force majeure had happened. Jensu asked if some other operations were planned for today, and the girl replied that the transplant operation would soon take place. The main character said that he wanted her to tell him what would happen there, and the excited girl agreed to this. She agreed because the head said that she should fulfill any requests of this young man. But with all this, the girl wondered who this young man is and why she should obey him. Yuan Zhensu realized that life did not spend and he just slept, because before receiving this task he was well prepared. The main character realized that if something happens here, then his life would begin to spend money. But now he felt growing discomfort in the body. The transplant operation began, and the young man decided to observe from the side, because he himself cannot stand there. One of the doctors said that the mediastinum had been discovered and asked to open the pericardial sac and then make an incision. A series of procedures were performed, after which the doctor asked to place the organ in a machine to improve blood circulation. With the help of enhanced five feelings, the main character noticed the door, but the doctors and patients did not suspect anything. Yuan Zhensi wondered if it was possible that he fell asleep because of this door, and all because he was lying on the operating table at that moment. Without thinking twice, the young man went through the dark door that appeared, and it was dark around, but he continued to move forward without stopping. The protagonist took off his glove from his hand and drew attention to the strong smell of blood, which could not be noticed. He realized that he had penetrated into the heart, where it was too dark, and even his little eye and his fourth rank of abilities did not allow him to see beyond 2 steps. But for some time the young man stopped and wondered if some difference is whether he will go upstairs or down. Ahead he saw something strange and terrifying that directly threatened his life at that moment. A minute later, the system notified Yuan Zhensi that the remaining time of his life was 99 days. For several minutes he lay facing the ground, after which he began to gradually rise, making sure that the difference exists. He realized that the path upward was blocked, but at the same time there were 2 more paths along which he could calmly go. One of the paths was going down the stairs, and the second was returning along the same path that the main character chose. Without thinking twice, the young man returned to the door through which he came, but opening which was blinded by a bright white light. Surprised, stunned protagonist stood on the spot for several minutes, and in the light his hair even seemed white. The patient began to call the doctors standing in front of him, who had their backs turned and did not respond to his calls. Yuan Zhensi woke up in a medical bed and realized that he could not move, suggesting that he had fallen under the influence of the rules of strangeness. He realized that as soon as he walked out the door, he would be forced to find himself on the operating table, and yet he fell within the boundaries of the rules. The young man wondered why all these people turned into doctors, which was incredibly strange and incomprehensible. One of the doctors announced the start of the operation and asked the others to prepare to open the patient's chest. Yuan Zhensi was caused by severe pain, and he was very tense, realizing that they are all alive are real people. The doctors continued opening the chest, and the main characters almost went crazy from incredible pain that was difficult to endure. The chest was opened and the protagonist's heart was taken, resulting in another life being taken. After some time, he came to his senses and immediately jumped up, trying to understand what was happening around him. He put his palm to his face and began to breathe heavily, analyzing the situation that happened to him. The door to the room suddenly opened, and an unfamiliar man tried to quietly enter the young man's room. The fury of Yuan Zhensi, with an awesome tone, asked who dared to enter his ward and bother. From the fright, the nurse dropped medicines, exclaiming that the demon was in the ward, and the hero exhaled and realized that these were ordinary people. An angry nurse asked the protagonist not to scare patients who are already very scared. After that, the girl left the ward, while looking angrily at Yuan Zhensi, who allowed to behave like that. Everything seemed strange to him, and he wondered if the entire hospital had fallen under the rules of hypnosis control. After the hero observed the operation, his heart was taken away, after which the young man began to feel the place where the incision was. The tense Yuan Zhensi could believe that he was left without a heart, because it was very strange and incomprehensible. He began to worry, wondering how a person could live without a heart, and understood that it was impossible to death awaited him. Due to the lack of a heart, the hero left for a day less, and he decided to spend the glasses of legends on the restoration of the missing organs. The system asked if he wanted to spend 20,000 points to restore his heart and appendix, and the hero undoubtedly answered yes. The recovery was successful, as a result of which, within a few seconds, Yuan Zhensi had a heart in his hands, which he squeezed. He pointed his heart, slightly squeezed in his hand, onto his chest, after which it gradually began to penetrate inside his body. A few seconds later, the organ completely entered the body of the protagonist and successfully took the desired position in the body. Soon, Yuan Zhensi woke up and wondered if there was even a hint of something strange at the moment when his heart was taken away. All that he managed to find out in this period of time that he was left without a heart, as a result of an operation to remove the appendix. Everyone who is in the hospital, whether doctors or other patients, saw a black hole in his chest. But this did not scare them at all. The young man asked the nurse if he could ask her a question, and the girl asked him to speak, because she needed to give medicines to patients. The hero asked whether a person would die if left without a heart, and the surprised nurse answered yes, and asked what kind of question this was. Zhengxi said that he had just had a heart operation that was supposed to be performed by Surgeon Lin, but the nurse said that was not the case. The guy asked for forgiveness and said that something was found not right on him, and the nurse said that he needed to relax and decided to discuss this with the doctor. The main character realized that all these people had changed not only the concept of common sense, but also their overall vision of the world. And he himself was not only deprived of his heart, but also in a strange way was hypnotized, which was a reason for thought. Neither he nor the deceased underwent heart surgery, and ordinary people are not able to see the black door, so it could be the key to the strangeness. Then, an increase in awareness was activated, and it became known that he is in a strangeness called a hospital where people have no heart. Yungensi grinned and was convinced that he was right, after which he pulled the jacket towards him with the help of his ability. He understood that the building itself has oddities because it controls all hospitals and does it very secretly. The protagonist put on a coat and came to the conclusion that it was time to find the weaknesses of the building to end this. The young man was a little worried that otherwise, the outcome of the people here could be quite sad. Opening the door, he saw a man screaming from incredible pain, whose face was very terrible and terrible. The nurse and the second patient in the room were shocked, and the man fell face down on the floor, still screaming in even more pain. The cold-blooded Yuan Zhensa analyzed the situation as a question of how a man had a lack of air. He called the head and said that he would like to see salvation from respiratory failure, and the man replied that he could not give consent to this. The hero realized that he was hopeless and asked he could organize an operation on the lungs, and the head replied that he was to agree on this. Sometime later, the young man was present at a lung operation performed on a 47-year-old woman suffering from tuberculosis. Using the ability, the main character analyzed the woman and found out that her soul was in normal condition, and she had not been treated in the hospital before. But suddenly, the eye sticking out of his hand turned his gaze to the side, which a little alerted Yuan Zhens. As it turned out, behind him the door again appeared with a purple shade, in the middle of which there was something like a black hole. Suddenly, the main character was sucked into the door that appeared, and in his place only a medical gown and cap remained. From the portal, he left a chic black suit and unbuttoned shirt, and the ability was activated at that moment. The slightly excited Yuan Zhensa looked forward, where he saw a climb and a small red zone on the stairs. He was shocked and could not believe that everything happened so quickly, after which he began to descend the steps at high speed. Every step that the main character ran through immediately collapsed, and he realized that this was something similar to the road of death. At one point, the main character realized that he was late, but he did not intend to give up at all and began to think through the course of action. Without thinking twice, the young man came to the decision to jump, hoping that he would be able to land softly and without damage. Below, he saw something like a slope and realized that, judging by the time when he jumped, the distance was small. A few seconds later, Yuan Densi landed successfully without damaging a single bone and exhaled with relief. He looked at the door and in his thought said that this was the order of separation of human insides, and each door is a separate organ. The hero realized that each door corresponds to a specific hospital door, and last time it was the heart, and now it is the liver. After strengthening the 5 basic senses, certain options could be considered, and he decided to try to open this door again. The young man understood that the only thing you could live without that, and decided that it was necessary to find the right organ as soon as possible without lost. Then he jumped to the side and said that after the removal of the lungs, death is inevitable, just as after the removal of the stomach. Yuan Zhensi also understood that kidneys apparently were also not an option, as were the large and small intestines, which were also not suitable. After a while, the young man was out of breath and wondered if there were any side effects of so many checks. He understood that in any case, fatigue was not particularly noticeable, and it was necessary to find the top of all problems. The main character realized that the top was most likely the brain, after which he heard a strange and loud sound. The floor began to collapse under his feet, and Yuan Zhensi became alarmed and wondered where this sound was coming from. He did not see and could not stop his fall, and the space turned out to be endless and very incomprehensible to him. Soon the hero fell into a huge pond and complained about strong pressure from the blood, wondering what kind of place it is. In front of him was a huge wall on which there were blue patterns, and the young man assumed that in front of him was a heart again. Then he discovered sheets in front of him that were very similar to a diary, but he couldn't really see anything. Yuan Zhensu hid the battered sheets under the shirt and realized that someone was here except him. But probably this person was already dead. After this, the main character will continue to move forward, and pushing forward opened a huge door leading to the next room. He realized that the door was a hospital, and they all support the main organ, that is the heart. The young man used his ability to finally touch the heart, but at one moment froze in place, very surprised. From an incredible heart pain, the hero immediately fell to the floor, grabbing his heart and trying to endure a sharp pain. The pain intensified. The young man clenched his teeth, tearing his shirt, because he could no longer endure the pain. At that moment, a bright purple beam beat from his chest, and Yuan Zhen's himself kneeling, tormenting in pain. The system notified that the main character was dead, and the remaining days of his life were only 96. Soon the hero was resurrected, and the system warned him that he needed to give up some part of himself and asked if he was choosing this path. Yuan Zhensu considered it all nonsense and without a doubt agreed, realizing that it would not be possible to turn back. The red pendant on his neck began to indicate the direction of movement, and the hero carefully watched him. He rushed to run, confidently saying in his thoughts that this was the gate of death, and he was absolutely sure of his words. The main character also suggested that he had already found a strangeness with the name of the heart, because the results of his actions indicated this. At one point, he was near the door, which, as it turned out, designated a female organ, past which the hero did not stop. Yuan Zhensi understood that all this was not important at all. He needed to move on, after which he ran into one of the doors. Having jumped out of it, there was a realization that he had successfully got out and was at the entrance to the third hospital. He wondered why the womb was considered the gate of death and suggested that it was because it represented the hope of procreation. Also in his head was the assumption that she shows that the main character was born without this organ. Yuan Zhensi looked at the tattered sheets, which were familiar to him, and also looked like Chen Yubai's diary. He tried to read the inscriptions, and although it was very difficult to do, nevertheless, the hero managed to see the number of 19 and the month of December. The young man continued to turn over the diary and realized that if it was the 19th of December, then 6 months ago, a fire occurred in the archive of the hospital. As a result of the fire, all files were destroyed, and that is why he had data only over the past 6 months. 6 months ago, Chen Yubai entered this hospital twice, but this diary does not talk about the strangeness, and the hero wondered how she could survive. The main character came to the decision that he needed to find out everything from her, and called the girl who was swimming and asked why he was calling. She left the bathroom, and the young man on the phone said that he needed to find out something from her and asked her to leave for a while. After a while, they were at a cafe, where Yuan Zhensi asked if Chen Yubai had gone to a private hospital at the end of last year. The girl looked at him silently, while on her face one could see admiration for an incredibly beautiful guy. The protagonist once again asked if she went to a private hospital, and Chen Yubai asked for forgiveness, saying that she was a little distracted. The girl began to tell that last year something strange happened, and therefore she could not remember this period of time. At the end of last year, she had an accident with her parents, so her dad required help, but still, they remember little about that incident. Yuan Zhensi understood that her parents could not be in the hospital because there was a fire there, and all this was not just a coincidence. Chen Yubai asked if he wanted to know anything else, and the hero replied that he didn't and said that he just needed to check something. They went outside, where the girl asked if she could help with anything else, and the young man said that if her abilities were needed, he would call her. He said that he would let you know as soon as he needed anything, and the girl said goodbye to the president of the Ghost Society. Walking down the street, the upset girl realized that he was not at all interested in the opposite sex, and she wanted to become his wife. She considered herself useless because she could not help him, and Yuan Zhensi suddenly said that he would take her home. The happy girl began to jump for joy, and the hero asked her to go forward and said that he would follow. Chen Yubai was very happy because she understood that the president was interested in her, but she did not know that this was an oddity. Yuan Zhensu realized that the girls had an operation there, then how she was without a heart, and her parents knew that she was in the hospital. During the fire, the documents were lost, and the coin of fate gave a second chance at life. But if someone says that she has no heart, she will die instantly. Previously, the main character did not understand why he could not remain cold-blooded. But now he realized everything and did not want to kill the girl. He decided that since Chen Yubai perceives as a subordinate, he should be respected with respect. At that moment, the hero felt like an inhuman boss, and his company of oddities consisted of his closest associates. At one point, Yuan Zhensi turned to Chen Yubai walking in front of him, who immediately looked at him. He remembered that he never congratulated her on her official promotion to the second rank, and smiled and said that she had done a good job. On the territory next to the girl's house, she asked the president to wait a little, but he did not understand what was happening. Qian Weibei knew that recently many patients have arrived in the clinic and handed an amulet that could strengthen his health. Yuan Zhenxi picked up the health-promoting amulet, but looked at it a little distrustfully and warily. He realized that among the elderly there is a high risk of mortality because they do not exercise, and viruses constantly penetrate their bodies, putting them in danger. And when the body planned the fight against viruses, he found that there was no heart. And then he died. And the hero thanked Qian Weibei for the gift. Over the phone, the hero told the head doctor that any operation would be suitable, especially on the lungs, because he wanted to observe. Yuan Zhenxi realized that the body is capable of breaking out beyond the limits of possibility, and decided to try to enter the doors of organs that it does not have. He believed that he simply had to do this, because only there could he get his heart back again, and decided to go to the womb. At incredibly high speed, the main character descended along the steps, which immediately fell into the abyss. The system asked him to give his heart first, and meanwhile Yuan Zhenxi was already running to the door. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and began to slowly come, finding himself on the operating table. In front of him, the young man saw several doctors, whose gaze was frightening, and who were holding sharp objects in their hands. Yuan Zhenxi realized that they had once again taken his heart, after which he began to slowly come to his senses again. The voice told the main character that from now on he could live even without a heart, which was called successful hypnosis. There were 6 in the morning on the clock, and the hero realized that hypnosis helped him to remain in the mind of not dying, and now he could go through the door. He lunged forward, and then opened the huge door in front of him and entered the room. Ahead, the main character saw a huge heart, which he began to gradually approach in order to grab it. Approaching the huge organ, Yuan Zhenxi, with a sharp movement, stretched his hand up and touched it. The touch caused a powerful reaction that made the hero's eyes turn red, and the teeth were very squeezed. The protagonist showed great patience and continued to hold his hand at a huge heart, despite a violent reaction. The huge organ gradually decreased in size, and the goal of the young man was to appropriate him and leave with him. With sweat on his face, Yuan Zhenxi said that this time he succeeded and did not even lose his life. The reduced-sized heart successfully ended up in his hand, which indicated the successful completion of the operation that had begun. The main character took off his shirt, intending to insert the resulting heart inside himself to completely end this. Then he spread the incision on his chest, while experiencing severe pain to insert his heart in his place. The organ was successfully inserted and began to emit bright rays, and the system said that all that remained was to return the heart back. Meanwhile, the resulting organ fell into place and began to beat frequently, and Yuan Zhenxi removed his fingers from it. From the place on the chest where the organ was inserted, bright rays were shining, which were bright purple. At one point, the young man lost consciousness and began to fall to the floor. A cut on his chest at that moment dragged on. The main character fell to the floor unconscious. The system notified him that he had overcome the strangeness of the hospital by gaining many points. The system also asked if he wanted to break through to the 5th rank, and added that it would be impossible to cancel the choice. But the hero chose the answer, yes. Members of the special department, meanwhile, received a notification that an earthquake of magnitude of 4 points was discovered in the city of Jiang. The location of the earthquake turned out to be a sacred mountain. It was impossible to determine the level of disaster at that moment. In the special department, employees began to panic, and in the meantime, God was activated. Kang Ping was at the sacred mountain and asked the leader of Nanbo if it was true that the source of the earthquake was the divine room. The woman said the topic became very popular, so the emergency response agency sent its people there. She asked how much time had passed since the girl from a huge world that happened, and the man replied that he was almost half a month. He lit a cigarette and said that it was quite an interesting oddity, once consumed by God. Nanbo pulled out a cigarette from his hands and asked to follow his health, saying that not one of his subordinates was able to replace him yet. Kang Ping asked her not to inform the international community, and the woman said that they were capable of a lot and asked why not to work together. The man said that they underestimate the girl because of the huge world, and he carefully pondered everything, and the oddity of her thinking was very strained. The head of the special department believed that the girl of the Hopper world is obeying someone. Otherwise, this could not be explained. The hot-tempered Nan Bo said that this cannot be, because if strangeness chooses a person, then he loses his mind. The calm Kang Ping asked the leader to take into account that they would have to deal with the mighty god himself. Yuan Zhenxi, meanwhile, was sitting on a chair in the hospital premises. gradually coming to his senses and listening to the sensations. He felt no discomfort, but could not remember anything from the moment he received the heart and wondered what was there. The hero wondered if the other organs that were oddities, and if so, would they feel attracted to each other and want to reunite? The heart is only one of the components of the rules, because there are other fragments, and in the meantime, integral strangeness was formed. Yuan Zhenzi wondered if he had enough legends to challenge a full-fledged strangeness or only his heart, and whether he would cope. The hero understood that the hospital only borrowed organs from people, but did not kill them. And if the strangeness was contained, people would live. Soon, he left the hospital and called Mr. Xiang, saying that Sima Feng's death was caused by a strange thing, and promised to report to the special department. The gentleman thanked the guy and was surprised that it only took him 2 days to investigate and understand the rules. He also told the main character that he would ask him to send him soul beads, and the young man listened to him carefully and completed the call. A long-haired man sat on the internet cafe at 2 in the morning, nervously playing a computer game and angry because of it. Then he threw his body back because he wanted to eat. And the players said that he was an actor and asked him not to lie. Tian Yubai, meanwhile, was sleeping soundly at home late at night, with her favorite teddy bear lying at her feet. Xiao Ai was in the role of a nurse and said that the patient's time at number 1 came and it was time to leave. The doctor said that the patients of Tian Yubai would undergo a heart transplant operation. The girl did not understand why she had this. Everything looked fake and just like a dream. But at the same time, the girl felt in complete safety and was not afraid. The heart transplant operation began, and Chen Yubai felt an incredibly pleasant warmth. The remaining patients also felt warmth and understood that very soon their heart would be transplanted and the operations would be completed successfully. All these warm promises came from the notebook of the main character, who was configured specifically for hypnosis. Xiaoxun, meanwhile, was sitting on the floor in the room and was not at all happy, thinking at the same time. Yuan Zhenzi said that there was no need to console her and continued to look at the notebook, and the eyes were sitting on his shoulder. The hero added that there is no need to console her because the glasses from the hospital are still not enough to completely free her. Xiao Ai said that she wanted to report something else and asked if he remembered what happened after he was revived in the hospital. The protagonist remembered that he had returned his heart and woke up, but felt the failures in his memory and wondered if he was still on the verge of life and death. The girl told him that the same thing happened exactly at the moment when he only entered the hospital. The young man remained cold, blooded, but at the same time he came to the realization that it was activated, which he was talking about a lot. Xiao Wei told the gentleman that someone was looking for her and she needed to solve everything. And he asked if it was true that it was someone from the special department. The girl replied that someone from the Special Forces headquarters was looking for her, which was even more serious. Yuan Zhenzi remained silent and saw before his eyes a picture of a girl from the underworld flying up to a defenseless girl. The girl told Xiao Ai that on behalf of the World General Administration of Special Sciences, she would like to enter into cooperation with her. It was said that if she touched God or even imagined him in her thoughts, she would die, and would also die if she approached even 100 meters. The main character wondered what happened to God and whether it was connected with the fact that as soon as he looked into the heart of the hospital, changes occurred with God. He understood that there was no need to give any feedback because the so-called God wants to eliminate everything in his path. The young man understood that it was he who should hold the bar, but now he is not an opponent of God, but only Yuan Zhenzi, who could not kill him. The next day, the hero walked through the school territory, and the students around admired him and discussed the past events. A girl from the crowd said that he used to be quite gloomy and belonged to some kind of ghost club, but now everything has changed. Yuan Zhenzi realized that he had not appeared here a long time ago and wondered if the club, which he was earlier, had already closed. At one point, a girl ran up to him and asked him to stop, and the young man turned and asked who she was. The punchy blue-eyed girl said that she was the headman and asked, "Doesn't he remember her? And does she really fulfill his duties?" She said that there would be a school festival soon and asked if he could help her, because it was very important to her. The headman said that at the annual festival, you can do whatever your heart desires and show yourself in all its glory, creating memories. Yuan Zhenzi agreed to help, and the girl said that the guys should help with the transfer of furniture. The hero did not like physical work. He decided that he needed to deal with the old bullies, because he thought that they would be just right for carrying things. After that, he stopped and asked the headman to tell where the bulkers that he needed so much is now. The girl gave him a tip, and after a while the hero came to the school sports stadium where laughter was heard. At the stadium, there was irreparable youth, who boasted in front of each other with their ridiculous achievements. The stadium door was suddenly kicked in by Yuan Zhensi, who boldly rushed into the room, attracting attention. The bullies immediately became wary and paid attention to the insolent person who dared to burst into the room like that. Self-confident Yuan Zhensu looked at the bulk and pretended to be surprised that they were also at the stadium. The guys asked what he was doing at all, and the hero asked them to help with the organization of the school festival and the transfer of furniture. Behind him, he saw a yellow-haired girl and said that it seemed that mocking debtors could no longer satisfy their ardor. The hero said that he called on the phone and said that here several students were mocking the girl, and they immediately attacked him. The cold-blooded Yuan Zhensu asked them to tell about the most important fears, after which the brawl began. The main nap was tensed very much and wondered why he cannot take control of his own body. He could not understand what this feeling was like, and the main character, with a face of strangeness, approached him and smiled eerily. The hero said that from now on they would follow all school rules and asked them to be obedient and go to the security department. One of the terrified bullies pointed his finger at the girl and said that this was not a girl at all, but the scoundrel Wang Jianren. The girl confirmed this and said that she decided to change the floor, and Yuan Zhensi tried to remember who Van Jiangen is. He delved into memories and fulfilled that this is the very impudent Buling that beat the weak. Le characters? For a few seconds, the main character was thinking about this and lacked. Procededly asked Van Jiangen, he really changed the floor. Enraged, Van Jiangen exclaimed that even if he became a woman, his male gut will not go anywhere. He began to tell me that a few days ago he felt some changes happening in his body. And today, he discovered that he had become like this. The hero realized that in this matter the oddity was involved and asked the guys to go to his class and Van Jiangen to stay. The excited girl asked the others if they weren't a team and where they were going, but they just left, leaving her with Yuan Zhensi. They locked eyes, while the main character remained calm, and Wang Jianren was very tense. The impudent gut remained during the day, and he attacked Yuan Zhensi, shouting and asking him not to pretend, but it was his mistake. Yuan Zhensu grabbed his hand in flight and realized that physical strength also weakened, which said in many ways. Then the young man grabbed his opponent by the neck and touched the floor, causing him a little pain, but at the same time completely weakened. The hero asked Wang Jianren to talk about how he felt when he realized that changes were happening in him, and added that he needed details. Suddenly, a long-haired stranger appeared, just like the one Wang Jianren was looking for, and asked what they were doing. The main character stepped on the face of a guy lying on the floor to close his mouth because he was very much in the way. Yuan Zhensi asked the stranger who he was, and the man introduced himself as Yuan Bu from the Public Security Department. He handed the hero a card and said that he was leaving. He already had a contact, and the young man asked if he was from the special department. Yuan Bu said that his group was dealing with this oddity, and the hero wondered why his spiritual energy was so similar to Qian Yubai. The hero said that he was also a member of the special department, but did not obey him and asked the guy to tell him about the strangeness. He said that the oddity is called the sex carrier and is transmitted when in contact with the skin, and within 3 days the floor changes. Yuan Bu said that in fact he also changed his gender and was originally a girl. And the hero asked if, after the next death from the virus, Yuan Zhensi asked how big the strangeness was, and Yuan Bu understood that she had to endure it, because she was once the same. He said that the strangeness leaves the mark on his victim's body. Then he waits for her death, after which they take his soul. The main character first heard about this, and at least from the very beginning he came across rather dangerous oddities, but did not think that they were so different. Compared to the oddities with which he had encountered, this is more friendly and harmless. Yuan Zhensi said that the oddity appeared recently. It can still be controlled to finish it off, and Yuan Bu asked what his name was. The young man amazed Yuan Bu by introducing himself as a ghost and saying that the Ghost Society was his club. Bo remembered that as a newcomer, in a short time the hero was able to get rid of a demonic neighbor and resolve the issue with a private hospital. A day later, Yuan Zhensi lay in bed and felt a terrible feeling, wondering how much time passed since his last illness. His wards gathered near him, and Xiaowai asked if he needed to cheer him up, but he refused and told the eye that he didn't want to hear the word mom from him. Then, the hero asked the wards to leave him alone and slammed the door behind them. And they looked at her for a few seconds standing still. As it turned out, they turned into oddities, whose eyes turned red, and Xiaowai said that the smell was completely good. Yuan Zhensi, meanwhile, lay in bed under the blanket, tormenting from the disease at the same time. His condition worsened every minute, and at one moment the red eye became blue, as if radiating the cold. Drops of cold sweat flowed around the arms, and from unpleasant feelings the hero could not find a place on the bed, clutching a blanket with his hand. His legs also became covered in cold sweat, and soon Yuan Zhenzi opened his eyes, finding himself in a completely different world. A playful animal sat on his shoulder, whom he immediately grabbed and slightly squeezed his throat, frightening the animal. Then the main character completely squeezed the unknown monster, as a result of which it simply disappeared into space. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenzi woke up and breathed heavily with the fear that he was experiencing at that moment, and his hair became longer. As it turned out, the main character turned into a long-haired brunette with a predatory and insidious look. The hero got out of bed and, looking at himself in the mirror, realized that he was in the guise of a girl and decided to test his strength. Check his strength. He was convinced that he was not decreasing at all, but at the same time he lost something more worthwhile, which was important. Yuan Zhenzi received a medicine for euthanasia from the house of Xiang, and he himself delved into thoughts about life. First, the hero of the house that the transformation was so painful due to the fact that the spiritual power rose to the 5th rank. Based on Wang Jianren and Yuan Bo's accounts, both of them only experienced mild discomfort, but their symptoms are mild because they have little spiritual energy. The hero assumed that he understood half the rules of this transformation, so euthanasia pills would not help him. He understood that if the soul was originally male, it could only be returned to the original body through the death of the current one. Yuan Zhenzi wanted to return to his body as quickly as possible and understood that although Yuan Bo's abilities were below average, he could help him. Then, the protagonist put on women's clothing, which was very cramped and slightly gave it in the Kadika area. The young man went out into the corridor, where his wards with love attacked his charming female body, and he decided to call the special departure. He said that he had fallen into the net of a sexual vector, and Hong Yin laughed, but Qingji remained cool and serious. The ghost asked if there were any holes in the rules and whether it was possible to get out of this state, and the woman replied that they had no information about this. The hero turned on the camera, surprising them, and Hunan was even a little stirred from the incredible beauty of the girl in which he turned. He said that gens can help the bones, and if a figure of 4 to 6 falls out, he will receive advance, but there is a risk of dying. The young man asked what would happen if the wish could not be fulfilled, and Hongyan replied that, in this case, all 6 faces would indicate death. The ghost asked. Maybe he also applies to receive an attribute that was not related to the mission, and Qingzhi grinned and said that everything was possible. Yuan Zhenzi was a little surprised that after the floor change, the attitude towards him improved, but decided to focus on finding oddities. 10 minutes later, Sui Li and Qian Yubai came home to the hero, who were touched by the beauty they saw in front of them. The hero asked Qian Yubai, did she really decide to come? And she said that he could not worry because she would not touch him. Sui Li handed him a box containing a bone, which he could use to try to change his body. The girl said that she really wanted him to touch her, and Yuan Zhenzi asked him to stop talking about it. He looked at the bones and then realized that since he changed gender, not only were his oddities and people and special forces, but these two were also fascinated by him. The main character called all this with a strange fanaticism, but began to quickly drive away these thoughts from himself and think about strangeness. Then the young man asked 2 standing girls to show the back of the palm, and they did not understand why to do this. There were blue marks on the hands of both girls, and Yuan Zhenzi said that it turns out there is no need to touch him at all. He asked for glasses to come out because they only need to look into his eyes to fall under the influence of strangeness. After these words, the main character threw away the bone and began to make a wish, which was very important to him. The bone showed the number 5, which after a few seconds disappeared, which was a little alarming. Then she began to show death, and Yuan Zhenzi realized that death was depicted on all 6 faces, so she would have to die once. Ghost understood that if you could not return your former appearance, then may try to touch another infected one, because it could help. He turned to the girls and said that he needed to relax and asked them to immediately leave, that they did right there. After some time, Yuan Zhenzi again threw up the bone, saying that his desire is a transformation, but the bone once again showed death, as a result of which the main character died again, which shocked him at that moment. The system notified him that he fell under the influence of bones, and the remaining days of his life is only 99. The hero realized that he was not succeeding and immediately called Yuan Bo, asking him to give him all the investigation materials. Yuan Zhenzi began to be furious gradually and said that he wanted to get this oddity and would not step back. Yuanbo asked if he wanted to listen to messages from the Association of Observers, and the ghost agreed without a doubt. The young man said that all the infected played the game Dragon Dreams, in which there is a gender change and a character in the form of an elf who helps with this. The main character listened carefully to him and recalled the moment when something similar happened to him, and a little elf sat on his shoulder. Wenbo said that as soon as he entered the game, the elf disappeared, and now there is no function of sex change, which is suspicious. Yuan Zhensu asked when the elf disappeared, and the guy replied that the old player told him that about 9 days ago. The hero said that despite the fact that this strangeness cannot harm, it still affects people and chaos may soon begin. He asked Yuan to choose the most attractive girls and guys who changed the floor because he wanted to ask a few questions. 3 hours later, the main character arrived a special department where he burst very impudently, accompanied by Yuan Bo. The young man told the room sitting in the room that he wanted to discuss everything with them personally and something to warn about. But they did not see threats in him. 2 girls and a young man looked at him, not seeing any danger, and even grinned slightly as they listened to the hero. Yuan Zhensu threatened that they would be punished for every lie, so it is necessary to answer extremely honestly. The blonde in a red dress remained a sofa, and straightening her hair asked him as soon as she wanted to say. She approached the cute main character and said that a kiss would be his answer, but did not expect the outcome of this. The woman suddenly received a strong slap in the face, which surprised her and confused her at that moment, because she did not think that he was capable of such a thing. Using a whip, the protagonist threw her aside, scaring even more the man and girl who were watching. Yuan Zhensu asked Yuan Bo to remove the blonde's body in a red dress, and he immediately obeyed Mr. Ghost. He then looked at the other 2 people in the room, who were very scared and didn't know what to do. The hero said that he does not know why they are hiding information. In order to continue living a normal life, it is better for them to answer. The young man with an intimidating tone asked if they would continue to lie, and Yuan Bo pulled the girl's body out the door, calling the hero a frightening. A sobbing man exclaimed that he would tell everything and asked Yuan Zhensu to ask, and the girl cried silently. The hero asked how they felt that their charm had increased after the gender change and who they communicated with, as well as what happened. The guy replied that after his gender change he acquired an attractive appearance, and the next day he discovered that people were looking at him strangely. He told his friends about everything, but they considered him a fool, and then they also became men, and the strangeness intensified. The man added that at first his girlfriends were eager to play with him, but after the gender change everything improved. And the girl said that she had the same thing. In tears, the girl said that the most disgusting is only that after her colleagues became girls, everyone lost interest in her. Yuan Zhensu asked when all this happened, and the guy replied that he had reincarnated 9 days ago and the girl 6 days ago. The main character listened to them, after which he got up from the couch and said that they could go. And frightened young people were delighted. They got up from their knees and said that we would leave immediately, and Yuan Zhensi, meanwhile, continued to think about what was happening. Suddenly, the guy stopped and invited the main character to exchange numbers before leaving, and his cheeks turned red. The girl, standing ahead, was shocked by what was happening and simply froze in place, silently watching. In response to this, Yuan Dents, with a cold, blooded, and frightening tone, asked the young man to immediately get away. The frightened girl immediately began to pull the guy up, call him an idiot, and he, in tears, begged the hero to give him the number. The main character realized that the reason no one noticed the difference in their gender change was because everyone was under an illusion. With the help of his teeth, he threw off his glove from his hand and came to the conclusion that the illusion was sitting right now somewhere in his body. Then the young man used the ability and said that he would not quickly grab the illusion, but would first use it. Soon he was with Qingji, who asked if he thought that looking through the slit might be related to the sex carrier, and if he had any ideas for a solution. The hero replied that if he watches people, then they will also become infected through his gaze, so he needs a prisoner sentenced to the death penalty. Yuan Zhensi visualized this situation, imagining himself beating a prisoner sentenced to execution to check everything. He decided to beat him, and then force him to look into his eyes, thinking that the oddity of his gaze through the gap will come in handy against their current enemy. Qingji asked if he would cope with this, because having come into the field of view of this oddity, he will fall into hallucination and die in the flower. The hero replied that he had changed, and then with a smile asked if she was also his charm. But the lady looked at him in bewilderment. She said that she would send the photos later and asked not to show them to others, and Yuan Zhensi asked her not to delude herself, otherwise she would also change her gender. After some time, the protagonist returned home, where he took out a photograph of the eye from the box and showed it to him. The little eye stomped on the photo, and the main character smiled and said that it took him a lot of effort to get the photo. Then he took off his glasses and asked the little pet whether he saw the oddity in his eyes, which was very important to know. The hero took Little Eye in his arms, and the little monster began to look carefully into his eyes, trying to see something. He once again called the hero Mom, and Yuan Zhenxi asked if he would help him figure it out and added that everything would depend on him. The eyes agreed to help, and the main character told the little pet that if he dies, he would not resurrect him. The transformation began, and the main character again saw the blue marks of the disappeared elf before his eyes. Meanwhile, his little pet dismantled the roots throughout the room, helping the master in his business. The roots of the eye began to penetrate the eyes of Yuan Zhenxi, who needed it for further investigation. Many eyes of small oddity penetrated the main character and filled his eyeballs. The frightened elf, meanwhile, ran away at incredible speed because he was very afraid that he would be hurt. But still, Yuan Zhenxi's eye pulled him towards him, and the little creature became even more afraid, calling his mother for help, but no one came. Ultimately, a huge eye pulled the escaping elf as much as possible, who could no longer run away. He was getting worse, and he treated his life because he did not know what would be with him in the next minutes. The main character managed to catch the elf with the help of Eyeball, who grabbed him tightly and did not let go. The little pet called Yuan Zhenxi to look at the caught elf, which he needed so much. The hero realized that no changes occurred, but at least now he would not infect anyone with a disease. Then he praised the eyes, who showed himself well, and said that he could have a bite, after which the pet wide opened his mouth. The elf, which was caught a few minutes ago, was enjoyed with a hungry pet. The little peeper with a full belly sat on the floor and enjoyed a delicious meal, looking up relaxed. The system notified Yuan Zhenxi that a strangeness had been received and points would be awarded in 3 days. But he considered this to be too long. The hero knew that the special department had already prepared all the necessary documentation to provide a reasonable explanation for the virus. Despite the fact that the floor change did not have a negative impact, society began to change, and the crime rate and the department could not cope. Although public safety issues did not concern Yuan Zhenxi, he wanted to return to his previous body as quickly as possible. He knew that as soon as I turned into idiots, he would be able to get legend points. And at that moment, someone knocked on his door. The hero saw Qian Yubai, who had changed her gender, standing in the doorway and excitedly asked the president if he had called her. The main character asked what she was doing, because they did not see each other. And the girl looked at the floor and did not know what to answer. He said that since today, she will join the team to try to get rid of this problem and added that he was glad to meet. Yuan Zhenxi shocked, saying that he wanted Qian Yubai to accumulate spiritual power and climb the 3rd rank for 3 days. The carrier spent a lot of time of the hero, and he tried not to pay attention to him, but it did not work out. And Xiaowai never scored glasses from behind chaos. 3 days later, the main character was sitting near the window, and the realization came to him that he had finally returned. The eye-catcher now used the sex carrier for his own purposes, and Qian Yubai received the code name Shadow and began working in Yuan Bo's team. Yuan Zhenxi hoped that his new eye skills would be useful and believed that Qian Yubai could quickly reach the 3rd rank. The headman called him, who said that the director asked him to call because an accident in a secret room occurred at the festival. She said that yesterday 10 students decided to re-check the readiness of the room, but after they entered there, no one else saw them. The girl also added that the teacher went after them, but also disappeared. And the serious Yuan Zhenxi replied that she understood everything. She said that 2 classes occupied 2 free audiences of the Western Core, which was intended for the 3rd year of study. After the incident, the Western Core was blocked, and the Public Security Department intervened. The worried village leader said that this was terrible, and asked what could have happened, and added that, according to rumors, a gang of kidnappers was involved. But the hero didn't think so, because due to the appearance of strange things, the number of gangs decreased and he said that everything would get better soon. The girl tremblingly wanted to say something to the departing Yuan Zhenxi, but she did not have the courage. The cool-headed protagonist turned around to see what she had to say, but the worried girl asked him to just be careful. He was completely emotionless and calm at that moment, and continued to walk forward towards the secret room. At the entrance, he was stopped by 2 policemen, but the young man said that his code name is a ghost, after which he was immediately missed. There was a lot of web inside the secret room, and Huan Dens continued to go down the steps with a slow step. There was a girl standing around the corner who called him brother and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked if that girl was his. The cold-blooded Yuan Jens did not really respond to her words and went further, asking who she was. The girl said that her code name is Anna, and she is a member of the International Special Forces, as well as a transferred student. The hero asked if she really preferred to stand here and be afraid to come in, but the angry girl exclaimed that she had only recently come here. The young man said that whoever kills the ghost first gets all the laurels, and Anna said that she is here to conduct research on the dimension of God. A human foot suddenly appeared from a secret door, which immediately attracted attention with its small stomp. The main character and Anna looked warily at the leg, while trying to remain calm and trying to understand what was happening. Yuan Zhenzi asked the girl if her spiritual power was still there, but she replied that the power was blocked. A man who was a teacher appeared on the large TV screen and said in a strange tone that the lesson was about to begin. The man asked the students to return and take their places, and Anna and Yuan Zhenzi began to think about what was happening. The hero realized that this was not a simple oddity, because the pressure was too strong and suggested that his level is about like that of Komatsu. He also realized that the man deceived the observers into his nets and decided that he needed to break him as soon as possible. Yuan Zhenzi's eyes at that moment blushed even more, because he caught fire to the desire to quickly break and restrain the oddity. The teacher on the screen of a large TV suddenly changed in the face, and red veins began to perform on its eyeballs. The main character immediately wondered if the teacher had really died, but at the same time continued to silently observe what was happening. The voice asked the audience to listen carefully and said that all of Xiaomi's blood would need to be washed away, but asked why. Hot-tempered Anna slammed the table and asked what it all meant, and the voice said that they had about 3 minutes left to answer. With the help of questions, Yuan Zhenzi learned from his voice that Xiaomin was a killer and died as a result of jumping from a height. The hero also found out that monsters were chasing Xiaomin, and there were only 2 minutes to answer. Confident Anna exclaimed that Xiaomin had to run up the stairs, so he broke the rules and then fell on the playground. But the answer turned out to be incomplete, for which they were punished, and everything around them began to glow red. Anna immediately strained, and Yuan Zhenzi tried to remain calm and composure so as not to do stupid things. A ceiling fan fell on the girl, but at the last moment she managed to take a step aside. Thereby she saved her life. A strangeness appeared between the main character and Anna, who was dressed in school uniform and danced, screaming terribly. The face of the oddity was very terrible and opened her mouth wide, making terrible sounds, and Anna looked at her with surprise. The creature saw an enemy in her and ran in her direction, but the girl was not at a loss and was ready to fight back. She grabbed a chair standing nearby with a sharp movement, after which she rushed to the oddity to strike. The strangeness was confused during movement, because immediately on the case that right now a blow will be struck, Anna did not spare her, and after a few seconds the oddity was flattened by her head to the floor with the help of a chair. At that moment, the girl's eyes lit up yellow, and her face showed anger and disobedience towards the creatures. Then she looked towards Yuan Zhenzi and asked if he was not at all afraid and was angry that she killed his classmate. The cold-blooded protagonist said that she did not kill a person, but just a scarecrow created by the students to instill more fear. Anna examined the stuffed animal and became convinced that it was indeed not a real person, after which she broke into a sweat. The girl did not say anything about her excuse and entered the door, which was a portal, while muttering something under her breath. The portal, located outside the door, worked impeccably, and the girl disappeared, and the main character silently watched this. Slightly surprised, Yuan Zhenzi also entered the portal and was surprised that the teleportation worked, and he ended up in the medical room. There were no rules and tips there, and the main character did not feel any danger and silently thought about what was happening. Behind him, in the corner of the office, there was a medical dummy, whose face did not seem suspicious and did not cause danger. But, as it turned out, it was a busy entity that aggressively attacked the calm Yuan Zhenzi. The cold-blooded protagonist was not at all confused and cleverly struck his foot in the chest cell of a lively creature, beating him. The blow was incredibly strong, causing the white shell to shatter and the man's true face to begin to emerge. The man was thrown aside and fell to the floor, while it was clear from his chest that he was still alive and breathing. Yuan Zhenzi looked at him and realized that the young man was still alive, but was on the verge of life and death. He analyzed the situation in detail. He realized that less than a day passed. Then, as the skin tissues had already begun to merge with a doll, the main character gave the young man a strong slap in the face to bring him to his senses, and he gradually began to open his eyes. The frightened guy grabbed his head and asked not to come up and kill him, and Yuen Gensi asked what he saw. The excited young man was very scared and said something about a man with a beak, but it was incomprehensible about whom. Meanwhile, Anna was running at high speed along the corridor, but the reason for this was not at all simple. She was being chased by a huge oddity with a sharp nose, which was holding an object like a sharp scythe. The girl didn't think about stopping at all, although she was out of breath, but she had no other choice but to run. The strangeness continued to run after her, just as non-stop, without retreating from its goals because it wanted to devour the girl. Anna understood that this was definitely not a doll, because the creature tried to attack her. Although the attempts were unsuccessful, the creature continued to attack the girl, but at one moment her abilities were very surprised at me. The girl understood that she could not die here, after which she used the ability and pulled back the edged weapon of strangeness. But still, the oddity turned out to be stronger than the girl, and Anna was barely enough for the slightest resistance to the essence. It was midnight outside, and the green-eyed crow was sitting by the window, looking intently around and looking stern. A huge, vile creature wide open its mouth, and the powerless Anna heard strange voices. She heard a frightening voice that asked to live as an outstanding person, and this phrase was repeated. The voice asked to die a hero, and these words were absorbed into the head and repeated, gradually driving crazy. The moon turned green, and the crow broke the glass with it and began to fly away, leaving behind only a bloody feather. After some time, wounded Anna began to gradually come to her senses, breathing heavily and trying to understand where she was. Looking around, the girl realized that he was in the laboratory, where there were many medical flasks. First of all, she took the ability to restore the hand that was injured as a result of the battle. The healing of the wound was successful, and the hand began to recover, which was a little happy. Anna looked around and realized that the words on the board had been crossed out, after which she decided not to touch anything. She did not understand where to go because the door did not open, but she knew, or even if she got out of here, there was a possibility of a collision with oddities. To begin with, the girl decided to look around, because there was a chance of finding useful items to get out. But suddenly, Anna heard strange rustles, which she drew attention to her, holding her breath. The girl exhaled with relief and decided that she had to hurry, because if she stayed here, she would turn into a shy marmot. She then wondered why she hadn't learned how to transform yet, since quite a long time had passed. Anna showed imprudence and randomly touched the object that turned out to be white Manzurka. The girl immediately tensed up because she realized that she had accidentally touched the object and the rules had been broken. A frightening voice scared her even more, saying that the student violated the instructions so he should receive a punishment. It was also said that the laboratory was ready to conduct research, and Anna saw an unknown creature with green eyes. She began to turn around in surprise to understand what she should expect after the words spoken by the voice. Suddenly, the hand of a huge creature grabbed the girl's hand, squeezing her tightly, and Anna tried with all her might to breathe. A frightening voice asked the frightened girl if she really thought she could escape from him. Oddity began to chop blue onions right on the table with his bony fingers, the motive of which was unknown. The voice of the essence said that Anna should be taught, and then examined in detail so that she could not do this. The entity peeled off a small piece of onion skin and then dipped it in water for further examination. Then the intimidating voice said that now you can take a closer look and began to adjust the microscope. The oddity approached the eye to the microscope and asked the girl the question of what she can, because it is so important. Yuen Zhen's, meanwhile, interrogated a frightened guy who began to gradually recover and stop crying. The guy begged him to help Leil's classmate. The hero realized that this oddity was changing the person's consciousness, forcing him to attack others. He realized that the secret chamber influenced Anna because she was very afraid, but he did not feel fear, only disdain. It seemed the main character that the infirmary would be safer. But if it weren't for him, the guy would also die, and he suggested that it was in the heart. Yuan asked the young man to tell him everything, and he replied that he didn't really know anything, and came because he wanted to check if everything was ready to begin with. He said that he did not know what happened after their arrival, but whether he remembered that Leil asked him to hide in the closet of the infirmary and went to open the room. The guy added that on the door of Lazaretta, a sign with a rule hung, which said that it was safe there. He did not know how much time had passed since then, but at one moment a man with a beak came, who was very frightening. The entity entered the infirmary and reached the closet, where the frightened guy was hiding. The young man wanted to add something else, and Yuan Gensu realized that he saw only part of the rules, which was a little surprised by the young man. The hero turned the sign over and told the guy that he had been here for more than an hour, so the rules did not apply to him. Then he pulled him by the hand and said that according to the rules, the man with the beak is a teacher, and the young man was very afraid that he would die. The main character dragged the guy aside and let go of his hand, after which he asked if he would really sit here if he was afraid of death. Yuan Zhenzi calmly looked into the eyes of the frightened guy and asked if he thought that it would consider him dead and just leave. The young man said that there were rumors about the hero's club here and asked if he had superpowers, for example, transformation or imposition of a curse. The hero replied that there is not much time. If he does not follow his every step, he risks getting lost. A very frightened boy ran after the main character, who was walking forward while being cool and very calm. At one point, he stopped and asked the young man what his Lele looked like, because he had a bad memory of faces. The surprised young man asked the protagonist if he really does not remember the beauty of Lele. He said that she was interested in city legends and several times even applied for joining the Yuan Zhenzi club. Soon they continued on their way and began to go down the steps of a dark room, where it was very gloomy and creepy. The alarmed young man, holding the hero's hand, asked where they would look for Lele, and he replied that he did not know. Yuan Zhenzi said that they would not look on the second floor, so they would go to the first. But suddenly he froze, feeling strangeness behind him. The protagonist immediately grabbed a frightened young man by the hand and ran up the stairs, and the guy was frightened even more, seeing a man with a beak. After these words, the hero turned around. Then he was curious about which person we were talking about. The strangeness, meanwhile, was behind them and waved a sharp spear to mow two opponents in one fell swoop. The hero's ward screamed from incredible fear of death, while Yuan Zhenzi himself remained calm and cool. Thanks to his composure, he grabbed the guy in time and avoided the blow of the man with the beak. Realizing that the young man was the target, the young man was dumbfounded and shocked by his actions, and looked at him with wide eyes. Then they began to go down the stairs, and the hero asked if a man with a beak was a teacher, but the guy replied not. Yuan Zhenzi said that everything was somehow too inappropriate and strange. An excited young man asked who he was talking to. The hero said that a person with a beak has a small speed of attack, and apparently, he was still not related to the teacher, but he hoped that the guy had a good reaction. Suddenly, he said that he would try to kill the man with the beak, and added that he would give the frightened boy a task. He threw his outerwear to the stunned young man, and he froze in place and did not know what to do. Confident Yuan Zhenzi rushed to attack the enemy and asked the boy not to fall for the bait of strangeness. The main character successfully managed to jump onto the shoulders of a man with a beak, and then began to choke him and confuse him. Strong hands allowed him to impeccably to strangle him, preventing the enemy of the chance to break out of his hands. A man with a beak made out the sounds of shortness of breath, and the young man holding the outerwear of the hero began to worry even more. Yuan Zhenzi began to scratch the face of the man with the beak because he wanted to try to take off his mask, but he couldn't. The oddity tried to throw the protagonist from her temper, but the attempts were in vain, although he was a little alert. The main character continued to strike the enemy to knock him down and then finally finish off. The assistant, meanwhile, fell to his knees, holding the outerwear of the hero, and watching an incredible battle with trepidation. The man with the beak, meanwhile, began to panic because he began to blush and his body was covered with swollen bubbles. After a few seconds, he completely exploded from incredible pressure and his mask flew in the other direction. The cold-blooded Yuan Zhenzi at that moment was unemotional, and mucus flowed through his hair from oddity. He noticed the mask of a man with a beak, which lay a few meters away from him. But as it turned out, the strangeness was not dead yet. The creature began to rise to his feet again, and the protagonist was not surprised by the fact that this was possible. Yuan Zhenzi came to the conclusion that the battle was useless and grabbed his frightened ward, after which he began to run away. Despite all this, he remained completely calm and considered his main task to be leading the young man out of the danger zone. Running a short distance, they ran into one of the rooms, after which they closed strong doors behind them. But this did not help to get out of the situation because the man with the beak was already in the same room, which was surprising. The vile creature was conducting experiments on the bodies of non-residents, and the protagonist's ward was whining with fear. Yuan Zhenzi finally asked him to shut up and wondered if Anna had died because there was her body on the table. The system announced a third rule, stating that the teacher must enforce discipline during and after classes. The hero realized that Anna violated discipline, for which she was killed, but he did not understand the meaning of security after class. Yuan Zhenzi remained calm and came to the decision that it was necessary to conduct an experiment that will help him understand everything. He pointed a direction with his index finger with a frightened young man and asked to stand there. But the guy was shocked. The main character said that a man with a beak began to choose a thing that was dissecting them if they do not do. Then Yuan Zhenzi smiled intimidatingly and said that he still wouldn't catch him. Unlike the guy who was even more scared, he told the guy that no one would kill him right away, and in any case, the monster needed to experiment, and promised that he would help if necessary. The young man was sweating and trembling with fear, but he understood that he had no other choice and he would have to follow the hero's request. Nevertheless, the young man stepped over himself and lay on the table for experiments, and a man with a beak drew attention to him. Yuan Zhenzi greeted the oddity, saying that the teacher seemed to be very busy and asked if he needed help. Fortunately, his spiritual strength managed to recover, and the man with the beak pointed him to the sample, and the hero realized that he was inviting him to take it. The main character took a sample and said that the scalpel was in someone else's blood, and he didn't want to allow infection, so it would be very stupid. A man with a beak clicked his fingers, pointing him to the water crane, and Yuan Zhenzi thanked him for the tip. The hero thoroughly washed the scalpel before use, because the experiment was very important and required scrupulousness. The frightened guy looked into his eyes with great hope, hoping that everything would go well and he would survive. The young man panicked when he saw an eye sticking out from the microscope in front of him, which was covered with small red veins. He tried to say something to the main character, but the calm Yuan Zhenzi only asked him to be quieter. The creature from the microscope stretched out its long, small legs, and the helpless guy clenched his teeth in fear. The little eye stretched even more and completely enveloped the head of the young man, who was already shedding tears from fear. Yuan Zhenzi, meanwhile, was absolutely calm and regulated a microscope in order to carefully consider everything. Using back and forth movements, he turned it upward, and the frightened young man did not know what to expect. The main character looked into the microscope and saw that his ward was curled up by the abilities of the eye. Green light caught fire in the room, and the seventh rule stated that the training supplies are very dangerous and they cannot be touched without the permission of the teacher. Yuan Zhenzi realized that Anna had violated this rule and was punished, and he only used the help of the eyeman when working with the microscope. He then wondered if the monster wouldn't consider him as food because he didn't break the rules. The hero realized that now he needed to prevent this guy from going crazy. But he was already very tired of all this. The main character looked away from the microscope and told the teacher standing behind that the microscope was dirty, which interfered with working with him. He showed him dirt on a microscope. I understand that the teacher will not kill just like that, so he has time. Yuan Zhenzi decided to take another microscope, after which he sharply grabbed him and began to run away while the teacher froze in place. The dumbfounded man with the beak did not understand what was happening, and meanwhile the main character ran outside the laboratory. Looking back, the hero saw a strange picture and wondered if this was a spatial distortion. There was no passage ahead, and Yuan Zhenzi wondered if he was hallucinating or if he had simply broken the rules. But still, the door slammed behind him, and the system congratulated him on leaving the laboratory, and then announced 6 rules. The protagonist wondered where such generosity in 6 rules, and the eyes held the eyes of a frightened and rapt boy. Zhenzi realized that the lessons were taking place here, and the call means the end of classes. But during all this time, they have not met anyone like that. His frightened ward said that he didn't know anything, because he was hiding all the time, and the hero opened the door to the 304th audience. There were students in the audience who looked very strange, and their heads were slightly lowered. Among the students, an excited guy noticed Lael, who wanted to find all this time and which behaved very strange. He approached the girl and saw a petrified face, like all other people, but it was not a girl, but a pink ghost. Yuan Zhenzi said that they need to leave because it was not her. But the boy was frightened of the ghost that hung over the girl's body. The frightening pink ghost began to approach them, the insidious giggling, and the hero was a little surprised that there are ghosts here. He was not at all afraid of the bloodthirsty creature, and with the help of a series of evasions, he managed to overthrow the vile ghost. A voice came from the wall speaker in the corner of the auditorium, saying that it seemed that Tang Lele was not in the 304th auditorium. The 8th rule said that there were no mirrors in the toilet, and the 9th said that there should be no sounds in the broadcast room. Yuan Zhenzi in a calm tone told the boy that they needed to go to the toilet, but he said that he would not go there. The young man shows that he was gradually going crazy, because he even let down the saliva and repeated the name of Lael. He represented a terrifying picture, and students who were already dead saying that Lael said to leave. An effeminate 2-headed creature in a red dress was walking through the toilet at the time, towards the green light, which was in the corner of the room. In one of the booths, Anna hid, who radiated green light, gradually recovering and trying to recover after what happened. Suddenly, the girl noticed red shoes that stopped right next to the entrance to her booth. The two-headed creature looked with slight surprise at the girl, who remained calm. The two creatures began to look at her with a bloodthirsty smile, saying that they would eat her, but Anna remained adamant. She understood that no one would give her peace and use the ability, which charged her hand with incredible power. The monsters still continued to smile, because they did not see the danger in her actions, but they also did not understand what she was doing. Suddenly, for them, the powerful Anna inflicted a powerful blow. They wondered how she dared to do this, but the girl was not going to stop and grab them by the head, continuing to conduct a series of attacks, preventing them from hitting themselves. She managed to deftly hit each other's heads, causing incredibly severe pain, and she smiled herself. After that, the two monsters were threatened with a roar to the side, and the wall near the place of their fall cracked. Anna didn't stop and continued to slam their heads against the wall so that they would forever learn that they shouldn't bother her. Smiling bloodthirsty, she called them baby and said that she delivered them right to the door, and the monsters were confused. Then the girl threw the heads of vile creatures, after which she proudly raised her head up and with a relief of exhalation, she noticed a knock on the door and turned around to see Yuan Gensi with his ward on his shoulder, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character analyzed her actions and realized that she also absorbs energy to strengthen her body and called her department interesting. Anna smiled and said that she delivered it straight here, and Yuan Gensa was convinced that eye stiffness is a typical stereotype of foreigners. The girl asked the hero what rules he saw and suggested discussing all this, because it was important. She said she found the 7th and 8th rules, which stated that school supplies were dangerous and that there were no mirrors in the restroom. Yuan Gensi said that he already had these rules, as well as the 1st through the 9th, except for the 6th, which surprised Anna. The girl asked when he managed, and he replied that all because of the voice on the radio, which was carried some kind of nonsense. Anna asked why the hero grabbed this guy, and was he really Mother Teresa, who did not value her own life? A voice on the radio announced that it was the time of the end of classes, and the girl and the main character began to listen. Strange and frightening students began to walk throughout the school grounds, very frightening with their behavior. Hundreds of creatures were running around the vast school grounds, and Yuan Gensi and Anna tried to remain calm. The protagonist suddenly looked to the side and saw near him the headman who wanted something from him. He told the girl that the guy on his shoulder had dizziness, so he wanted to take him to the medical office. The headman left, and Anna said that terrifying energy came from the laboratory. But Yuan Gensa replied that she just seemed to her. The sun turned red, and a voice on the radio said that everyone should appear, after which the crowd of schoolchildren calmed down. The main character asked Anne to be more closely, and in front of the crowd there were 4 people with a beak who carried the body. The start of the Qinlei flag-raising ceremony was announced, and Yuan Gensi realized that the people with the beaks were not carrying a tenant. Anna looked at it with horror and understood that she was lucky, that it was possible to leave. But at the same time, there was a chance that she was also executed. The girl realized that there was an option for execution, but there was a second option, namely, sacrifice. Yuan Gensi wondered if there were still dead people and understood that regardless of the amount of spiritual energy, there were other people here. He and Anna continued to observe the sacrifice ceremony, and the ward, meanwhile, came himself. A voice on the radio said that the strong man was no more, and the people were left without their great leader. A non-tenant named Lele, meanwhile, was suspended and acted as a flag, and people with beaks looked at her from below. Yuan Gens, along with the ward and Anna, were shocked by what they saw because the picture was terrible. The stunned guy grabbed his forehead, and the hero wondered why he woke up right now. The suspended Lael suddenly came to her senses and said that it would be here because it was safe, but in the meantime, she would have been ordered to decapitate her. Yuan Gensa ward could not watch this and immediately rushed down, because he wanted to save her. The young man fell from a great height, and soon his hand was near the broken glasses of Lale. Anna, still standing with the main character, said that this guy was no longer a tenant, because the height was huge. Yuan Gensa took advantage of his ability and said that it was not worth talking, and the girl did not understand what he was talking about. The main character said that there were no living creatures and added that they were not here, and Anna was surprised. The girl asked, "Are all the unreliable, and whether there are students among the creatures below?" But the young man replied that she did not feel their presence. He began to walk away, and finally said that there were only illusions all around, and advised Anna to go straight to the broadcasting room. After some time, the two of them came to the broadcasting room, where a voice said that the lesson was over and asked all the students to come down. Yin Jinsu, with the help of a fist, broke one of the computers to pull the copper wires he needed. The system was smoking after the blow, and the wires were torn by the main character, after which he took them. He said that the secret room only scares, and then asked if it was true that the essence of the room is to unravel the secrets. Suddenly, Yuan Jens and Anna froze in place because they heard strange sounds that they began to listen to. The hero saw a deadly game on the monitor screen, which was called a sapper, and realized that if they did not care, they would die. Then the countdown began, and the protagonist realized that if they did not complete the tasks for the specified time, then they would die. He decided to go look for other evidence and wished Anna good luck, and the girl giggled in response and asked him not to die. The girl was a little surprised to learn that the avatar took on her appearance, which was very unexpected. Anna said that she could not trust fate in the hands of Yuan Jensi and would do everything herself, and he asked if she was really going to fight fiercely. The main character tried not to commit rash acts, but at one point his eyes widened from what he saw. The system congratulated him on his completion, for which he received the key to the storage room as a reward. And Anna was shocked. The sliding cabinet, which was under the monitor, opened at that moment. Inside it was the key to the pantry. Yuan Jensi was sure that there was something important there, and Anna said that the room was upstairs. The hero told her that it was time for them to go, but in his thoughts he said that the broadcast room was contrary to all the rules. He thought it was strange that no matter the methods, people continued to die. But there was still a connection between the rules and the killings. The young man suggested that perhaps all this was somehow connected with Tao Lele, which also could not be ruled out. A man with a beak suddenly came out from around the corner, holding a sharp scythe in his hands. But this did not frighten the hero at all. Yuan Jensu thoughts in his thoughts that a man with a beak granted just in time, after which he took advantage of the eyes. With the help of the ability, he inflicted a powerful attack, as a result of which the plague mask was chopped off, which he needed. The mask began to gradually disintegrate, and under it one could see the face of a girl in glasses, whose eyes were closed at that moment. Anna was shocked, because it was the face of Tao Lale, which was made as a victim earlier. The girl exclaimed that Tao Lele is the core of this room. If they can kill her, they will be able to escape. The cold-blooded Yuan Jensu said that you could not kill her, and the hot-tempered girl asked him why it was. The hero replied that her subconscious mind was struggling with strangeness. If they kill her, then the consequences do not take, and Anna asked what to do then. The young man asked her to look after the girl while he went to the pantry, and the excited Anna asked if he was throwing her. Yuan Jens, in a calm tone, told the girl that in any case, he was not the main goal of Tao Lale. In the end, he said that he believes that Anna's abilities were restored and asked her to show the whole power of the International Special Department. Before leaving, the main character turned around and asked her not to die, and the girl sent him to hell. Then, as she was angry, she tried in every possible way to repel the endless attacks of the monster and asked him to wait for her. But the monster suddenly began to choke her. Tao Lele opened her mouth wide and released a thin green web from it, which enveloped the already powerless Anna. Yuan Jensi, meanwhile, was on the top floor and used the key to open the storage room. The key successfully arrived, and the cool-headed protagonist stood on the threshold of the open door leading to the room he needed. But having taken a step forward, the main character was very surprised by the picture that he saw right in front of him. With surprise, he wondered why everything here was the same as in the hospital he had been to earlier. Soon, Anna ran into the same door, who screamed with a cry whether Yuan Jensa was here, but he answered nothing. Looking ahead, the frightened girl stopped and said that it would be better to kill than to go down there. The emotionless and completely calm main character, meanwhile, was below and moving towards the main door. Without a doubt, he opened the door in his thoughts, saying that the place was no better than the hospital, and ahead was an object similar to the brain. Yuan Jensi stretched out his hand with a smile and asked what happened to Tao Lele, who was inside the man with the beak. The hero found himself in Utopia Academy, which was a strange form of architecture created from the memories of student Tao Lele. By chance, the girl herself pleased her imagination, and her reverse side was not unlocked for the protagonist. After reading the rules and other information, Yuan Jensi became aware of where such strange sensations came from. He realized that the strange rules were created with the knowledge of Tao Lele, which is why only she is able to slightly modify them and resist them. The hero decided that since he now has a heart of oddity, it is also not worth abandoning such a lung. The young man decided not to change organs and use the space of the girl from the afterlife to delay the strangeness. He was awarded 2 million points, which he considered sufficient to create a new legend. Yuan Zhensi began to move forward, using abilities and reflecting on further actions. First, he decided to create an illusion and turn the key from the office into a storage room, after which the illusion of escape was created. The nearby, Anna with trepidation asked the protagonist what was the matter and whether he opened the right door. The hero replied that yes, but he was sorry that he had not unlocked the last 2 rules. Although that would have been nice. Anna asked what about the number of victims, and Yuan Zhensi replied that they needed to wait for a more detailed investigation. After that, the girl entered the open gate after the hero, and there was a white fog around the young man, who stopped to think. The girl called Yuan Zhensi strange and said that she would report this incident to the International Special Department. A day later, the secret room returned to normal, and teachers and students were sent to be treated from carbon monoxide poisoning. Thanks to the special unit, it was possible to prevent the spread of information, and this was the only incident after which there were no real deaths. All this thanks to Tao Lale. But her condition turned out to be harder than that of others, so she woke up only 3 days later, and the hero had questions for her. At the hospital, Anna said that she had always thought Yuan Zhensi was strange and asked what he had, but he did not answer. The hero sternly replied that if he has any secrets, then he has the right not to tell them and no international departments will force him. He asked the girl if she would be standing here now if he had not gotten to the laboratory on time, and she no longer had any arguments. She no longer stood in his way, after which the hero entered the room, and the head doctor recognized a patient whom he had not seen for a long time. Anna angrily looked after the hero, but Yuan Zhensi slammed the door, after which Tao Lele turned her attention to him. He understood that because she was immune to the strangeness, she had experienced more pain, and she probably had no memory of what happened. The hero decided that in any case the girl clearly deserves admiration, and meanwhile she put on glasses. The excited Tao Lale asked, "Yuan Zhensi Li He?" And the hero replied that he was still a representative of the Public Security Department. He asked if he could see her notebook, and the girl said that, and she asked if she could ask him a question. Opening her notebook, the cool-headed Yuan Zhensi replied that of course she could ask a question since it was so important. Tao Lale asked if they were poisoned with gas and why her notebook is empty, because she made records in him. The main character slammed the girl's notebook. She asked if it was true that there were urban legends in this world. Yuan Zhensi took out a photo and asked if she knew the man in it, saying that he said he was a member of their club. The hero added that according to his information, such a person does not exist, and Tao Lale replied that she did not know this guy. She said that this person is not in their club, and she was not studying in the classroom, and the main character realized that there was no information about him. He wondered who this man suggested that he had never existed at all, and the personality was created by Tao Lale. Suddenly the girl said that she had seen him somewhere, but did not remember where, and Yuan Zhensi said that he was not going to interrogate her. Tao Lele asked to look at the photograph again, and while looking at it, she said that she had seen this man. She exclaimed that it was an illustration from a magazine that she used as material for the secret room. The hero realized that this character was one of the traps for people, and was the one who washed all the brains, but was considered the leading NPC play. Yuan Zhensi considered it not surprising that Tao Lale could not remember him, and the puzzle in his head agreed. Then he turned to the girl, who was completely attentive and ready to answer any of his questions. The main character took advantage of the eyes and asked her to forget everything that happened now, introducing the girl into hypnosis. Yuan suggested to Tao Lele that her classmates were being treated for gas poisoning, and as soon as she woke up, there was no Yuan Zhensi nearby. After that, the young man quietly left the room, leaving the hypnotized girl alone with himself. A few minutes later, the alarmed Tao Lale came to her senses and immediately wondered why she was here. Qingji asked if it was true that the commissar, who performed a mission with a ghost, complained to the international department. Kang Ping said that the investigation was postponed as soon as Yuan Zhensi's abilities were learned, and they must understand that such a person is very valuable. The lady pulled out a permit card from her pocket and asked the head if it belonged to him, and she answered that yes. The man said that the special department hopes that Yuan Zhensi will continue to work at the academy, and added that they should cover their tracks. Qingji said that at first she thought that she had found a very good newcomer, but she could not know that he would be so hot. Tempered, she added that he has many fans who are afraid to approach him, so they pester them, coming again and again. The lady said that she would give the card a ghost and wanted to talk about Madame Anna, but Kanpin said that the reason can always be found. He said that the organization recently added a third-level newcomer, but she did not want to join the special forces or go to the front line. Qingji realized that this is Qian Yuibi and thought, wasn't that the girl who constantly spun near the ghost and where the third level was from? A day later, at the request of the students, the festival was re-held, and this time it turned out to be quite funny and entertaining. However, some projects with dangerous elements were cancelled and everything returned to normal, which was a little pleasing. And after Qian Weibai received an invaluable experience from Yuan Bo and the rest, she was successfully raised to the third level. The character of the girl became calmer, and she even made friends with Yuan Bo, which was very good, because she had no friends before. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenxi began to run away because he was recognized by fans who wanted to join the Ghost Society. For a long time, the main character could not tear himself away from a group of fans who really wanted to get at least his autograph. Nevertheless, he climbed up and thought in his thoughts that if he had known about it before, he would definitely not come to the festival. Talking with Qingji on the phone, he asked why there was a complaint at all if the department did nothing, and she asked to look after Anna. The hero realized that he needed to stop the foreigner from doing this and wondered if there had been too much surveillance over the past 2 days. He concentrated as much as possible, closing his eyes, and when he opened them, he was a little surprised by the result. What surprised Yuan Zhenxi at that moment was that he realized that Anna was not at school and continued to try to look for her. In the meantime, Anna brought chaos in the hospital and asked whether it was true that they have a saying sin to say goodbye 3 times. The embittered girl asked for the 3rd time and said that it was time to tell everything that Tao Lal knows about Yuan Zhenxi. She continued to strangle the girl, but she said that she did not see a person with that name and did not know anything about him. The ward was suddenly burst into by a crowd of students who asked the enraged Anna what she was going to do with Tao Lele. Qian Weibei asked who she was and why she would come to school, and students began to photograph a brazen foreigner. Tao Lele gradually began to come to her senses and said that this girl wanted to kill her because of Yuan Zhenxi. Anna expired later because she understood that she was in a very uncomfortable position and looked angrily at the girl. Qian Yubai began to list that Anna repeatedly violated school order and spied on Yuan Zhenxi, while she was even noticed being followed. The girl asked how she was going to make excuses and would continue to commit violence, and the students asked her to get away. Tao Lele told Anna that it would be impossible to act without permission in Jiang City, and added that she wanted to report her to the security department. In response to this, the girl asked just to wait for her here, while brazenly pushing the guys standing in her way. In her way, Yuan Zhenxi stood up, who asked the girl, "So do not rush," and said that an urgent request went to a special department. He added that she was already transferred to his department and she could go home, and due to low labor efficiency, a bonus will be lifted from her. Anna exclaimed that this could not be, but after these words she received a notification that stunned her. After that, the heads of the International Special Department and the Special Department of the city of Jiang met with the main character. Kang Ping said that the International Special Department instructed him to contact Yuan Zhenxi and invite him to join the organization. A member of the Special Department said that the world needs a person by the power of the hero, and the sphere of his power will spread to the whole world. The main character was bored, and he decided to ask one, but a very important question, namely, this invitation is or a request. The man said that this was an invitation, and they did not want to have any contradictions with people who contributed to the development of the world. He added that Kang Ping had repeatedly told him that being an enemy of the main character meant being an enemy to this entire country. After these words, Yuan Zhenxi looked at Kang Ping sitting ahead. He said that he was surprised by such confidence on his part. The hero said that at the moment he did not want to join their organization, then how not so long ago their employees posed a threat to students' lives. The head of the organization at that moment looked at the protagonist while remaining calm in order to not say anything superfluous. Kanpin said that nothing would say because Mr. Ghost is not part of their department, but only cooperates with them. Yuan Zhenxi smiled imperceptibly, saying in his thoughts that he did the right thing after all, and remembering previous events. 3 of his oddities were a little boring and they watched all this without feeling any sense of involvement. The hero realized that the International Special Department has not yet affected him in any way, but now he needs to rewrite the city legend. He decided that there was a need for strangeness that would remain behind the scenes, and would only quietly bring in extra points without affecting ordinary people. The main character understood that he needed to direct the effect of strangeness only on embittered people, and then everything would be fine. Soon, he stood in front of the elevator with Chen Yubai, saying that she had done a good job and could be encouraged. But the girl said that she didn't need anything. Yuan Zhensu told the girl that he was on the third rank now, so he would like to ask a question, and she carefully listened to him. The young man asked if he wanted to create something completely new so that it could be, and Qiang Yuibai began to think. She lowered her head down and thought for a while, listening carefully to the questions repeating in her head. Suddenly, the girl replied that the sun would be innovation, which sounded very unexpected and a little incomprehensible. The main character said that everything needs to be finished so that no one finds out, and the next day so that the sun shines. The elevator door opened, after which he took a step forward, and Qian Yubai told the president that she believed in him. The power of the goddess of fate directed her, and she was sure that everything would be fine, and Yuan Zhensu would definitely turn out to change the world. The young man, whose puppet doll jumped into the backpack, was sitting at home and said that he was very ate. Then he stood up from the computer desk and wondered where such tenderness had come from just today. But at the same time, the young man did not even suspect that the puppet lurked in his backpack and did not go anywhere. Yuan Zhensi, meanwhile, was at a family meeting with his quirks and was about to announce the final decision. His final decision was that he would rewrite a new urban legend, and Xiaoxun looked at him enthusiastically. But suddenly, the girl started crying very hard because she didn't want him to rewrite the Mijina. Xiaowei stood up to calm her down, asking her not to be a fool and to be glad that she was not sealed and could live freely. The hero said that while writing there is a need to maintain a balance with society, and it is not enough to just think that he is punishing only those who do evil. As an urban legend, Little Ai has a small sphere of influence due to restrictions, and Xiao Ai uses the internet to make it difficult for people to believe in her. Ian rules. Xiaoxun allow people with their own eyes to see power that exceeds any scientific explanation. The hero understood that the meaning of the existence of special departments was to maintain stability, and Xiaoxun prevented him from thinking. Xiao Ai patted her hands, after which a small screen appeared, in which her arena, located in her school, was shown. Yuan Zhensa kicked the eye and Xiaoxun in the portal, asking to get to know, but they were frightened of surprise. On the fly, they straightened their hands to hold balance and not turn over in the air while flying to the American slides. The main character was left alone with Xiao Ai, erasing the light sweat from his forehead and exhaling with relief, because they finally left. He wondered how he could find a suitable urban legend, and drew attention to the legend of the moon train, which someone saw, but it does not exist. Yuan Zhensu understood that the most important way of traveling for people is a train, and the routes of trams and metro trains are available in all directions. He also understood that the special department would not be able to block all routes, so perhaps he could try. The hero began to write the city legend as a question, whether these actions would be enough. He wrote that starting from the city of Jiang, a journey will pass through the city's the highest population and crime level in the world later. Once the train will curl the whole earth and then return, but even in it people will wait for vile and merciless criminals. The only student who entered the Academy of Fantasy was successfully discharged from the hospital and devoted herself to her studies, despite the persuasion. There were many books and sheets of paper on the student's table, and she engaged in non-stop and worked overtime. After recovery, other students returned to school, and although they did not remember their stay at the Academy of Fantasies, no one else talked about the secret room. Yuan Zhensu knew that some students were restrained by parents, and no one knew others, but no one knew. Taolei alone did not cease to be interested in city legends and studied them. Sitting in her room in front of the window, the girl painted in the bottom of Yuan Zhen's, calling him an amazing person and asked the question of who he really is, because he is like a god from another world. The helicopter of the special department, meanwhile, landed on the ship, and the head told Anna that she had failed the operation, so he should be punished. The man looked at the girl calmly and said that it was time to deal with her for all her actions. Anna boldly stated that she was the successor of the head of the International Special Department, and people like him are not respected with everything. Then the girl grabbed the young man by the tie, and he wanted to warn her about the consequences of refusal. But the angry girl asked him to shut up, threatening that if he dared to say a word, he would not be able to say anything more. Afterwards, Anna let him go and began to leave, saying in her thoughts that she remembered him, and also understood that if she did not return the favor, she would be ashamed of her family. The man remained in place and silently looked after the leaving girl, who allowed herself to behave so impudently. He sprayed the potion from the east, which had a sedative effect and caused severe irritation if due to the current. The powerful potion immediately took effect on Anna, who was a little alarmed by surprise. The girl immediately shockedly looked at the man standing from behind and realized that this was a matter of his insidious hands. She gradually began to lose consciousness, speaking in her thoughts that she still has business in the form. And there are still many oddities in the world. A few seconds later, the girl fell asleep, and the man caught her and took the suspended girl in his arms. Yuan Zhen's, meanwhile, was sitting at home and watched the eyes and Xiaoxun, who played toys. Bai Mao, who had 74 days left, was in a country hotel, saying in his mind that women were not enough for him. Soon he entered the train, and a voice announced that the last train from this station was leaving today and asked everyone to take their seats. The big man. Mao drew attention to the thin guy who looked at the phone screen and stood behind him. The guy was terribly scared and understood that all this would not end well, and Bai Mao began to laugh insidiously. The rest of the people on the train were oblivious to his antics as blood-colored lightning struck outside the window. The big man's cheeks turned a little red, and in his thoughts he said that he couldn't move. But suddenly, he seemed to see the light. The alarmed Bai Mao looked around, where there were people who were unconscious. He grabbed his head and immediately realized that he had stumbled upon an oddity, realizing that he was very unlucky. Then the guy began to slowly move forward along the train, feeling a dangerous smell and qi energy. Ahead was a guy with glasses who asked what kind of place it was, and Bai Mao congratulated him on the fact that he made a trip to the world of cinema. People began to come to their senses, and Bai Mao asked them to think about what skills might be useful, after which Bai Shu asked if he was telling the truth. The guard said that this is the space of the dream demon, and now they are sleeping. But the dream is very dangerous. If they die in it, they will not be able to wake up anymore. Bai Mao decided to first scare people with a code name in order to thereby force them to work for him. Suddenly, the train stopped abruptly, causing people to fall. But the big man didn't raise an eyebrow, standing firmly in place. The people who were on the train wondered if the train really stopped, which was incomprehensible. Bai Mao noticed the knocking door, which suddenly opened, revealing the red spirit of a girl behind it. Flying near the girl's spirit was the spirit of a boy, whose neck was thin and long like a goose's, and he had no eyeballs at all. The ghosts began to laugh eerily and bloodthirstily, frightening all the people on the train who had never seen this before. They felt fear, but at the same time disgust, because the ghosts looked very disgusting and it was unpleasant to look at them. Bai Mao, unlike the rest of the train, scratched his head and asked with a smile if they were just ghosts, and decided that he needed to go against them. The sitting ghost of the girl asked the others why they were not sitting, which left the people on the train in bewilderment. The big man became a little wary and wondered what was going on and what they were planning against people. Excited, Bai Shu asked to get out. What should they do with the ghosts? And Bai Mao realized that this guy could be useful. He said that the movie world they are in now is a ghost train, which sounded very unexpected. The frightened boy was surprised to hear about the ghost train and said that he had seen the movie before. Bai Mao was a little surprised because he thought that he himself came up with the name, and Bai Shu told the others that they were on a ghost train. The guard concentrated and in his thoughts said that something was wrong with the ghost. But he did not feel spiritual energy. A little ghost told her mother that she really wanted to eat. She asked what he wanted, what the rest of the people on the train was alert. The ghost boy pointed his finger at working-class Shugan, who immediately broke out in a sweat of fear. A bloodthirsty ghost frightening laughed and said that he wanted to eat this man, scaring people even more. Yuan Zhensi continued to read the legend and said that there were clues for Bai Shu, Bai Mao, and Shugan, but could not understand what was special about them. The notebook asked the hero if he wants to restart the legend, despite the fact that he could not control the car, to which he answered, yes. All the people on the train at one moment became similar to each other, at the same time finding a bright blue color, which plunged into the bewilderment of the protagonist. A small bloodthirsty ghost opened his mouth wide and once again said that he wanted to eat Shiganya, who was terrified of terrible. Excited, Bai Mao asked the man what was in his backpack, and he threw his backpack to the hungry ghost. The ghostly boy instantly turned into a werewolf, who with incredible greed grabbed the backpack and began to eat it. Bai Mao asked Shugan if he really killed a man, and the man replied that the strange girl was to blame for everything, but he did not kill anyone. The big guy asked the rest of the people if they had killed, but they all replied that they had not killed anyone, which made him think. He wondered what the rules were here and whether the train was somehow connected with the special department, because it previously had an article about domestic violence. Suddenly the train stopped abruptly again, causing the people on it to shake. But Bai Mao, as before, did not even stagger. Suddenly, another ghost appeared and grabbed one of the men by the legs, who immediately began to panic and call for help. Bai Mao gritted his teeth because the situation was very tense, and he did not know how to help a man in this situation. A bloodthirsty girl ghost pointed a finger at a pensioner Azu, and a woman from the hotel Xiaojing, asking them to follow her, and very frightened. The big man understood that it was impossible to wait anymore, and if he left the car, he could die. But the train could already absorb him. Without thinking twice, he rushed forward towards the ghosts, saying in his thoughts that he was definitely not going to give up and would go to the end. All the people in the car were shocked by his incredible skills and wondered if he was a superhuman. Bai Mao wondered what rules to get here and why it was necessary to go out. And people and passengers ghostly made it even more incomprehensible. The big man suggested that if he came closer to the exit, then perhaps something would find, and people immediately ran after him. But, on their way, another ghost suddenly appeared, who was dressed like an aristocrat and looked elderly. Bai Mao saw two guys and asked to clarify the situation, and one of them said that there were 7 of them. But one ran into another carriage, and 2 ran out. The guard asked the guy what would happen if they came out, and he replied that he did not know and wanted to come closer. But then an eccentric old man came. After these words, the big man clenched his teeth with anger and looked at the ghost of an aristocratic old man, realizing that this was a ghost again. The ghost of the old man pointed to a frightened pensioner with his finger and asked him to follow him. And the man was trembling with fear. Atsu fell to his knees in front of Bai Mao and begged for help, saying that he did not want to die, while the cold-blooded big man looked at the ghost. The old man understood that he had to fight for life and decided to sacrifice the same frightened Xiaojing, which stood nearby. With a sharp movement, he pushed the girl into the hands of the ghost, screaming that he did not want to die. And the girl screamed in full voice with fear. The aristocratic ghost grabbed Xiaojing and dragged him into the portal, and she cursed Asa, wishing him all the worst. Bai Mao realized that people go out randomly and there are no rules. And Bai Shu told him that each of them has a mark on the back of his head. The man immediately looked at the margin on the back of the guy and asked how he found out. And he replied that he saw how someone was pulled down and noticed. The big man carefully examined the mark and said that the same stamp was on the ticket, and the puzzle began to take shape in his head. At that moment, the man realized that they were all tickets, thanks to which ghosts came out into the world. A frightening voice greeted everyone and said that the speed of the train was the fast arrival of, and the ghosts began to nightmare people. It was announced that the next station would be Rio, and Bai Mao wondered what was going on here and whether there were any announcements. He recalled that there was no such thing before, and the monsters meanwhile became more and more and they looked intimidating. The ghost with his head open to the frightened Shi Gan and asked to say if he knew where his head went. Bai Mao understood that all of them were in great danger and it was necessary to immediately take away their legs while they are still whole. The excited man immediately grabbed Bai Shu, after which he began to run to the side, shouting that he needed to run. He didn't understand what was happening because there just wasn't a ghost there, and this is a strangeness, but at the same time, the train itself is a strangeness. Yuan Zhensa read another chapter and realized that Bai Mao is not a simple person at all, and is an observer. The hero could not say exactly what was happening there and asked if any of his oddities could tell, but no one could give an answer. The young man stretched out and said that Bai Mao would definitely not be able to withstand oddities and suggested that the special department could not have noticed the appearance of the train so quickly. Then he tore the eye from playing the phone and asked to help him with his back, and the pet almost began to cry. The hero asked if he could help him get to the train, but wondered what would happen if he aroused suspicion from the special department. After spending so many legend points and good and evil points, Yuan Zhensi had not yet received any benefits, which he found quite strange. He wondered if he would die if he killed Bai Mao, or simply disappear from this world, which was very curious. Bai Mao told Bai Shu that this oddity is much stronger than the previous ones, and the people in the car are hopeless, and their main enemy is a person without a head. The man added that a man without a head is one of the representatives of oddity, but did not want to bother himself with explanations. All he understood was that, apparently, a man without a head had started a massacre, which made him a little nervous. Bai Shu told the master that it was better for them not to stay here and approach the aisle between the 2 wagons, and he silently listened to the guy. The guy said that in the wagons through which he passed earlier, he found that ghosts remain within the wagon in which they sat down. Bai Mao praised the boy, saying that he had great potential and asked for food. He wanted to follow him, because this student would be useful. He said that he would give him the number, which made the boy happy, and the man understood that this way the young man would be calm, and if something strange happened, he would simply remove it. The train, meanwhile, suddenly stopped, and another monster entered the car, which forced the hero nervous. Out of nerves, Bai Mao clenched his teeth and wondered what this was. Was there really no restrictions at all? And a source of plague entered the carriage? The hero immediately pulled on his mask and said that he didn't have many of them and asked Bai Shu to cover his nose and mouth and then hold his breath for 5 seconds. The guy asked whether it was true that the grandfather behind them is also a strangeness, and Bai Mao looked at the monster behind with horror. Among the monsters, he is also Angry Power, Loli, which was black and white, and her gaze was frightening. The hero also noticed the bony old woman Tung Lao, whose nose was long and her skin was very dry. Behind them stood a deceased relative who was nightmare level and smiled eerily, tilting her head slightly to the side. Bai Mao began to sweat, and memories from his childhood immediately came flooding back to him, because it was his mother. From excitement, he jumped to the side, exclaiming that there were 4 oddities at once, and Bai Shu said that perhaps they would still be able to run. An excited man grabbed the guy by the shoulders and shouted with a cry how they would be able to escape, and he froze in place. The big man was alarmed and alarmed to speak immediately, and Bai Shu calmly. Then she asked if he could use the body of the master. Bai Mao did not fully understand the essence of his question and asked him to repeat it, hoping that he would catch the guy's thought and do it as needed. Bai Shu said that he has a way, but you need to borrow the body of the hero because only this is they can be saved. And the man realized that the guy was not lying. He asked him to tell him what needed to be done, after which he was dumbfounded, because the process of moving in had begun. As it turned out, the boy turned out to be an oddity who managed to get the body of the naive big guy Bai Mao. The hero was shocked, and could not believe that the boy really was not a comrade in arms, and gradually lost control over his body. As it turned out, everyone runs a puppet doll, which was always in the shade and watched what was happening. King Ji, meanwhile, called Yuan Zhenxi and said that she wanted to say something when they met, but changed her mind. She said that one of the observers sat on a lunar train and disappeared, and apparently, he would go around the world attracting oddities. The main character asked what to do now and realized that Bai Mao had done it, saying that next time he needed to eliminate the shortcomings. The lady said that they would discuss it at the conference and added that she would then write to him, after which she ended the call. Yuan Zhenxi, after hearing the conference, realized that everyone already knew about the train, but they still did not know how to eliminate this oddity. He understood that the train could stop right before their eyes, but it was difficult for him to control this train, and he did not know exactly when it would stop. The main character also understood that everyone knows how measurable the danger of the train is, and no one will want to take responsibility into their own hands. Then he noticed the video of the moon train and wondered when it had appeared and how it was even possible. Yuan Zhenxi decided to take the train to check if he had everything under control, but he could not understand all the subtleties because he did not know what was happening there. He wondered if everything was okay, since he had gone straight to bed last night, and also wondered if the train understood that it wouldn't bother him. The main character decided to turn to the notebook and asked what he was doing while the young man was sleeping, and was it really all about revenge? Yuan Zhenxi learned that he first needed to buy a regular ticket before he could board the moon train. At the Special Department conference, it was discussed that the Special Department should form an investigation team that would restrict the movement of trains. Kan Pin said that since the conference has a global scale, then the matter is serious, and asked why the city of Jiang should conduct an independent investigation. Curtin from the International Special Department said that judging by the current situation, passengers will not constantly be on the train, but will go at random. One of the representatives of the International Intelligence Unit said that they should restrict their movement as soon as possible. The girl in red glasses asked for forgiveness and said that the fact is that they do not know exactly how to do it. Another representative from the International Special Department asked the person in charge of Jiang City to, if possible, resolve the issue as soon as possible. Kan Pin said that trains are one of the most important means of transportation in the world, so you can stop them for a while, but not forever. The woman said that since the first stop of the train is in Jiang City, this matter should be resolved in Jiang, which is what the law requires. Everyone began to agree with her, and Kan Pin said that the analytical center came up with the method and added that they would solve this problem themselves. Representatives of the International Special Department asked what kind of method it was, and the man said that they needed to put God on a train. After what he heard, Curtin and 2 other representatives of international affairs were shocked. The woman asked how they would put God on the train if he could not move, and moreover, if they approached him, they would die immediately. Confident Kang Ping said that they had already cut God with the new item, and added that they could reduce its size and send it on the train. King Dai said that according to observer Bai Mao, if you communicate normally with ghosts, they will not attack. A woman from the International Special Department asked, "What about the observer from Jiang City, who had become the object of everyone's attention?" Can Pin said that in the lunar there are other gods on the train, so he will not cope alone and, perhaps, the train is a means of transporting God. He recalled that there was an earthquake caused by God in Jiang earlier, and according to research, some kind of God rule was put on. Curtin said that an investigator will be created in each city, and at first they are looking for the rules, and later discuss the restrictions. None of the members of the international departments present at the conference expressed disagreement, and the idea was supported. Kang Ping and Qing Ji remained calm and silent at the same time, but in their thoughts, they told themselves that this was an excellent end to the conference. After some time, the news reporter reported that newly mounted videos recently surfaced on the network. The leak occurred at one of the factories during post-production of the film, and people began to discuss that someone was distributing video materials. Yuan Zhenxi, meanwhile, approached the turnstile, after which he offered him a card that identified him. His mind was cold and he repeated to himself that he needed to sit on a lunar train, because this is a very important task. A few minutes later, the main character entered the lunar train, remaining calm, and around him he saw the bodies of non-occupants. To begin with, the young man decided to look at what was in the carriage, and then deal with the rest of the problems. The first thing I took advantage of the ability, after which I touched the back of the back of the back of the back of the back to check something. A few seconds later, a mark appeared on the back of the protagonist's head, the appearance of which he did not even feel. Yuan Zhenxi kicked the door, telling himself in his thoughts that there was clearly no way to do surveillance here, because the rules wouldn't allow it. Ahead he saw a devastated room with 2 large windows, which could become his temporary shelter. The hero threw his legs on the control panel and decided to sit in the room for a day to see what is interesting. After reading the rules, the young man wondered why he had a stamp on the back of his head, and the system said that he could leave at will. 3 hours later, he was still sitting in the control room, hearing only the screams of people calling for help. The little eye looked out the window, expecting to see something interesting, which happened, after which he began to wake up Yuan Zhenxi, calling him Mom. The main character immediately woke up, and the little pet pointed him to the camera, which showed the 7th carriage, in which the girl was located. On her back of his head, the young man saw a red margin and was a little surprised, because the train had an ordinary living person, but all this was strange. He said that the anomalies like this are associated with oddities, and it would not be easy to take it to the train, but still the hero decided to go out. Yuan Zhenxi understood that if I continued to encounter those who did not understand anything, it would definitely not lead to good. Ahead, he saw a small ghost, from which the greenish light emanated, and in the right ear of which was Seryoja. The ghost was like an angel with black wings and onions in his hands, which drew attention to the protagonist standing behind. Yuan Zhenxi wondered if it was true that this ghost was the opposite of Cupid in mythology. At one point, the ghost began to giggle loudly and insidiously, telling the main character that he was very strong. After that, an arrow was released from the ghost onion. But this was not at all frightened by Yuan Zhenxi, who remained cold-blooded. The notebook told the main character that he absorbs power, and if desired, he can use punishment. The young man moved from side to side, not stopping for a second to prevent the ghost of the chance to get an arrow. The main character once again took advantage of the energy to stop the flying arrow, but the attempt was in vain. The arrow of the opposite of Cupid managed to fly forward, which a little alerted Yuan Zhenxi at that moment. The notebook said that Cupid could take control of the person in whom the arrow fell, and the cold-blooded hero used the eye. The monster's mouth was wide open, and Cupid's sharp and poisoned arrow flew straight into it. The arrow successfully flew into the huge mouth of Peeper, who immediately closed it to prevent it from flying further. Yuan Zhenxi suddenly became very wary, because the arrow passed through his body, which he did not expect at all. Cupid began to laugh normally, saying that he was an arrow in a young man, but the hero thought he really was with deviations. The ghost continued to laugh provocatively and very annoyingly, rejoicing in his small victory over the guy. The main character did not die, and his heart was beating normally, and he assumed that it was all because of the strangeness in his body. He asked the train to pay attention to this oddity and let him know where it would get off, to which the train immediately agreed. The young man understood that if he fell under the effect of Cupid's arrow, the first person he met would fall in love and used special pills. After that, the young man swallowed one tablet, wondering where the student who could help him Yuan Zhensa said that this is not like the strangeness of a neighbor from hell in the hospital. And while they are clear what the meaning is and then died, after the revival, the hero decided not to pay attention to the Cupid, because it was the most important to find out where the lunar train came from. He decided to start with a student who was listening to an old woman tell him that when her son returned to take care of her, she was very happy. The frightening old woman said that her son put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. And then she suffocated because he could not withstand responsibility. The act of her son caused dissatisfaction with the girl, and Yuan Zhensa suddenly entered the room, whom they paid attention to. The excited student asked in a whisper who he was, and asked him to leave quickly, because it was very dangerous here. But the self-confident and absolutely calm main character motioned for her to be quieter. Then he sat down next to the girl and asked if she was afraid, and the girl, trembling with fear, asked if he was asking her. Yuan Zhensu asked what she was thinking about a ghost sitting nearby, and the student did not even know what to answer. The hero decided to ask how she ended up on the train, and the alarmed girl replied that she just sat down. The guy said that he noticed quite a lot of people in the carriage who suddenly appeared here and added that they looked like her. Only they were ghosts. He added that they also boarded the train, and the very surprised girl asked if there was really only one person on this train. An excited student asked if she had died, and Yuan Zhensa said that she was still alive, but her experience would come in handy. The hero asked if she was faced with something strange today before going to the car, but the girl replied that no. The young man asked the student to get things out of his bag and see if there was something strange in her. The student immediately followed his request and took out a one-way ticket, which she was very surprised to see. But the hero was calm. The ticket seemed quite strange to him, and the frightened student said that she was buying tickets from the city of Yun to Liu. Yuan Zhensi calmly took the ticket from her hands and threw it on the floor and said that if she threw it away, it would return to her hands. This was very frightening and, at the same time, surprising the girl, who excitedly asked what she should do now. The cold-blooded protagonist said that she needed to break him, but she had to do it herself and he would not help. He warned that the consequences are unknown, and there is a probability that something strange would happen, so it should make decisions itself. The ghost once again attacked a man who begged for help, and a crying student said that she could not tear up the ticket. The student asked Yuan Zhen's whether she was not threatened, and added that she only needed to get to the terminal where she could leave. The young man said that her words have a meaning that could save her, and then added that everything would be fine. And this instilled hope in the girl. The hero knew that each one-way ticket is no different from the usual one. Only when boarding the train, the end point becomes unknown. He assumed that this girl was not the first person to fall under the rules, and it was unknown whether she got here by accident. Yuan Chenxi wondered whether it would be possible to sort out the train by solving the problem with tickets, and whether the girl would have a chance if she got rid of the ticket. Then the young man pushed the head of a sleeping girl away from him and asked the ghost sitting next to him if he wanted to get off. Then, as a feeling that he was afraid of the hero, the ghost of the old woman looked at him in surprise, and the main character said that he could help and catch another person. The old woman asked if she could stay on the train a little more, and the hero replied that she was not, and asked if she wanted to take revenge on her son. The woman replied that she understands why the son did not stay with her, because his head is full of thoughts. And although she is offended, but as his mother understands everything, Yuan Chenxi smirked slightly and said that if he had been betrayed, he would never have let the offender go so easily. A frightening voice said that the train had arrived at the final station, and an excited student said in a trembling voice that they had arrived. The door opened and the girl headed towards it, thanking the main character for the fact that now they could get off. The young man in a calm tone told the girl that he would go behind her, but she began to move forward with a quick step. But, having taken a step forward, the student found herself in a transparent portal, after which she gradually began to disappear from the hero's eyes. Yuan Zhenxi tried to remain calm and realized that everything was bad, because he did not guess correctly, and everything did not go according to plan. There were a lot of people around him at the station, and the main character realized that he needed additional protection just in case. He used absorption glasses, and in his thought said that since the problem is in tickets, then we should look at the cashier. The main character assumed that most people already knew about the train and no one would want to get out of it. The young man also understood that a special department had paid attention to the train, and if he bought a ticket at the ticket office, he would definitely come under suspicion. Genzi decided to somehow forcefully board the train so that everyone would think that something was wrong, because he had no need to turn away from the special department. He thought about how this was the first time he had encountered them since he had become part of the strangeness and had gained her heart. The hero wondered if it was possible to carry out everything more spontaneously, because it was not for nothing that he so diligently selected images for himself, Qian Yubai and Qing Ji. The idea seemed very interesting to him, and he decided to try, after which he took out the phone out of his pocket and began to dial a taxi number. A couple of minutes later, Qian Yubai told the taxi driver who was smoking inside that he wanted to get out, and the man immediately stopped. The girl got out of the car, near which Yuan Zhenxi was standing at that moment, thinking about his idea. Qian Yubai looked in surprise at the president, who was standing near the car and whom she had not seen for a long time. She was very glad to see the young man, but he remained calm and cool, silently looking at her. A cute beauty with a spark in her eyes called it all a very pleasant coincidence, because they had not met so before. Qian Yubai asked if he would sit down and what was the matter, and Yuan Zhenxi replied that he would not sit down. His heart at that moment experienced violent emotions, which made the hero be alert, and wondered where such emotions come from, if he has glasses. The girl standing nearby asked the club president if everything was in order, but at that moment he delved into his thoughts a little. The heart of the protagonist at that moment continued to pour from the wave of violent emotions, which suddenly rolled upon him. He slammed the taxi door shut with a sharp movement and repeated once again that he would not sit down. So Yuan Zhenxi was a little surprised. The dispatcher notified the taxi driver that the passenger canceled the trip, and the man was a little surprised because he did not encounter that. The angry taxi driver asked the hero what he was doing and why he canceled the trip if he had already arrived at the call. Yuan Zhenxi came up and touched his forehead with 2 fingers, who opened his mouth and fell silent. In a calm tone, he told the taxi driver that in 5 minutes he would forget about what happened and continue living his life. The frightened taxi driver immediately drove off, and Qian Yubai asked the club president what happened and whether she needed help. The main character unexpectedly took the surprised girl by the hand, but she did not understand what he was going to do and why he took her hand. In surprise, Qian Yubai opened her mouth and was worried, because earlier the club president never played himself so playfully. The young man in a calm tone asked the girl where she needed and said that he was conducting her, which was very unexpected. Qian Yubai thought did the president really decide to spend it? So he also took her hand, after which she wondered what this means. The angel on her shoulders said that this was an illusion, and the appearance of the president was only a figment of her imagination, and the demon said that Yuan Zhenxi was a normal man. The girl said that she wanted to go for an interview, and if it wouldn't be difficult, she could conduct it, realizing that her fairy tale would last a little longer. Yuan Zhenxi asked Qian Yubai if she remembered that she was still a member of their Ghost Society Club. They continued to go forward. The girl said that this was just a small meeting and she did not think anything like that. She also said that the club president may not worry, and the young man suddenly released her hand. The hero laid his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that he understood everything, and Qian Yubai was very pleasant and it seemed that she was in paradise. After some time, they came to the right place, and the girl said that at least the lane would be strange. There is nothing wrong with it. Yuan Zhenxi said that she is simply magnificent and this is just a Russian alley, in which there is nothing terrible. They went a few meters ahead and a small house stopped leaving, which was needed by Qian Yubai. The girl knocked on the wooden doors and, asking for forgiveness for anxiety, asked if Grandma Ju was living here. At that same second, the door was opened ajar with a bony hand with long nails sticking out, which looked very frightening. Yuan Zhenxi and Qian Yubai were frightened by the unexpected appearance of a strange old woman who opened the door. The woman said that the price starts from 8 digits, and if help is needed with a natural disaster, the cost is discussed separately. Xian Yubei told Grandma Ju that Mr. Chan asked to approach her to calculate what to do. According to Batsa, the old woman looked incredulously at young people, but still invited them to enter the house to discuss everything there. She said that she would not take money from him for the girl. And in the room, there was the aroma of various candles that were burning everywhere. Grandma Ju asked Qian Yubai to sit on a chair so that she could look at everything carefully and draw conclusions. Then the grandmother asked the young people if it was true that they didn't really know anything about Bazi, and the girl confirmed this. Yuan Zhenxi was focused on sensations and felt the presence of spiritual energy, but he understood that the old lady herself did not possess it. The old woman Ju took a drawing brush, after which it began to draw symbols on her arm in the area of the wrist. Then she began to frighteningly read strange spells, and the hero wondered how she was going to work if she had no qualifications. The strange grandmother began to jump from side to side, and Yuan Zhenxi still stood aside and watched this. Ju said that to the southwest of God Joy, to the west of the God of Wealth, to the east of the God of Blessing, the Batsa appeared. At that moment, Her unusual laughter was a little frightening, and the old woman herself said that life is a very valuable thing. Grandmother grabbed the frightened Xian Yubei by the wrist and asked if she wanted to change fate, and then added that she would have to pay a little for this. Yuan Zhenzi intervened in the conversation, whose eye turned red, and old woman Ju turned her attention to him. The hero grabbed her wrist and asked not to pretend, and then asked Qian to say about the environment. The girl said that she sees that the bottle and other objects in the house have spiritual energy, which frightened the old woman a little. After that, she added that the most important thing is that she is under her feet, and the characters were drawn on the floor with green font. Yuan Zhenzi broke his hand Ju and asked if she had completely survived from the mind, since she had already used vile things against the observer. The crying old woman begged her to sit with her, saying that she was simply earning money to feed her family, because her son did not give her a penny. The main character released her hand and said that since she herself realizes her deeds, for the first time he would spare her. The young man threatened that if she sees that she was engaged in such a thing again, she might not wait for mercy, and added that she did not respect the elderly. Ju swore that she would not dare to do such things again, and Yuan Zhenzi told Qian Yubai that it was time for them to leave. Finally, he told the old woman that if she dared to do anything to Qian Yubai, he would definitely not spare her. The old woman swore and promised that she would never do this and asked to believe her. And the hero said that he filled out her words. Then he put on black protective glasses and continued to go forward, while holding his hand on the girl's right shoulder. But, as expected from the insidious old woman, she raised her head and chuckled insidiously, saying that she had fooled the youth. The insidious Ju decided to take advantage of the spell to take revenge on Yuan Zhenzi for the dislocated hand. But everything didn't go according to plan and she froze in place with fear. Because the glass in her house suddenly broke, everything around began to burn. And the old woman did not understand what was happening, because a few seconds ago everything was in order. The fire spread the area of the whole house with an incredibly high speed, and Ju did not understand how this happened. There was night on the street, and Xian Yubai, meanwhile, was at home and trembled a little with excitement, already in bed. The girl was very embarrassed to refuse the president's request to accompany her, because they had never been so close. She recalled that Yuan Zhenzi was very cute and unusual at that moment, and his mood was playful towards her. But Qian Yubai beat herself on his cheeks. Remind herself that you can't succumb to influence, and the mind should be kept cold. The girl decided to get her notebook out of her bag to pour out feelings into it and make some notes. She wrote that the president said that if she encounters oddities, or people who follow the rules, there is no need to pretend that she understands everything. Qian Yuibei remembered that the president always spoke of ghosts, oddities, and souls, and the rest was not at all interested in. She was tormented by the question of when everything changed so much. Because before Yuan Zhenzi was softer, and he was worried about something else. The girl decided that she needed to ask someone and put the diary aside, picking up the phone to call teacher Yuan Bo. Yuan Bo immediately answered the phone and greeted Qian Yubai, saying that she didn't think she would call her. An excited Qian said that she wanted to know something because she thought the president was following the rules of weirdness. The surprised teacher, Yuan Bo, put on her glasses and asked what the girl noticed in Yuan Zhenzi. Chang Yuibei was very awkward to talk about it, but with reddened cheeks, she said that he confessed to her. Yuan Bo, who loves to listen to the stories of lovers, began to ask how it happened, whether she agreed and whether they kissed. The girl did not know that to answer her questions, then how to talk about it was a little awkward. She wrote to the teacher that everything was very strange, and at that moment a huge eye was watching her, but she did not suspect it. Yuan Zhenzi watched Xian Yuibei with the help of the eyes of the eye, and did not understand why to waste time for some kind of garbage. Qian Yubai asked Yuan Bo if she had any information about the hero, but she laughed and said that she didn't. But she could look for it. The teacher said that this guy was just starting to behave like a human being, and if she herself didn't believe him, then she'd have to ask for her. Yuan Bo then called the protagonist, saying that Shadow said that he had been acting very strange lately. Yuan Zhenzi said that she has been under a lot of pressure lately, and he is sometimes very tired, and Shadow understands this better than anyone. Surprised Qian Yuibei very involved and listened with interest in their conversation, and I also blushed a little. The slightly frightening hero said that he could live a little longer, but for this, he needs to propose to the beautiful Yubai. The shocked Yuan Bo advised him to slow down, otherwise the girl will doubt his sincerity, and the Shadow blushed with fear. The call ended, and Yuan Bo said that the man was completely different, but the frightened Qian Yubai did not know what was coming. The teacher asked why she was so cute, because she helps all, but she was still sad. and the girl replied that she needed to prepare for the task. She threw the phone aside and said in her thoughts that she was already used to her tasks, so there shouldn't be any problems. At one point, the girl stretched her hand up and wondered if the president really liked her, because everything had gone very far. At that moment, she was being watched by Yuan Zhenzi, who used his eye ability to do this unnoticed. It was almost midnight on the street, and Xian Yubai, meanwhile, was in a marshy area somewhere outside the city. Ahead, the girl saw a large two-story house and realized that she had come to the place she needed, while remaining calm. The mistress went to the door and called the call, after which the camera standing right in front of the door worked. Qian Yubei told the master that she asked to open the door to the mansion because time was already coming. Suddenly, she heard rustling noises behind her and realized that someone was there, but she was very scared to turn around. Still, the girl decided to turn around to make sure that someone was standing behind her, but to her surprise, there was no one behind her. The moment she turned around, the door of the two-story house was opened by Mr. Liu, who was shining a flashlight to see her. The man asked for forgiveness for his expectation, saying that he had fallen asleep, after which he invited Qian Yuibei to enter the house to discuss everything. The girl understood that it was worth using a coin only once, which would be more than enough. Liu said that the butler had let out and left, and he was alone in the house, but Xian Yubai said that it was not important. The large wooden door was opened again, and the man invited the girl to enter, and she began to slowly walk towards the entrance. Then he closed the door, but his smile at one moment gave way to a strange smile, which was the first alarming bell. The house looked very rich, and Liu asked how she was here, and Qian Yuibei realized that he wanted to check if she had real strength, but she knew how to behave. The girl said that she is not a professional in aesthetics and luxury, and her work is only to expel spirits. The gentleman said that since she is already ready, she could begin to get rid of the spirits. And Qian Yubai said that time was running out. An excited man said that their family has long been pursued by a ghost that appears at a certain time, and no one could cope with him. Once upon a time, his jewelry business was thriving, and he had a loving wife and child nearby, and he thought that it would always be this way. But once in the family, everything turned over, and Mr. Liu exclaimed that everything had changed, and his hands at that moment trembled with mental pain. The clock was struck midnight, and Qian Yuibei confidently said that it was time for him to hide, because it was time to work. After a few seconds, the master disappeared, and the girl was even a little surprised and wondered where he was. She drew attention to a small balcony on the second floor, near which there was a strange creature of red. Confident in her abilities, Qian Yubai used the ball's ability to enlighten the creature and understand what it was. But at that moment, Mr. Liu appeared behind her, grabbed the candlestick and was about to hit her on the head. The girl was not at a loss and realized that things were very bad because the man had succumbed to the influence of strangeness. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head, causing the gentleman to lose consciousness. And Qian Yubai did not understand what was happening. The man's hand began to gradually weaken, and his entire shirt was covered in blood, which surprised the girl even more. As it turned out, at that moment, Yuan Zhenzi, who was sitting on a chair behind Liu, helped her at that moment. Qian Yubai was very surprised to see the club president sitting on the chair, who was very calm and cool. The main character asked the girl to look back that, behind at that moment, there was a ghost of a woman who stood with the ghosts of two children. She asked where the ghosts came from, and the young man replied that during his lifetime, the gentleman created complete horror and killed his eldest daughter and brutally dealt with her body. 3 times he tried to kill his wife and son, and when his wife did not stand up, he abused his little son for a long time. Yuan Zhenzi continued to tell that after the death of his son Liu, hid his body in the attic, and then every day he came to his body and read spells. He only cared about his wealth, and in order to increase it, the man was ready to do anything, and his mother taught him some techniques. Qian Yuibei asked, "Didn't Liu not bankrupt?" And the hero said that this is why the man needs new souls for murder, because he wants to change everything. The hero said that a person is required who will ideally combine with the soul of Liu's calm wife, and only then the ritual will be easy. He said that Liu saved all these souls, dreaming once to again gain wealth in his former and power, and his mother contributed to him in everything. Very surprised, Qian Yubai realized that Mr. Liu's mother is the countries of the grandmother Zhu, with whom they had to communicate earlier. Yuan Zhenzi confirmed that it was so, and then he took the girl by the chin and asked if the old woman should not die. Then the hero told the spirit that their turn had come and he let them go, and now they can calmly accomplish their revenge. He also added that they heard everything and they will not have any other chance to turn their revenge, after which the spirits began to gradually dissolve. The spirit of the little boy ran to Qian Yubai and, calling her sister, said goodbye to her and almost touched her sleeve. The tense Yuan Zhensa did not expect such a turn of events and understood that he could not touch. He immediately extended his hand near the neck of the Xiana, frozen in surprise, directing her towards a little ghost. The protagonist took advantage of the ability to prevent the boy from touching Qian Yubai. The young man asked if she was safe and said that she need not worry, because he would not allow anyone to touch her. The girl asked if the ghosts had left, and the hero asked what she was talking about and whether she really didn't believe that he destroyed them. He asked if she wanted to clarify if he killed them. And at that moment, Mr. Lu's head was thrown into the garbage bucket. Yuan Zhensi turned around and told Qian Yubai that it was not he who killed the ghosts, and they had been dead for a very long time. Then the hero remembered the coupon, who was full of love and sincere gratitude, was an unusual ghost. Qian Yubai remembered that the president was not so complicated before and wondered why he killed an innocent ghost. She recalled that earlier he did not have such obsession and sense of property, and then asked Yuan Zhensis to spend her home. The hero agreed, but said that he still needed to do something. The girl sincerely smiled and said that she would wait. Qian Yubai assumed that he was influenced by the country, but decided not to piss him off and quickly contact the special department. Yuan Zhensi, meanwhile, snapped his fingers, after which a very loud explosion of Mr. Lu thundered. The young people continued to walk towards the girl's house, and at one point the main character wanted to ask her something. Surprised, Qian Yubai froze in place as the protagonist asked if it was true that she had become close to Yuan Bo recently. She was embarrassed and she said that they were simply discussing the task, and the young man asked if they didn't often talk about something. He hid the fact that he did not want Qian to help Yuan Bo and communicate with her, because she belongs to him. Then the hero told the girl that if she wants to continue to expel spirits, she could just tell him. And she replied that she understood everything. Qian Yubai understood that the president should not suspect anything, otherwise he would get rid of Yuan Bo, whose contact she had deleted at that moment. Yuan Zhensi said that this way he would be calm and in a calm tone asked if the girl wanted him to accompany her home. She agreed and said in her thoughts that the president's eyes made it clear that he really wanted to kill Yuan Bo. In addition, Qian Yuibei wondered how the main character knows that she began to communicate with a mentor. Lying at home under the blanket, she wondered if she needs to tell Yuan Bo about it and ask her to contact a special department. The girl was afraid that Yuan Zhensi would learn about their collusion and realized that he was somehow watching her. Qian Yubai wondered if there was something in her room, or he installed cameras to observe her. She hoped that the president did not install cameras because she was afraid to break the right, because he could answer. The girl remembered the psychiatrist Zui Li, who previously told her with a smile that if something was needed, she could find her. Still, Qian Yubai covered herself with a blanket and decided to calm down, so as not to do anything stupid due to disturbing thoughts. She decided that it was necessary to save the president and rid him of the influence of oddity, and her eyes at that moment watched her. At 7:30 in the morning, Yuan Zhensi wondered what Qiang Yuibai is doing now, behind which was still entered. At that moment, the girl prepared breakfast, cut the vegetables, and the main character was a little alert, looking at it. He wondered who she was cooking for, and Little Ai, sitting on his shoulder, silently looked at his beloved owner. Then the little monster jumped into the arms of Xiao Jun sitting on the floor, who immediately caught him and lightly hugged him to her with love. Xiao Ai wanted to say something to the gentleman regarding the train, but Yuan Zhensi was more interested in what Qian Yubai was doing. The girl from the afterlife replied that she did not know because she could not get her thoughts. But she showed a picture of how the girl cooks. The main character understood everything and asked her to leave, but Xiao Ai did not bother her anymore and fulfilled his demands. Xiao Shun also pressed her eyes to her, looking a little angrily at the master and girl from the afterlife. Xiao Ai at one moment drew attention to the red eyes of Xiao Shun, which caused slight alertness. A few minutes later, they ended up in a red room, where Yuan Zhensi was not, but Xiao Shun took the eye with her. The wily girl used the little oddity's head as a stand to write something on a piece of paper. She smiled insidiously and raised a sheet on which it was written that if the main character was lying, then they will be able to eat. Xiao Ai looked at her in surprise, because she did not expect to hear such a proposal at all. The spy didn't understand why the girl's face changed, because for a few more seconds everything was fine. But he couldn't read the inscriptions. Qian Yubai, walking up the steps, said in her mind that the president thought that she had little power, so she could not reveal the truth. Then the girl stopped near the apartment of the protagonist and knocked on his door. While experiencing a slight excitement, the door was immediately opened by Yuan Zhensi, who, as usual, was emotionless when meeting her. Joyful Qian Yubai told the young man that she had made a gift with her own hands especially for him. Yuan Zhenzi was a little pleasantly surprised that the gift was for him, and the girl handed him to him with a smile. She said that there were homemade cookies, and the young man looked at her with a serious look and asked who she wanted to give another set to. The smiling Qian Yubai replied that it was the teacher Shui Li, because earlier she had helped her a lot, and now she also turned out to be a neighbor. The main character said that she could go, but at the same time asked the next time to give gifts only to him. The girl knocked on Sister Shui Li's apartment, asking if she was home, and the hero continued to watch her standing in the doorway. Yuan Zhenzi wondered how he could forget about another person associated with the special department, which was Shui Li. The hero once again took advantage of the ability of the eye and ordered him to watch the girls. Lei opened the door, and Chen Weibei said that she baked cookies to the president, but it turned out too much and she decided to share with her. Sister thanked her and asked if she had a cup of tea, and Chen Yubai replied that she still had business with the president. She then smiled sweetly and said goodbye to Shui Li, who really liked her unexpected gift. After that, the girl closed the door to the apartment and was left alone with her thoughts. But she did not suspect that she was being monitored. Li opened a bag with home, made cookies of Qian Yuibei, because she was already eager to try it. Pink cookies looked very beautiful, and it was like a little donut, and it seemed very appetizing. She called it very cute and looked at the cookies with a spark in her eyes, and the eyes continued to watch her. The voice said in a quiet tone that everything was happening as usual, and began to carefully watch as the girl took a bite of the cookie. Lei, without any doubt, bit off the cookies, after which she wondered if Yuan Zhenzi was really in trouble. The next day, she walked through the university grounds where students in sports uniforms happily held her healthy leaf. The girl muttered, mutually smiled, and greeted them. I understand that people are very happy to see her. Then she began to go forward silently. One of the young men told another that she was very happy because he finally saw her. Li assumed that the problem with the ghost is very serious. Otherwise, the shadows would transmit messages in this way. These thoughts did not leave her for a second, and at one point she stopped near the door that required data scanning. The woman offered her hand for scanning, saying in her mind that something besides all this, Yuan Zhenzi's people are constantly watching them. She recalled that at the moment she handed over the cookies to Qian Yubai, she felt that she was being followed and decided that she needed to report everything. Kanpin said that it is assumed that the ghost was trapped in oddities and serious psychological changes occurred in it. He added that the changes occurred extremely sharply and there were no prerequisites for that, which did not correspond to their data at all. The man said that based on collected evidence, they found that the connections between cases of violence indicate the same person. Kang Ping added that the shadow said that the relationship of the ghost to her has changed a lot, and he had a tendency to ownership. One of the men asked how this happened, because Yuan Zhenzi was always under surveillance and could not just fall into the trap of strangeness. The head asked Qing Ji to report, and she said that according to the oral statement of the shadow and monitoring data, certain conclusions were drawn. The lady said that the manifestation of strangeness is a sudden desire to control and destroy, but the hero is trying to restrain it. She added that they came to this conclusion after careful observations, so there is no guesswork involved. Qingzhi said that if Yuan Zhenzi were absorbed in a completely strangeness, then he would have begun to kill a long time ago. The lady also added that they are still establishing the identity of the oddity and suggested that it is at least at the level of a catastrophe due to its rank. She said that they did not know that the strangeness in themselves, but if something suspects, they will begin a second investigation. Kang Ping said that he did not expect this because the ghost decided to deal with the lunar train himself and violated the rules of strangeness. All the members of the special branch and the think tank present were shocked by his statement. The head said that the phantom's confrontation with its hellish neighbor entered an endless cycle, and on a subconscious level, he almost gave up. Mr. Cyan agreed because when the hero found out that something special was happening in the hospital, he decided to show the initiative, but could tell the top. One of the members said that given the physical preparation of the ghost, he could easily understand the affairs of the hospital. Qing Dai said that his current psychological state is very complicated by the situation, and at the same time was going to fight, not wanting to give up. She believed that the special department should not turn away from Yuan Zhenzi and punish him, and then asked what the others thought. Xing said that the ghost's abilities were powerful and he is capable of huge acts, and the woman said that they should not turn a blind eye to his situation. Kang Ping said that many incidents have been investigated, and Yuan Zhenzi is the ideal candidate for the position of head of the special department. He said that the ghost is truly a capable person, of which there are very few in this world, so he needs to be saved. One of the members of the special department asked if they thought there was too much coincidence, and Qingji asked what he meant. The man said that after the intervention of the ghost, they could not figure out your turn in the game, and added that sometimes he was very lucky. Canpin did not think so at all and asked the man to calm down, adding that his suspicion was unsubstantiated. He asked him not to use malicious intent to doubt the observer who contributed to the development of humanity. The head said that they will send one person to talk to Yuanzhens and allow the team of psychologists to eavesdrop on the conversation. The man said that if the ghost returns to normal, then they will come out with him video chat. And if he does not answer, then another meeting will be held. Leaving the conference room, the head asked not to make any decisions and just wait. And everyone present carefully heard him. In the meantime, Yuan Zhensa stood near the sink and could no longer restrain the vomiting and dark blood from the lungs. The vomiting was swamp colored, and the young man did not understand what was happening to him, because it all began very unexpected. Breathing heavily, the main character looked at his dirty hand, and drops of sweat were flowing down his face at that moment. Out of sudden anger, he clenched his fist tightly and broke the mirror with a powerful blow, because he was already very tired of all this. His cold-blooded green eye could be seen in the broken shards of glass. But he didn't even scream in pain. Yuan Zhenzi broke off one piece and rubbed it across his face, after which he giggled a little and paid attention to his feelings. Brightly giggling, the protagonist said that he feels that Qian Yuibei was afraid of his face, which made him smile. Bleeding. The young man said that in this case, he needed to fix his face so that the girl would no longer be afraid of him. But suddenly, he was struck by a sharp pain due to which he could not stand still and fell, and his eyes were wide open. The phone fell out of the protagonist's pants pocket, and he himself lost consciousness. But after a minute, he began to slowly come to his senses. Yuan Zhensu realized that he died not because of the rules of the Cupid, and possibly fell under the influence of another oddity. And the phone rang it. Experiencing a slight headache, the main character answered the phone to find out what they wanted from him. He received a call from Qingji, who said that according to their data, the young man was under the influence of the rules of strangeness. The main character remained calm and asked her if they really killed him, because only they could do it. Qingji said that they did this so that he would wake up and be able to talk to us, and they used modern props. Wen Zhensu thanked the special departments because otherwise he would have killed someone in this state, and the girl said that the leaders want to meet him. The main character did not refuse the meeting, after which the connection to the video chat with the managers began. The members of the special department and the analytical center were slightly inclined, with respect. "I welcome Mr. Ghost." In response to this, he only remained cold and silently looked into the cell, waiting for further words of the leaders. Canpin told the young man that he was in one of the three rules, namely knowledge, breathing, or emotions, and asked him to tell what was the matter. Yuan Zhensu replied that he fell under the rules of emotion, and love of the topic enhanced his feelings, forcing abnormally thoughts. All his thoughts and behavior revolved around him, and he did not care about other things, and he was clearly aware that he was in captivity of strangeness. The main character said that in a word, he is subordinate to love, and the leaders listened carefully to him. The ghost asked them to look into why the rules only came into effect when he met Qian Yubai. Mr. Xiang said that the hero's birthday coincides with the shadow's birthday, and it turns out that they are related by the date of birth. Yuan Zhensu realized that after meeting with the student, he got out from the impact of oddity and did not fall in love with the first person. He came to the conclusion that he does not comply with the rules until he was seen with Chen Yubai, to which he had feelings. Xiang told the ghost that they did not understand something else and added that the hero would attract to himself and his floor. Yuan Zhensi began to realize that they had found out his whereabouts through monitoring, so there was a clue. The protagonist dawned on the protagonist that they all knew that he was in the lunar train, and the members of the departments at that moment looked before him. Xiang told the ghost that they needed information about the oddities, and thus they will be able to find out a little more about her and understand hidden rules. The man added that if it is not strange from a global scale, then it would not be difficult for them to deal with her. Yuan Zhensi paid attention to the attitude towards himself and realized that the members of the special department did not know that he had boarded the train on purpose. He also realized that there were no warnings to them, and it turns out that he did not give them particularly the problem. Then, the protagonist said that the strangeness that he encountered earlier is a Cupid. One of the members of the special department raised his hand and asked him to describe Cupid. adding that he had studied painting. The guy began to say that he looks the same as Cupid from the myths, but the only difference is that the pupils, bow and arrows, are black, and there are many wrinkles on his body. Using the description, the man painted a portrait of Cupid and asked if the feeling of attachment was intensified when the arrows entered the hero's body. The young man answered no and said that he had started coughing up black blood, so he needed to find a way to avoid death as soon as possible. He added that he would most likely die within a few days, and the heads of the special department became a little tense. Yuan Zhensu said that he managed to return to a normal life and not fall under the rules of the lunar train. But he could not escape from the rules of Cupid. Members of the special department and the analytical center were wary of such an unexpected statement. The hero said that the effect of Cupid's arrow has not gone away, so he is sane only for a certain period of time. He asked to help him, otherwise he would die from a terrible cough, and this matter would not end well for anyone. Kang Ping at one point asked if it was true that all this was because of the heart, and the cool-headed Yuan Zhensi replied that this was exactly the case. The hero said that even though this is the top-secret document of the special department, all those present here should know this. Then the young man pointed his finger at his heart and said that it was from the strangeness that he had overcome in the hospital. After he ended up in that hospital, he immediately transmitted the information to a special department because it was important. The hero reported that he was transplanted with a strange heart, and his real one was taken away, but kept silent about the fact that the hospital is only a fragment of a great strangeness. The strangeness was called the heart of the human hospital, which the main character studied in such detail. Thanks to Zhao Ai's help, he realized that the heart belonged to the most terrifying monster in the world. But no one knew about this secret. Canpin said that the oddity has already killed him several times, but he still managed to get his heart, and he figured out how to introduce him into his body. Yuan Zhensi also conducted a full range of medical examinations, including psychological tests. When passing psychological tests at the request of Hunan, he said to the microphone that he would never betray humanity. A voice from the microphone at that moment said that everything was normal with the test subject. Thus, the incident was completely understood. But at the same time, the degree of attention paid to Yuan Zhensis with a special department made a leap. Kang Ping said that they still have doubts, such as why there were no conflicts between his heart and Cupid on the moon train. Xian said that there is a possibility that Cupid's arrow affects emotions. Although it hits the heart, it affects the brain. The cold-blooded protagonist asked why they still have not dealt with the rules, since he was so confident in his words. After these words, Mr. Xian asked for forgiveness of Satin Place, and Yuan Zhensi asked if anyone had assumptions on this subject. The man stood up again and said that they believed that if the phantom died, he would be able to return to normal. The young man understood that he clearly could not remain without a heart of strangeness, and now he had slight strangeness, also associated with Xiao Ai. He also understood that if he were left without these organs, it would be like leaving half his strength to others, and asked if there was a more suitable person for the transplant. Kang Ping said that if the hero agrees, then their first candidate will be Qing Zhi, because the success rate is 80%. Yuan Zhensi added that if the heart is not inside a person, then literally within a few seconds it can kill people. He recalled situations that he saw in the hospital, where he was convinced by personal example that the heart can kill people. The hero did not advise transplantation, adding that it was better to focus on everyone's opinions and avoid Cupid's rules on murder. The young man did not know if this would make the impression on members of the special department, or would he have to come up with something else. Kang Ping said that they would listen to the ghost's opinion and asked Mr. Xiang to come up with another plan. Yuan Zhensu thought for thinking, did they really not even have suspicions and hoped that they would not change their minds? Shang thanked the hero Yu of the analytical center, adding that not every observer has his courage. The young man thought it was funny that they really considered their hearts to be worthless. And if he had known, he would have refused the examinations. The master said that everything will happen in 3 stages: confession, attitude, and marriage. But the hero needs to cooperate with them for a successful experiment. Yuan Zhensi remained calm as before and reflected on the man's words and words. Weighing the pros and cons, Xian said that they need to exclude the risk of death. So it is important that the hero does not meet the object that will fall under the action of the rules of the Cupid. He added that at the second stage, they will select girls born on the same day as the boy, and all of them will have signed contracts. The main character smiled, because he considered it tempting and in his thoughts said that all this is very similar to the choice of a concubine. The master said that after all this, trial sessions of confession, love, and marriage will take turns. Yuan Zhensa became clear that if everyone has a contract with a specialist, then there would be no problems. He said, a little frighteningly, that from now on the days would become more varied and asked who would connect him with them. Koji's cold-blooded Xin immediately in a calm tone said that she would do this, while straightening the glasses. After this, the main character snapped his fingers, which led to the end of the video chat with the members of the special department. He then turned back to look at the time and realized that the first day was starting right now. At that moment, Yuan Zhensa felt as if he was standing on a watch that holds a huge hand of oddity. On the first day, he felt unwell in his body, and at night he had a coughing attack, and a small amount of oil and dark-colored blood came out of his throat. The next day, the hero coughing blood every hour, experiencing unbearable pain in his chest. And during a cough, he felt the forces leave him. On the third day, Yuan Zhensi coughed up blood every 10 minutes, while experiencing even greater pain in the chest area. At one point, he said that time came, after which he took out the phone and called the Qingzhi number. The mistress immediately answered the phone call, and the main character, meanwhile, breathed heavily and listened to her. She decided to call him on the video chat, saying that she has important news for him, which need to be discussed right away. But when she saw Yuan Zhensi's face, the lady was surprised and fell silent for a few seconds, asking if he really became like this in 3 days. He replied that at different times he added in different ways that he coughing in the first day until he met a girl. The next day, the hero coughed every hour, and on the third every 10 minutes, and said that he was about to die, which alerted Qingzhi. She asked if he was ready to proceed with the second stage of the experiment, and the young man coughed loudly, replied that he was ready. Getting off the sofa, Yuan Zhensi said that it was time to complete the first stage and immediately move on to the second. Qingzhi understood everything and said that send him photos of information, asking him to choose the right option on his own. But the state of the protagonist at one point worsened even more, and he spat out a large amount of blood loudly. The lady became very alert, and Yuan Zhensi gradually began to lose consciousness and fell on the sofa behind him. The woman looked at the protagonist warily, while looking at the timer, who showed 1 second. The bloodied Yuan Zhensi, meanwhile, lay on the stained sofa and did not show any signs of life. His face was completely relaxed, but at the same time it was like a non-tenant who would never open his eyes again. Suddenly, the red pendant that hung in the area of his heart glowed brightly and began to move slightly to the side. The protagonist unlocked one of the rules of the fallen Cupid, who said that his heart was doused with blood from 3-day separation. The red soul of Yuan Zhensi began to leave his body and evaporate into oblivion, and he still lay outside of consciousness. After cleansing his soul, the young man gradually began to come to his senses and slowly open his eyes. Qingzhi, seeing this, stopped the timer and said that a minute had passed, and then asked if he was alive. Charged with energy, the main character said that he was alive, after which he got up from the couch and said that it was time to start. The lady sent him a list and said that it was created especially for him by the think tank, and the 4 girls in it were the most suitable for him. She added that there are no criminals here, and if someone interested Zens, then he can just press the avatar to see the information. The young man carefully examined the photos of the girls to him, but saw something strange in all faces that did not give him rest. All of them seemed to him look like one person, who was Chang Yuibei. But the hero decided to drive away these thoughts from himself. Yuan said that it would be better if they themselves choose those who can protect themselves, because as soon as love intensifies, he does not control the thirst for blood. He added that if the last time his subconscious did not fight, the shadow, her relatives and friends would have already been killed by him. Qingzhi listened carefully to him and said that she respects his opinion and choose herself, and the girl will arrive in about half an hour. The main character asked the girl to capture a portable monitor so that they could watch what was happening. Half an hour later, he was sitting in the kitchen with his oddities, but suddenly a girl knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. Yuan Zhensi said in his thoughts that she was fast, and he thought it was Chen Yubai who came. Then the voice was painfully similar. The young man opened the door, behind which stood a slightly excited long-haired girl who asked if he was here. The main character did not say anything and looked coldly at the girl. But suddenly the feeling of love began to intensify. His consciousness seemed to turn upside down at that moment, and he could no longer control his thirst for blood, which was dangerous for the girl. Yuan Zhensi firmly rested from the door jamb and began to take a look at the girl standing in front, who began to worry. The slightly excited girl introduced herself as Lin Yu and greeted Mr. Yuan, who looked at her with a smile. Then, on the cheeks of a cute girl, they blushed a little with awkwardness, and she told the young man that he could call Xiao Yu. She did not regret at all that she agreed to sign a contract, because the master looked much better than in the photo. Yuan Zhenzi greeted the charming Xiao Yu very playfully and continued to look into her eyes without looking away. Qingzhi observed them and reported to Kang Ping that, according to the monitoring results, the ghost broke the rules when he saw Lin Yu for the first time. Then the lady added that the girl's behavior and posture were very different from usual, which aroused suspicion. She also said that Yuan Zhenzi discovered the surveillance he originally asked for and destroyed it. But with all this, nothing bad has happened yet, and the lady did not know what the cause of the confusion of the protagonist is. Kang Ping said that he was relying on her, and after the monitoring was completed, they could go to the moon train. He added that the U.S. Bureau of Investigation had discovered an object that may be able to restrict the train's movement. The man also said that an international conference was held, and it was decided to send this thing to Jiang City in the next few days. The serious Kang Ping assumed that Cupid would increase his influence because, in the future, all his forces would go to the lunar belt. Interested, Qingzhi asked if the Cupid's energy source was on the train, and the man replied that yes, and he hoped that everything would go smoothly. She said that she would continue to observe the ghost, then hand it over to Hong Yin and Zituan. But they could not guarantee that progress would be accelerated. Kang Ping said that you need to stay in touch at any time because the main character can get out on his own. The chief then said they felt the female candidate they had chosen might not be strong enough. Qingzhi did not understand a little why he was thinking so, because the girl's energy is the same as that of Chen Yuibai, whom Yuan Zhenzi loved so much. On the second day of testing, the main character was sitting on the sofa at home, and Lin Yu was cleaning his house, humming a song. The oddities were watched by nothing-suspecting girl, and Xiao told Ai that it was time to finally act. The Ai guy asked if this girl was his new dad, and Xiao Xun became angry and immediately grabbed his cheeks. She grabbed his cheeks, began to pull in different directions, forcing the eyes to scream in pain, and Xiao Ah silently looked at it. Then the little pet burst into tears and ran away, and Xiao Xun became very involved in writing something on a piece of paper. She confidently wrote on the sheet that she needed to kill this miserable girl and asked when they began to act. And Xiao Ai calmly read the text. The girl from the afterlife said that it was necessary to wait another minute, after which Xiao Xun could start. At that moment, the girls drew attention to the main character sitting on the couch, who was absolutely silent. Xiao Ai turned her gaze to him and examined him with the help of her abilities, and his entire soul was red from the inside. Yuan Zhenzi thought in his thoughts that he was very pleased because Xiao Yu is very good, but wondered where he got such an excitement. The young man then turned to Lin Yu, who was listening to music on her headphones and who immediately asked what it was. The young man offered to buy something tomorrow, and the happy girl called him very good. The main character stroked the shy girl on the chin and said that he was ready to go to everything for her. Lin Yu was convinced that Mr. Ghost is not at all terrible, but on the contrary, he is very caring, gentle, and attentive. She considered his face and figure perfect and could not believe that she was really next to such a person. The girl in her thoughts said that while she could support Mr. Ghost, she wants to be next to him. On the second day, they were testing in a clothing store where the happy Lin Yu chose a dress she liked. But Yuan Zhenya, having examined the sweet girl, said no, because he did not like the dress at all. The young man firmly said that the black and white dress would suit her better, so they would take it. Lin Yu said a little angrily that this color makes her look old and she doesn't like it, so she doesn't want to buy this dress. The two consultants tried not to interfere and silently looked at the main character, who was sitting on the chair. Yuan Zhenzi immediately changed his face and asked what she said, and then asked if she was really refusing him. The shocked Lin Yu looked at the young man, who asked her. She really does not like him since she behaves like that. She began to worry very much and exclaimed that she really liked him and asked to listen, but no one heard her. The consultants turned out to be specially trained Yuan Zhenzi soldiers who immediately attacked the frightened girl. The cold-blooded protagonist said quietly that Lin Yu deceived him, which was very unpleasant for him. His eyes filled with rage, and he said that if she didn't like him, then she would burn to ashes right now. In the next few seconds, there was a loud lightning strike, as well as the unceasing scream of a terrified Lin Yu. Suddenly, Qingzhi appeared, who understood that Yuan Zhenzi could not be allowed to kill the girl. Hong Yin also came to the rescue, but the lady shouted at him to leave immediately and not expose himself to danger. But the young man wanted to save the frightened Lin Yu, who was very afraid and trembled with fear, hoping that someone would save her. The absolutely calm Qingzhi felt the presence of Yuan Zhenzi behind her back, but she was not at a loss. With a sharp movement, she somersaulted and struck the main character. not giving him the opportunity to attack first. The young man asked who she was, then how he didn't remember anyone or anything at all. And at that moment he was driven by strangeness. Qingzhe slid a few meters forward but did not fall and stood firmly on her feet, not intending to give up. A confident mistress adhered to the hand of the floor and replied that she was the one who will stop the protagonist. But the forgotten Yuan Zhenzi replied in a cool tone that she could only dream about it and use the ability. He immediately tried to attack, firing his blow towards the mistress standing still. But she was not at all taken aback. At the very last moment, Qingzhe used the shield, thereby repulsing the attack of the protagonist and did not receive any damage. The lady tightly clenched the attack he released in her fist, while Yuan Zhenzi froze in place. Qingzhe told the operation that they would not be able to awaken the ghost, and the second part of the testing was completed, so it was time to kill. Without a doubt, the woman pressed the detonator button, which was in advance for emergency situations. But suddenly, she was very frightened, because in her throat, she felt suffocation, and she realized that he had worked against her. The lady immediately dropped the detonator from her hands and began to choke, while Yuan Zhenzi stood opposite her and did not move. Qingzhe found it very difficult to breathe, and she understood that it was all about the ghost's power. But she could no longer do anything. She wondered if the main character really surpassed her in strength, and he gradually began to approach her. Completely approaching the mistress, Yuan Zhenzi grinned insidiously and told her that she would die instead of girls. But unexpectedly, Qingzhe was released from the shackles of suffocation and fell to the floor. And the main character lost consciousness and also fell. The lady apologized to the head for underestimating the Phantom's powers, because when he got out of control, it almost led to disaster. Kanpin said that it was necessary to prepare even more thoroughly, and the reason for their failure was Lin Yu's negligence. He added that fortunately, a group of prisoners ready for the death penalty appeared in the prison in time, who were able to replace. The head said that when the ghost wakes up, they will continue to work on adjusting the plan, because everything happened too unexpectedly. The man remembered that according to the original plan, it was necessary to quickly lead people away and allow the Phantom to enter Cupid's law of death. But everything did not go according to plan. Suddenly, Yuan Zhenzi rose from the floor and in a calm tone said that he did not need to wait, because he already woke up and they can speak. Qingzhe immediately started a video chat with the head of the special department and said that in that case, it's time to start. Kang Ping said that when interacting with a tester, the initiative to act is shown, but not to agree on words. The man added that, as they had previously assumed, there are three main stages, namely, confession, act, and marriage. Although Genses followed the tester everywhere, he did not express his consent in anything, so they need to formulate actions differently. Hero agreed, and said that it was not surprising that he felt out of place during the test, and became increasingly anxious as time went on. Cupid represented love, and love is not a one-sided effort. And if the other party does not reciprocate, then everything is in vain. Qingzhe said that compared to when the young man first broke the rules, his physical and emotional state has become unstable. Wen Zhensu asked if there was anything else and added that if not, then the next stage of testing could be carried out. Kang Ping agreed with him, but said that most likely he would have to wait a little, and the cool-headed hero asked why. The man said that he and Qingzhe will go to the USA for the release of the train, and the next step will be Hungary and the analytical center. The hero agreed and said that he was the train above all, and he already knows the rules of the Cupid and perhaps will be able to avoid death very soon. In the morning, Kang Ping told Qingzhe that the fog would only appear in the city for 8 hours, and after that time it would disappear. He said the higher the crime rate in the cities the train travels through, the more likely it is to appear. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a white suit, who politely greeted them, faced them. The calm and serious head of the special department mutually greeted Simon, who was standing in front, Deputy General Director of the Secret Department of America. Simon was slightly grinned by respected colleagues. He said there was something in the box that could make animals, people, and vehicles stop. To obtain a biological barrier, an exchange had to be made, and all due to the fact that many countries refused to participate. At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, calm Simon looked at the time because the train was soon to pass. The biological obstacle was successfully installed on the railway, and the lunar train moved towards it. Kang Ping stood aside with his colleagues and wondered with trepidation whether they would be able to stop this train. Meanwhile, people in one of the zoos happily fed a huge elephant, which they saw for the first time in their lives. A very beautiful girl with brown hair excitedly watched these side, afraid to approach the elephant. Yuan Zhensa approached the excited girl, who suddenly acquired her by the shoulder and asked if she had a celebrated. The beauty felt very awkward, and turning her gaze to the floor, she replied that she was fine, but it was impossible to say so from her face. The main character put his palm to the girl's tender neck and asked what was wrong with her face, and then, in a whisper, asked if she was afraid of him. The shocked girl froze in place, and Yuan Zhensi took her hand and asked what she was afraid of. She replied that she was not afraid of anything, just the elephant scared her with its size, so she jumped away from fear. The main character asked her in a calm tone not to look at the huge elephant, and she exhaled a little heavily. The process between tester Jiang Jimei and Ghost was about to reach the confession stage. Before recognition, his condition worsened, and anxiety and cough with blood appeared at an early stage. But the girl took control of the situation. Suddenly, Jiang Jimei took Yuan Zhen's by the hand and said that she liked him, after which he asked if he would go on a date. The inspired main character immediately hugged her tightly and said that he was very glad, and of course, he would go on a date with her. Jiang Jimei felt the warmth of a young man and understood that everything was fine, but was in no hurry, because she wanted to do everything right. Suddenly, Yuan Zhensu asked if she was really frozen because the body and hands were cold, and the girl replied that she was a little frozen, but everything was in order. The main character laid his hands on her shoulders, did not touch his head, saying that she was lying, and the girl began to be nervous. The angry young man looked at her with a serious look and asked why she was lying to him if they were connected by the threads of fate. Frightened by Jiang Zimei, she blushed with fear, and beads of sweat began to flow down her body, and she did not know what to answer. She said that she knew that life was in a hurry and did not want him to misunderstand everything, but she was just wondering if they could get married. The words about marriage were interested in Yuan Zhen's, and he said that perhaps they could not do this, but she really rushes events. Then, they began to walk around the park, and Jiang Jimei said that although she had just admitted they have been meeting for several days, the girl asked why she couldn't talk about marriage if she really liked him and wanted to be with him. Members of the think tank watched them with the help of a crow sitting on a branch and realized that everything was going very well. Mr. Xian said that marriage most likely would become a way to avoid death, and the woman added that the ghost had changed a lot. The slightly excited Hongyan wondered whether Yuan Zhensu was too hard, because everything fell on him so suddenly. But why did he admit that he was mistaken, and continued to silently observe the actions of the protagonist, who was walking with Jiang Jimei? The next day, Yuan Zhensi and the girl were in a photo salon, where others admired their beautiful appearance. The polite photographer smiled at the young people and offered to take pictures, to which they immediately agreed. Jiang Jimei understood that the young man was very good, but she couldn't disappoint him, because before that he almost killed her. In her thoughts, she said that she wanted to get married not to fulfill the terms of the contract, but to get closer to Yuan Zhensi. The professional photographer, meanwhile, looked into the camera and gave a countdown before the photo was taken. But unexpectedly for all those around him, the photo taken by the photo was killed by Yuan Zhen's, whose blood scattered everywhere. Jiang Zimei and everyone around were very frightened, because it was sudden, and no one understood why the young man died. People, frightened by the dead man, immediately began to run away and panic in different directions, not believing their eyes. Hunan laughed and a loudspeaker said they were taking off an entertaining comedic show, and these were their actors. The producer ordered the first group to remove the props before setting up the set, and the second group to touch up the actors' makeup. The young man from the special department asked a beautiful girl if she wants to star in the cinema, because she could appear on television and get money for shooting. Very frightened, Jiang Jimei, meanwhile, ran to the exit, while she could not believe in the death of her lover. Hunan asked a surprised girl, "Doesn't she really believe that he could really appear on the TV and earn money?" Having read to 60 seconds, he confidently pointed to unbelieving people with his finger and asked why he would not turn out. Shocked people saw the resurrected Yuan Zhen's, who lay a few seconds ago in a pool of his own blood. The cold-blooded protagonist, as if nothing had happened, was corrected by the shirt while looking at the comrade in arms from the special department. Hongyan saluted him with a smile, without saying a word, after which they left the photo salon. While at home, Yuan Zhensu in the video chat said that this was another failure and asked if there were any ideas. Mr. Xiang said that getting married should be the surest way to avoid death, but perhaps they missed some precondition. Hongyan was very annoyed by this whole situation, but the main character understood and said that it was a matter of lack of feelings. The ally from the special department asked if the young man really spent so much time, but these two did not steal on him. Sheehan said that if you get married when both have no emotional connection, Mr. Ghost would immediately die when marriage. He added that one can truly fall in love in such a short time only by using certain means. Yuan Jinsu understood that transgender can be used, but as soon as he became himself, the spell would disappear. So this is definitely not an option. But at the same time, it seemed to him that the body of a transgender could make his temper even more unstable, and Hunan listened carefully to him. Then the main character put his hand on his colleague's shoulder, and he giggled a little and said that their birthdays were on different days. Yuan Jinsi said that it does not have to be exactly love, and a feeling of sympathy or even just attraction will be enough. He felt that in both tests, there were brief moments of improvement in his condition, when his emotions became more controlled. The hero believed that at that moment the subjects had a real sympathy for him, but due to the nature of the experiment, their emotions changed. Lin Yu ignored the rules by refusing him, and Zhang Ji tried to suppress instinctive fear in order to complete the task. Hunan asked if she needed a shadow to come, and Yuan Jinsu asked why they had all this. The guy from the special department asked if it was correct that when the hero activated the rules for the first time, it was she who was the object. The hero confirmed that this is so, and Hunan asked if he did not think that when he first fell under the rules, his emotions were stable. The completely calm Yuan Jinsi said that he did not notice anything special, so he could not talk about it. Sheen said that if the boss had not used the devices, the hero could have lived another week. So they believe that the shadow's attraction to him is sincere. Hongan also recalled that she had tried to transmit information to them earlier, therefore, probably, she was also worried about Yuan Jinsa. But the main character didn't believe it and asked if Chen Yubai didn't do all this to save her own life. He added that she is his subordinate, and despite the bad relationship, all this because everyone gets what he needs. The guy from the special department asked whether Yuan Jens knew that they managed to limit the movement of the lunar train. The hero said that this was great news, and Hongyan added that in order to get a pass to the streets, they had to fork out a lot. Yuan Jinsi looked at the notebook and realized that he had been out of his mind all this time, and nothing important had been noticed regarding the restriction of the moon train. He also remembered the 3 oddities in his house, which was still there and did not disappear anywhere. The main character came to the conclusion that, nevertheless, Cupid must be dealt with as soon as possible in order to end this. The young man got up from the sofa and said that he would continue to suffer at the hands of Cupid, and Hunan looked after him with little surprise. Yuan Jinsi said that he would still contact Chen Yubai, after which they would see if she would agree to help. The excited girl answered the call of the club president and immediately asked if everything was in order with him. 19-year-old Qian Yubai was a member of the Ghost Society, owned a coin of fate, and her code name was Shadow. Since childhood, the girl did not have enough confidence and she annoyed, and the only thing she made her bold was a thirst for life. After the entry into the Society of Ghosts, the character of Qian Yuibei began to change, which as a result was good for her. Genzi said that everything was fine, but he called because he had a request for her, and the girl asked if he wanted to talk about the strangeness. He said that their birthday is in one day, so they fell under the rules of the strangeness of the fallen Cupid, and you can't do without its help. A slightly worried Chen Yubai immediately replied that she would help her do whatever the club president ordered without any problems. The hero said that they had already conducted 2 experiments, and if she did everything correctly, there would be no danger to life. He understood that he could not reveal details about the fallen Cupid, because the shadow's feelings must be sincere, otherwise her soul might not be able to withstand it. Surprised, Yuibai asked what she needed to do, and Yuan Jinsu replied that she would need to behave as usual. The guy added that why should she herself confess her love to him, start a relationship with him, and finally propose to him. Yuan Jinsi also said that this was not a requirement at all and she could refuse, but the girl did not know what to do. Still, Qian Yubai exclaimed that she would help and would try, and the hero moved the phone away from his ear because she was screaming too loudly. In the end, the young man said that later people from a special department will contact her and completed a phone call. He realized that Yubai was interested in him and assumed that this could speed up the progress of the experiment, and he would also restore the lunar train. Although the hero did not know whether the marriage was considered to be an end, but for the sake of fulfilling the rules, he is ready to go to everything, and after the victory he would dissolve the marriage. In the evening of the same day, Qian Yubei in the apartments of Minghu, right near the door leading the apartment of Yuan Zhenxi. The girl was very worried, but inspired confidence and said that she was well prepared and completely cope. She knocked on the door, which was immediately opened by the main character, who smiled at the charming girl. Slightly anxious, Qin Yubai was a little confused when she saw the president and said that she had come to see him. Yuan Zhence's eyes blushed again, and he fell under the influence of the rules of oddity, because he felt feelings for the girl. The next day, the young people sat in the entertainment park where Chen Yubai felt very calm. Hongyan said that this girl is really interested in the ghost, but his condition is completely different. Mr. Sion agreed and said that compared with other girls, Yuan Zhence looks much calmer. He added that they warned the shadow and it will speed up. Registration for the wedding is scheduled for tomorrow morning. The man understood that everything was almost ready, and Chiang Yuiboy hid a small box in his hands, in which there was a ring for a proposal. The tired Hunan got up from his chair and stretched out, asked the master to continue observation, and he headed towards the exit. The guy said that he had no interest in romance, and that they hurry and sign, and Xiang promised that he would do everything. The young man asked the man not to dare to tell the boss that he had left, and Mr. Sion gestured that he understood everything. Xian Haibei, meanwhile, told the president a society of ghosts that she would like to discuss something, and he asked what she wanted. The girl was very worried and didn't know how to start. But still, she gathered her strength into a fist and knelt down to propose. She opened the casket with a sharp movement and asked Yuan Zhence to go out for her, and he froze in place. The wedding ring was in the form of a red heart that shone and looked very beautiful. Yuan Zhence froze in surprise, while those around him watched with admiration. At that moment, thoughts mixed up in the head of Qian, and she expected with trepidation an answer of her loved one. People around even began to film what was happening on their phones, and the young man asked with a smile if she would repeat what she had said. The girl again screamingly invited him to get married and said that they were registering tomorrow morning, and fireworks were exploding all around. The admiring those around him shouted that the girl was very brave, and the Xian Yubai simply froze in place. Yuan Zhenci asked if she would like to discuss this with her parents, and the girl replied that they already knew everything and were not against it. An excited girl with great hope looked into the young man's eyes, holding out a ring, and asked if he would accept her offer. The young man silently looked at the outstretched ring, and the people around shouted that he agreed to the offer of a beauty. Nevertheless, the protagonist smiled and replied that he agreed to the proposal, which was very pleased with Chen Yuibei. Then the young man took the wedding ring from her hands and put it on his ring finger, which confirmed his consent. The diary notified him that even if he met true love, if he did not immediately refuse to marry, he would be comprehended by divine punishment.